Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the death and life of Erza Scarlet in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 41, The Saints of War. The sun was setting and the dust was settling, and Kenpeka looked at the new arrival, seeming pleased as punch. Sard lazily leaned against his shoulder, still red with Ichigo's blood. He looked her in the eye. "Ain't this my lucky day?" he said, and took a step forward. "Here I thought I was getting let down, twice over no less, but it turns out to be a decent warm-up for a proper fight." Erza shot him a hateful glare, and walked toward him. "Yav ye grown, haven't ya?" he continued. "I can feel ya, and I ain't what you'd call a genius at sensin'. You're angry. Use it." Erza balled her fists. Instead of giving in to his goading, however, she promptly walked up to Ichigo and gently picked him up in a bridal carry, turning her back to Kenpeka. Ignoring him, she walked away from him, toward Rangiku. "Oi, don't you ignore me," Kenpeka said. "I ain't gonna be cheated dash." For a moment Erza stopped, and turned to look at him, her face turned into a twisted visage of hateful anger. "You won't be cheated, Zaraki Kenpeka." She all but hissed the words out, her voice trembling. "Good," the giant said with a grin. Erza ignored him again. It was a difficult thing to do. He was one of the few people she had genuinely come to hate, trumped only by Mayuri and Aizen himself. He was a murderer who cared nothing for life, friendship, loyalty, solidarity, or camaraderie. He was a mad dog who lived only for the madness of fighting. He was the living antithesis, more than Aizen himself, of what she stood for. That was reason enough to hurt him, beat him, but what made her blood boil was the picture of Ichigo lying broken on the ground, bleeding and cut down like meat for the butcher's cleaver. To protect her own was Erza's reason for living, and that was the reason she hadn't lunged at Kenpeka screaming her lungs out. Because Ichigo was still alive. There was Renji and Rangiku, too, but she had been part of Ichigo's life since before he could walk, and without thinking she knew who mattered more. Right now, she had to make sure he lived. His Ryutsu was stable, although odd she had sensed hollow energy on her way here, but that was a question for later. He was injured and unconscious, but thankfully far from dead. If that had happened, the image flashed across her mind of a dead boy, his corpse growing cold because she wasn't there to save him, of his mother looking at her, wondering why she hadn't saved him, of having lost somebody again. It took remarkable self-control to remain calm outwardly, but Erza managed. Stopping by Rangiku, she said, "Can you heal him?" "I." Rangiku said, gesturing helplessly to her gut injury. "That's a flesh wound. It hurts, but you'll function. Can you heal him?" Erza said bluntly. Normally she would have thought it heartless to be this demanding of somebody hurt this badly, a friend no less, but this was too important. "Smooth as usual," Rangiku muttered. She let out a pained groan, and forced herself into a sitting position. "Can you heal him?" Erza repeated a third time, mercilessly direct. "I could apply basic medical keto," Rangiku said, her voice filled with disbelief. "Stop the bleeding. Dull the pain." "I'm not a medic." Erza nodded. "It'll do." Gently, she set Ichigo down on the ground next to Rangiku, and she had to force herself not to retch as she got a closer look at the boy's injuries. Get him well. Do what you can. Renji, too, if possible," she said, her voice trembling, with horror and fear as much as rage. "I'll try," Rangiku muttered, clutching her bleeding gut. All things considered, she had gotten off better than either Renji or Ichigo, although it wasn't much. "What about him, though?" she added, and gestured toward Kenpeki as she leaned over Ichigo, slowly starting to summon the energies necessary to perform keto. "Oh, don't you worry," Erza said firmly. She felt an overwhelming fury rise in her chest, now that Ichigo was taken care of. Her body practically trembling with anticipation, with a boiling fury and a simple desire to hurt him, she took her first steps toward the man. Kenpeki, for his part, looked almost giddy. "Bring it, girl. Show me what running away did for ya," he cried out happily. In an instant, Erza had moved forward with one swift shunpo, sword drawn. She cut at him in a wide arc, up and down, and Kenpeka parried it just barely, laughing like a madman. However, his mirth was cut short as Erza pushed forward, slamming a punch into his face. It was a blow fueled by absolute rage, every ounce of muscle she could muster behind it, and it connected with a satisfying crunch. Surprised by the attack, Kenpeki lost his footing, and was sent flying through a nearby building, landing some 40 yards away. Erza shot a quick glance behind her, and saw Ranjika working a basic medical keto with one hand, the other still clutched over her gut. She looked back toward where Kenpeki had gone. This would be sufficient distance, enough to keep the wounded three safe, or so she hoped at least. Without another moment's hesitation, she jumped forward with the speed of the wind, running right at Kenpeki. The demon himself seemed unaffected, naturally. His nose had turned crooked, a red mark forming where Erza's armored fist had impacted, but as he stood up he grinned as wide as ever. "Don't let me down," he said. Erza stared him down, standing some 10 yards away, sword drawn. She remembered the first time she had seen him, when he had slain a decent man to become captain, all under the Godai's laws. She remembered the last and only time she had battled him. She had been much weaker then, afraid and outfought. He had towered over her like an evil spirit, and she had only lived because of the intervention of her Zanpakutu. He still towered over her, but she was not afraid. Anger burned inside her, still raging like a wildfire. He had hurt Ichigo. He had hurt Renji and Ranjiku. He had cut her down and nearly killed her for fun. He had slain Kiganjo. Decades of contempt, of repressed fury and hatred welled up in her chest, overwhelming her common sense. Her logic cried out against it. The smart thing, she knew somewhere, was to take Ichigo and run, to accomplish their objective and be done with it. Her heart, the one that burned with the pride of fairy tale, the one that remembered the mage she once was, cried out for revenge. The die was cast, and she would reap the consequences no matter what. "Ready yourself, Zaraki Kenpeki," she said, her voice nearly shaking, "because I'll be giving you all you deserve." "Just what I wanted to hear," Kenpeki said cheerily. "Will those injuries slow you down?" Erza said, as the two slowly took their first steps toward each other. "Will you cry foul when you are beaten, because you were hurt before?" Kenpeki let out a loud laugh. "These little scratches," he said, and gestured toward the flesh wound on his chest, bleeding and raw, yet seeming to not even slow him down. "It's just the way I like it. Makes it more even." "You really are a demon," Erza said, and raised her sword. Kenpeki raised his sword for a hard downward swing, and took the first step of a run. Then, the world went gray, and Erza saw the world around her change to the familiar shape of the marble palace. In the distance she could still see Kenpeki, sword raised, still moving but at an incredibly slow pace. "Worry not," said Tetsu no Tama, stepping up to her side. "A second of your world's time will be plenty of time for me." "What is it you want?" Erza said anxiously. She was not glad to have been pulled out of the fight just as it began. "This is not the time to lecture me about how you are to be used." "Lecture?" Tetsu no Tama said with a smile. Erza looked at him, and saw that he seemed different. He still wore golden armor, but it looked much more practical, much more warlike, like something one might actually see on a battlefield. Tucked under his right arm was a helmet, meant to accompany his suit of full-plate armor, and he looked pleased in an honest way, like Erza could scarcely remember seeing before. "Today, we avenge ourselves," he said, satisfaction permeating his voice. "Today, we stand up against the rabid dog who humiliated us, and show him the true power of master and servant. I am come not to lecture you, but to give you my word of encouragement. Hold nothing back, my master. Today, we kill the demon of Zaraki." "Kill?" Erza said, staring at the slow image of Zaraki. "You know that is not what I do." "You know the necessities," Tetsu no Tama said, his smile turning into a smirk. "You are not so naive as to think this fight can be fought with the preservation of life in mind. You know he is a dishonorable cur, a murderer, and a cutthroat. You know there is no reason to stay your blade. The Godai is corrupt, and he is one of its most noxious cancers." Erza balled her fists. "That is my decision to make." Tetsu no Tama looked at her with affection. "You would be naive to think he will give you that choice." "Begone," Erza said firmly. Begone, and we will cry havoc, and let loose the tools of war. Yes, my master, Tetsu no Tama said, his voice becoming almost a shout. The marble palace disappeared, and Erza had all but a second to react as Kenpeka slammed into her, bringing his sword down with tremendous force. Erza roared out, screaming her fury to the heavens, and deflected his blow powerful, but simple, and launched into a series of furious cuts, her arms moving more quickly and hitting harder than she could even follow, her fighting becoming a messy mesh of instinct, anger, and muscle memory sword form. Her sword held in both hands, she hit quickly enough that she seemed to move in a blur, too fast to be followed by the naked eye. Each strike carried the weight that only anger could lend a body, all mental restraints entirely lifted, and she screamed with rage all the while. The sheer force was enough to push even Kenpeka back, and though the captain tried to counter-attack, Erza's defenses had no holes. In a matter of seconds she had drawn blood, her Tetsu no Tama cutting into his flesh in a dozen places. Yet as he was pushed back, as he took one cut after another, only barely keeping up with her pace, Kenpeka simply laughed. For several minutes they simply clashed, exchanging blow after blow. Kenpeka, wild, raw, powerful, unrefined. Erza, even in her rage, formal, elegant, and well-practiced. Technique almost always wins over raw power. That's what she had taught Ichigo. If not for Zaraki Kenpeka, she might just have said always. But now, the two of them struggling against each other, their power was if not equal, then at least close enough. Finally Kenpeka caught her blade, pushing back and breaking her stride. Letting out a loud, spirited cry, he shoved her back, and immediately followed up with a furious attack, his strength more than matching her own. Hopping back from a wide horizontal slash, she braced herself as Kenpeka charged forward with the force of a speeding locomotive. Come on, come on! He hollered, swinging his sword in wide, quick, harsh slashes, pushing Erza back. You ain't even started yet. Don't leave me hangin'. Dodging under another horizontal cut, Erza roared again, stabbing forward, the tip of her sword piercing through Kenpeka's chest, coming just short of slicing through his throat. Kenpeka roared with laughter, and the same moment, he counter-attacked, not even considering blocking or parrying. His huge sword rammed through the plate of her armor, although the armor slowed its impact some, and Erza felt a burning pain as it cut deeply into her midsection. As one, the two pulled their swords free, and Erza took a step back. The pain was like a shower of cold water, the worst of her rage now washing off her. Master, you are being foolish. Snapped the voice of Tetsu no Tama. You are letting your anger cloud your senses. In a brawl, in a contest of strength, you will never win against him. Use your strengths, my master, that which makes you better than him. Use me. Erza nodded. He was right. She held her sword out, and a gust of wind sailed around her feet as her Ryotsu started to adjust to the power she was building up. Finally getting ready to let loose. Kenpeka said. Take your time. Strike, Erza all but bellowed, Tetsu no Tama. The transformation was almost instantaneous. Her sword glowed briefly, like so many times before, and changed. Seconds later, she stood with a long sword in her hand, double-edged, broad and straight, with a cross-guard. On her left arm was a triangular kite shield, sturdy and thick, emblazoned with the red emblem of fairy tale on a white background. Shields. Kenpeka said with a chuckle. Well, ain't you the little knight in shinin' armor? My Shikai takes many forms. This one, I learned in my absence. Face justice, Zaraki. Let's see how tough that defense really is, eh? Kenpeka cheered, and surged forward. Holding her shield high and assuming a stance, her head and chest well covered, Erza blocked his strike. It shook her with its thunderous force, but at the same time as it had come in, Erza had thrust her sword forward. Buried almost to the hilt, her sword had slid into his chest quite easily. Well, son of a bitch. Kenpeka muttered, pushing against her shield, Erza still not budging. You will not win against me like this, Zaraki Kenpeka, Erza cried furiously. You will not win, and you will not break this shield. Twisting the sword, she pulled it out, and felt almost guilty at how much she enjoyed the pained grunt he let out. Almost. Quickly, she launched into a series of attacks, pushing the giant back, always keeping her guard up. Not the champion fighter of the Godai for nothing, Kenpeka guarded and counter-attacked, each blow tremendously powerful, but Erza was fully covered, her shield absorbing every strike without fail. Slowly and carefully she pushed back, refusing to let a single hit land. Yeah. Kenpeki roared, banging his sword against her ruthlessly and recklessly, ignoring every little hit he took. That's it, just like that. Hit me harder, woman. Her shield soon became dented and chipped, but it refused to yield. Finally Kenpeka stopped her advance, batting her blade aside with a deceivingly clever twist, but Erza held her shield high, and blocked the following attack easily. The two locked in a vicious, stubborn push, Kenpeki raining down a furious set of strikes with his seemingly unlimited energy, testing Erza's defenses to their furthest. Erza, for her part, simply refused to take any damage, her shield and sword proving too effective for his wild berserker style. It is becoming a deadlock, Tetsu no Tama spoke in her mind. You must start to do real damage, or you will tire out. Erza nodded, and anticipating one of his wild strikes, she sidestepped, his swing going wild. Quickly she hopped forward, slamming her shield into his face. The force of the blow broke the giant's stride, and before he could recover, Erza had cut him 1, 2, 3 times, and as he brought his sword to bear again, Erza parried with her shield and stabbed him in the gut, before cutting at his thigh. The struggle was becoming brutal, Kenpeka's endurance seeming limitless, but Erza was winning. She had not been cut once, not since that one time before she released her Shikai, and her style was superior to the wild and untempered brutality of her opponent. Slowly but surely, she got one hit in here, another there. Like chipping away at a mountain it was, but she had a hammer to do it with. She knew it was only the beginning, though. Bankai was a strong weapon, but it would barely be enough when Kenpeka took a step back and laughed, holding his sword out to the side. I ain't sure if I'm pissed that you keep hidin' behind a shield, or havin' a blast, 'cause you're makin' me work for it, he said, rough joy permeating his voice. One thing's for sure, though, woman Yeri worth goin' all out for. Erza braced herself as he reached for his eye patch. She remembered it all too well, the terrifying, raw power he emitted when fully unleashed. In one swift, harsh move, Kenpeka pulled off the eye patch, and immediately his power exploded like a bomb, a shockwave emitting from his frame as the fabric of the afterlife's reality groaned and strained to adjust to his power. The earth trembled, turning everything in his immediate vicinity to dust, and Erza could see his riot suit, normally invisible to the naked eye, blazing a bright yellow, and for a second she could see the image of a skull above him, grinning at her grimly. Tonight, I'm gonna have myself a real good time, Kenpeka said with a grin, and stepped forward. So, don't stop me now. Demonstratively he held out his sword, and made a cut to his right into thin air. A massive blast of energy discharged, and every building within 100 yards of him was reduced to rubble instantly. Erza did not envy whoever had been caught in that. It looked as if he had wrecked an entire division. The houses on the edges of the blast looked bizarre, cut in half. She swallowed. For a moment, that old fear resurfaced, that fear of death, the horror he stood for, but then she remembered her anger, her fury, and she stood resolute. She was not who she once had been. She was strong now. You are powerful, Zaraki Kenpeka, she said firmly, taking a stance. But we are none of us invincible. Let's see what you have in the face of my Bankai. Bring it on, Kenpeka said, nodding approvingly. Quickly, Erza thumbed a rune on her regular armor, which Urahara thoughtfully had added for just such an occasion, and the straps magically came undone, the plated mail falling to the ground. Kenpeka curiously raised an eyebrow, but didn't question it. Erza flung her armor away and to the side, and held her sword out, her riot surging. Bankai! She roared the words out, and stared into the giant's eyes. Tetsukan Yasiitama. Dust was blown up generously from the ground, rushed up by the sheer discharge of raw power, rivaling even that of her demonic opponent. As it settled, her fully released form could be seen, glorious and resplendent. She wore armor, not unlike the one that she had worn just a second before, but more majestic, with a silver gleam, the same emblem of her old guild clearly visible on her chest. Little crosses were visible to the eye on its chest and shoulder plates. Her shield, which had been chipped and dented, was whole again, gleaming with splendor. "Ya lose armor, so ya can put on more armor," Kenpeka said with a chuckle. "Don't matter to me. Here I go." Like two titans, the two of them charged at each other, and they clashed with a sound like that of a thunderclap. Standing on a rooftop, mercifully spared from the devastation below, the one known to the Gotei 13 as Kuzajishi Yachiro surveyed the scene. Her beloved Kenchan was letting loose, and it filled her with joy to see him have this much fun, more than he'd had for centuries. It was sure to look like a war zone from down below, but from afar, one really got a sense of the destruction, entire blocks of buildings having been leveled, and more buildings continuing to crumble as the fight moved around. She smiled. It was a good sign. A grand sight, is it not? Yachiro blinked, and looked to her left. A tall man stood next to her, seemingly having appeared out of thin air, and it was obvious he was no Shinigami. He wore strange armor, covering him from tip to toe, and it gleamed with gold. Only his face could be seen, the visor on his helmet turned up. "Who are you, mister?" Yachiro said innocently. "Don't play dumb with me," the new arrival sneered. He smiled triumphantly, fixing his eyes on the fighting too. "Your cries are obvious to all, except the one who should hear them the most." Yachiro's innocent look disappeared, and she looked at the man. "Shouldn't your attention be elsewhere, mister?" "Oh, it is," he said confidently. "However, master can manage for a minute or two without my full attention. I so rarely get the chance to see a different perspective." "If you say so," Yachiro said, and shrugged. "You are pathetic, no Zarashi," Tetsu no Tama said, his gleeful smile never leaving his face. "What great and unimaginable misfortune it must be to be in your position." "You're not very nice," Yachiro said, and there was a hint of warning in her voice. "Worry not," Tetsu no Tama said, his voice sounding as if reverent before the situation, nearly trembling, "your pain will soon be at an end. He will die, as he well deserves, and you may welcome oblivion with him." "Don't underestimate him," Yachiro said firmly. "He's the strongest there is." "She won't," Tetsu no Tama said, a tremor of excitement breaking through his voice, so hardly strained to keep its composure. "That's why she will win, and he will lose." Yachiro shook her head. "Nobody can beat him. Nobody ever did, except that one lady." Tetsu no Tama sneered at her. "I'll see you on the other side, tormented spirit. When he lies dead and broken, we shall all be satisfied." Erza felt the collision shake every bone in her body, and felt in a moment as if she would shatter. Her sword cut deeply into his shoulder, and in the same instant his sword slammed against her shield. Immediately, it shattered under the sheer force of his strike. Roaring out his pleasure, he brought his sword up for another blow, sweeping at her down and up from the side. Erza barely caught his blade, parrying the blow, but as he pulled the sword upward, the force was too much, and she was flung off her feet, sent flying back and spinning around a full 360 degrees, before she desperately twisted her body and managed to land on her feet. Her knees cried out in protest, and the ground under her feet cracked as she still slid back. Kenpeka wasted no time, charging forward again with his sword raised, and Erza quickly grabbed her long sword in both hands, parrying his attacks. They came in quickly, much more quickly than a mere brute like him should be capable of. It was as if his excitement had allowed him to tap into skills he did not even use before. She had chosen to start off her Bankai in its base armor, which was fairly general. It made her a little tougher and a little stronger, but offered little besides that. Now, under the weight of Kenpeka's raw force, it was only barely enough. One strike glanced against her shoulder, and to her dismay, the blade not only nicked or dented the armor, but cut through it as well. Her armor, powerful as it was, would do little to stop a direct attack. But armor was far from the true strength of her Bankai. Just barely she caught one of the demon's attacks head-on, straining under the force of his strength, and rolled to the side. He stumbled forward, and it took him a second to change direction. Erza got to her feet, and the second was all she needed. "Requip, Heaven's Wheel!" she roared. In an instant, her resplendent base armor was gone, replaced by a lighter plate covered by a mesh of armored scales. Great metal wings took shape behind her back, formed from the same kind of scales. She was covered from top to bottom, leaving only her head free. With a thought, she dismissed her long sword, exchanging it for her twin katanas. Looking as battle-mad as ever, Kenpeki sped toward her again, but he was surprised to find her dodging under his guard, leaving a quick cut to his side as she ran past him. He turned around to pursue her, but Erza was already dashing back at him, moving her blades with ferocious speed. He cut at her with a sideways sweep, but she caught the blade with one of her own, redirected the force of his blow into the ground, and ran him through with her free blade. Undeterred, Kenpeki cut at her again, but Erza was fast now, her movements by far outdoing his own, and it seemed most strikes wouldn't even hit. She would simply dodge, evade, move out of the way, while leaving one cut after another at no expense to herself. Kenpeki stubbornly continued his assault, and Erza grunted with frustration. She was winning, in this form. Heaven's Wheel sacrificed protection for added speed, and it was exactly what she had needed. But the Med Captain was still unbelievably powerful, and it seemed like to him, defeat was something that happened to other people. It was time to up her game. Quickly moving back, covering 20 yards in a single second, Erza let her wings move. Kenpeki was hot on her heels, and she only barely had the time to let herself be lifted up into the air, out of reach of his sword. This had to be done quickly. Heaven's Wheel only allowed her to fly for so long. She still had not fully mastered her Bankai, not by a long shot. Hey! Kenpeki snarled. You get back down here. Don't shit on this with that bullshit. Be patient. Erza cried back, and circled around him. This won't take a minute. As she made her second circle around the man, soaring a good 30 feet above him, there was a glow in the air, and row upon row of swords manifested in the air, well above 24. Tenrin circle swords, a technique of old reborn in her Bankai, never before used in true combat. Dance, my swords! She cried, and the swords began to spin, each one taking aim for Kenpeki. The blades rained down, each one fixed on the demon captain. Kenpeki didn't even bother to dodge or block, simply keeping his eyes fixed on Erza up in the sky. A cloud of dust was kicked up as the swords impacted, and Erza swooped across the battlefield, trying to get a view. She could sense him, still there, still strong and blazing wildly. Stop kidding around! Kenpeki cried. The dust was settling, and the man casually pulled a sword out from just beside his neck, seeming unaffected by the foot or so of steel. He looked a little like a pincushion, most blades having hit, but few having done much damage. She had expected this, though. She made one last swoop, and while still in the air, both her arms and armor changed. The light scale plate exchanged for the fiery red flame Empress, enveloping Erza in blazing hot fire, and her swords for breaker, the two-handed axe. Her weapon burning almost white-hot, propelled forward by the momentum of flight, she cut hard at him, timing her strike perfectly. Rather than blocking, Kenpeki counterattacked, but Erza had anticipated this. She could feel his blade rip into her side as she twisted to the side, just as her axe connected in a wide sideways swing. It lodged firmly in the side of his chest, its fiery edge searing and burning his flesh. That's better. Kenpeki snarled, his face twisting a little, into a grimace. He was not entirely immune to pain, it seemed, although it did little to slow him down. Erza pulled free her axe just in time to dodge under a vicious horizontal cut, and hopped back. She wasn't done yet. She hopped back quickly, letting out a large gout of flame, creating a smoke screen between her and the Med Captain. Quickly, she let her armor change once more. Giant armor! She cried out, and around her the plate reshaped once more, bright yellow with a black cross on the chest and huge pauldrons covering her shoulders. In her hand, a lance had formed. This was a powerful weapon, one that could possibly end the fight, possibly. De Malevolence! Erza cried, and charged, thrusting the weapon forward, spearing Kenpeki squarely in the gut. The weapon was still difficult to use, one she could use only once per battle, but against a vicious brute like Kenpeki it was all she needed. Fast and furious, the lance propelled forward like a jet engine, leaving her hand, and Kenpeki immediately went flying in the direction of Erza's thrust. He slammed through several buildings on his way like they were made of papier-mâché, before finally colliding with a particularly thick storage building. As the spear at last ran out of momentum and stopped, it exploded, showering blood and gore from Kenpeka's gut. Erza raced after it, having switched to the Heaven's Wheel to reach him quickly, and noticed that she was already starting to tire. These quick switches were necessary, but each one drained her power. She had not yet mastered her Bankai, after all. Kenpeka stood up again, looking a bit like a sluggish boxer. The wound in his gut looked grievous, sure enough, but it seemed mostly to just seep a bit of blood. That lance, Erza knew, could have killed a Vastolord. Kenpeka was still there, still fit to fight. Now ya really got me going. He roared, and surged forward. Erza, shocked, brought up a sword to try to parry, but he batted it aside, and with one quick cut he slashed right through the armor like it were made of cloth, cutting Erza diagonally. Taken aback and in pain, Erza jumped back, her armor changing just in time to face the captain again. Thick, dark blue plate, stronger than anything else in her arsenal, it was her adamantine armor, aided and boosted by two triangular halves of a shield floating in front of her. This was the best defense she had, but it came at the cost of having no offense whatsoever. Kenpeka cut into her with wild abandon, seemingly redoubling his efforts, and Erza grit her teeth, her shield shaking under his blows. She had hoped foolishly that her lance attack would have finished him, or broken his back, or at least sent him reeling hard enough that she could continue to lay into him, hit him hard and fast. Instead, he was fighting back like a man possessed, and Erza couldn't even strike back. But, this bought her some time. Kenpeka batted away at her stubbornly, and her bones ached and rattled, but she had an idea. Slowly, she let her power surge. Can't hide forever. Kenpeka shouted, making Erza's defense tremble with each hit. I'm not planning to. Erza shouted back. Just for 1 second, her shields opened, and holding up her arm, 2 fingers pointed at her opponent, her entire form crackled with blue energy. Hado 44, Byakurai Kencheiji. She roared. The energy surged forward, electric and powerful, hitting Kenpeka point blank. It was one of the highest level offensive spells she was able to muster, having muttered the incantation as quickly as she dared. His body twisting under the energies, Kenpeka nevertheless remained standing. It had not been enough. Ya gotta do better, Kenpeka said through gritted teeth. The lightning dissipated, and he surged forward, head-butting her. She staggered, and with surprising agility, he swept her feet out from under her with one leg, landing on her back. That's a hella strong armor. Kenpeka hollered happily. Let's see how hard it is. Grabbing his sword with both arms, he stabbed down, pushing against her chest plate. The armor held firm, but creaked under the pressure, badly strained. Kenpeka grunted, pushing harder, and to her horror, Erza felt the tip of his sword against her skin. The first part done, the armor pierced, he started to push it firmly through, agonizingly slowly. Erza screamed, feeling his sword pierce her almost halfway through its length. Now that's hard work, Kenpeka said approvingly, and yanked out the sword. Erza gasped at the pain as it exited, and stumbled to her feet. He made no move to attack her, after all, what he wanted most was not to kill her, but to fight for as long as they both were able. It'll be harder still. Erza sneered, taking a couple of deep breaths. She was running low on energy, and she would soon be exhausted. She had used a lot of her Bankai's power in a very short time, and it took its toll, as did the grievous injuries Kenpeka had given her. Still, she would not give up. Even if victory was on the far end of a Google, you still tried. Requip, Morning Star. She roared defiantly, and her armor changed once more. A resplendent white plate covered her, 2 short cloaks in orange draped over her shoulders and round her waist, lined with yellow. It was her energy armor, one that would let her use Kido more naturally. It was not her strong suit, but at this point, she was willing to try anything. Surging into the air, twin katanas equipped, she swung her blades valiantly, and wave after wave of raw, destructive energies showered over Kenpeka. Just die. Erza screamed furiously, and realized that a small part of her actually wanted that. Yeah, gotta do better. Kenpeka cheerily cried back. Erza let out a frustrated groan. Mustering what energy she had left, she let her Ryotsu surge, almost to a dangerous level, blue energies coursing through her blades. It was about time she tried this, it should do the trick. Flying right at Kenpeke, she halted at the last second. Surprised, his guard was in the wrong place, but Erza wasn't looking to pierce his guard. She was looking to destroy him. Dragon Strike! She cried out with all her strength, releasing the energies as she cut forward with her swords. It had been so hot and so hard that it had nearly burned her, had nearly spiraled out of control. The blast had obliterated several nearby buildings, the excess force bouncing off Kenpeke alone having been enough to wreak havoc on them. The discharge, she would learn later, had been seen all across the Siriti. Surely this had to. Singed from the attack, and clearly not unhurt, Kenpeke stood tall as the dust settled. His shiakusho, already torn, was slashed to pieces, leaving his chest exposed, only parts of his pants remaining. "Good hit," he said simply. "My turn." Batting one of her swords aside, he came down with a quick vertical cut, slamming into Erza's shoulder. She saw it, tried to dodge, but it was too late. It cut deeply into her right shoulder. Erza staggered back, fresh blood soiling her white armor. Kenpeke gave her no respite, charging forward again, and Erza was hard-pressed to hold him back. Her wound slowed her arm, making it difficult to move her swords as quickly as she wanted. It was only a matter of time before he'd hit, and unlike Kenpeke, she couldn't afford to be hit like that more than a few times. Her steps quickened by lightning, she used a shunpo to move back, putting some distance between them. There was nothing for it. She had been foolish to not use it from the start. Taking a deep breath, she let the armor change once more, along with her weapon. As Kenpeke came at her once more, she stood tall in pitch-black plate mail, a massive, thick sword hefted in both hands, so large that it resembled more a slab of iron than an actual sword. A dark helmet covered her entire head. Purgatory armor. Render. Her two strongest, but most disliked pieces. They were both born from her darker side. Her anger, her fear, her despair. Tetsu no Tama was a reflection of herself, and like her, he too had felt these things. From them, he had forged arms and armor that fed on the chaos and fury of war, that fed on the adrenaline-fueled emotional instability of a true, genuine fight. She could feel him singing in her soul, eager to lock blades once more with the demon. Kenpeke came. She was ready. Catching his sword, she roared out angrily and pushed back, and to her surprise, she even overpowered him, forcing him to take a step back. Purgatory was strong in itself, but one of its greatest assets was how it made the pain become reduced. She barely felt her wounds anymore. This was as much a benefit as it was a danger, as she could bleed out, or overexert herself easily if it went on too long. She pushed those thoughts aside. She had to win. She cried out again, her voice sounding like an inhuman shriek, and she shoved the giant back, following up with a massive horizontal swing. Kenpeke brought up his sword as if to guard, as if he sensed the danger, but the sheer power of it was too much, and he only softened the blow. She drew blood as it slammed into him, and the raw power of her attack knocked him over. She was overcome by a desire to hit him when he was down, cut his head off. No. That was not who she was, even now. "Damn," Kenpeke muttered, getting to his feet. He looked even more sluggish now, and spat out a healthy amount of blood. "I ain't lost my footing, long as I can recall, really." Erza cried out again, charging forward. As if distant, she could feel her body protest, cry out in pain, but it was, like it was somebody else's hurt, somebody else's problem. Launching into a set of slow, heavy swings, she forced Kenpeke to stay defensive. Just a few more good hits like those. "Damn, woman," Kenpeke said, something profound in his voice. He deflected one of her attacks, and like Erza had done so many times, skipped a few steps back to gain some space. She could feel Tetsu no Tama inside her, crying "Kill him, kill him, kill him," but Erza restrained herself. A berserker, she was not. "If it keeps going like this, I'm actually gonna die," Kenpeke said simply, sounding like a drunk sobering up. "Never saw that oncoming." "Scared?" Erza spat, her voice distorted through her helmet. "No," Kenpeke said. He held out his sword. "Just means I gotta put my back into it. Let's see." He then grabbed his sword with both hands, taking a stance Erza recognized. Kendo. He actually knew that. She had used every bit she had in her arsenal. He had grabbed his sword by both hands. It was so absurd, she could have laughed, or cried, or roared with anger. But she did none of these things, instead resolutely charging forward. She was tired. So, apparently, was he. Render's raw power, and Purgatory's strength and offense would have to be enough. They both launched into heavy two-handed swings, slow only by the standards of elite fighters such as themselves. It was sobering to fight him like this. His sword held in both hands, his swings were equally as powerful as the slow, destructive swings of Render. Although his form was poor, no doubt seldom practiced, it was enough for him to keep up, tired and encumbered as Erza was. It was a shocking, even obnoxious realization that his style of wild berserkagon was by choice, not by nature. If only Render had been faster. It was her single most powerful individual sword. A few more solid hits would win her the fight, she was sure. But, this power came at the cost of speed. Normally, a Shinigami's weapon was light, made of spiritual particles rather than actual hard steel, but Render's power lay in raw force, and gathering it in sufficient amounts made the blade just as heavy as it looked. Kenpeka looked different, too. He was focused, his mouth a straight line, that overjoyed grin having given way to concentration. He was slower and weaker than before, and it became obvious that he, too, had his limits, that her attacks had done real damage. Then again, Erza, too, was slower, weaker. She considered changing armors again, a burst of speed would serve her well, but she didn't dare to. Expending more energy might burn her out entirely, and if she took off Purgatory, she would feel the full weight of her injuries and exhaustion. Even if she could possibly adjust to that, it was a risk she dared not take. So, she slugged away, ignoring the burning in her arms as she forced herself to lift her heavy blade again and again. Then, slowed by her armor and blade, she failed to guard herself. Kenpeka dodged under one of her heavy swings, stabbing forward with his sword. It caught her not far beneath her neck, running halfway through, and Erza let out a gurgle, her eyes widening. She spat blood, her grip on Render loosening. "Fuckin', finally!" Kenpeka grunted, out of breath himself. But, he had forgotten one thing. Where he had one sword, Erza had an armory. Grabbing hold of his wrist firmly with one hand, she let Render change into a spear, and thrusting forward, she returned the favor, her spear cutting right to the top and center of his chest. Tiredly, he tried to evade, but Erza's grip held firm, powered by desperation and sheer stubborn unwillingness to yield. For a few seconds they stood like so, both having pierced the other, both at the end of their ropes. Then, they shot each other a look of mutual understanding, and Erza let go of his wrist. In one motion, the two ripped their weapons free, and both would have yelped with pain if they'd had the strength left to do so. They both staggered, struggling to stay on their feet, both dazzled and dizzy by their many injuries, the blood they had lost, the hits they had taken. "Stand tall, my master!" Tetsu no Tama roared in her mind. "He is alone, but we are too. Victory is within our grasp. Stand tall just a little longer. You and I are fairy tale." Her sword had never referred to itself like that before, and something in the phrase, in that familiar name, stirred Erza to action. Half unconscious, she felt Render form in her hand again. Her arms, her entire body groaning in protest, she grasped the hilt, and lifted the sword again. It was held low, and when she struck it wasn't half as powerful as it should be, but it was enough. Kenpeka, still trying hard to stand up, brought his sword up by instinct to block, but it was too late. Like a club, the huge sword swung into his side, snapping his arm and slicing into his ribcage. The force knocked him over, and Erza knew she was finished. Render disappeared, its master too weak to maintain it, and her Bankai began to dissolve. She simply had no energy left with which to hold it. She felt her sword sealing itself, returning to its normal state, and her knees gave in. She sunk down, planting the sword in the ground simply to keep herself upright. For a couple of minutes she stood like so, trying simply to not fall unconscious. After a while, she managed to raise her head, open her eyes and see. They had wrecked most of everything around them. Everything she could see from where she stood looked like a war zone. Soon enough, When the dust settled and they could be sure the fight was over, there would be high-ranking officers. Kenpeka let out a groan, and Erza couldn't believe her eyes. He was awake, just like her. Gradually moving his one good hand, he propped himself up, slowly as if the weight of the world were on his shoulders. Struggling every step of the way, he forced himself up to a kneeling position, then started to stand. "Fuck me," he groaned. "You're something, all right." Using her sword as a crutch, ignoring the screams of protest running through her body, Erza forced herself to stand. He was still alive. No less, he was still holding his sword, as if ready to fight. It really was utterly unbelievable. He looked like he had gone through a meat grinder, his body covered in massive cuts, bruises, blood and gore, and there was barely any skin showing on his body through all the red. Erza suspected she didn't look much better, herself. "Ain't over, till it's over," Kenpeka said, stumbling forward and making ready for a vertical cut, slow, clumsy, and thrown off by exhaustion. Erza forced herself to react, but could barely move. Her sword had broken in half. She noticed when had that happened? Had she expended that much power? As the cut came toward her, she took a deep breath, and realized she probably had multiple broken ribs. Still, she summoned whatever fighting spirit she had left, and dodged under his slow, clumsy swing. All out of finesse, she stabbed her broken sword forward, running it into his wound-ridden gut. Roaring out, with strength she didn't knew she had, she pushed it into the hilt. Kenpeka grunted with pain. Fury rose in her chest again. She had done everything she could. She had given it all she had. She had taken pain and injury galore. How dared he still stand? She roared, out of her mind, and holding onto the hilt of her sword, she pushed forward and up. Kenpeka lost his balance, falling over her, but rather than collapse under his weight she hoisted him up over her head, speared on her broken sword like a pig on a sticker. Once she had lifted him as far as she could, she quickly pulled out her sword, took a step to the side, and as he fell down she caught his neck in a lariat, flipping him around entirely. He landed with a loud slam, the ground beneath him shaking, and Erza stood over him, victorious. He was not getting up this time. She breathed heavily, looking at her opponent's mauled, broken form. He was still breathing, still alive despite all this, and she realized this had been the single hardest fight of her entire life. She had narrowly beaten Kenpeka, demon of Zaraki, champion of the Godai and wanton murderer. He lay before her feet, helpless. "End it," Tetsu no Tama said excitedly. As if sensing her thoughts, Kenpeka looked up at her, somehow not yet entirely unconscious. "Gonna finish it." Erza stared at him blankly. Part of her wanted to. Part of her wanted this destructive murderer gone. He didn't deserve mercy. He was one of the worst things about the Godai. But another part of her looked at a broken, beaten opponent, helpless to defend himself, and knew that to murder a murderer still made one a murderer. "Why?" she snarled, struggling to stay upright. That little surge of power had left her dizzy, weaker than before. "Why all this? Why do you kill people? And why didn't you kill Ichigo or Renji?" "Killin'," Kenpeka muttered. "Ain't about killin'. Never was." "So, what, then?" Erza snarled. "Coming at people with a sword isn't about killing." "Fun," Kenpeka said quietly. "'S all about fun. Ain't nothing in the world I live for more 'n havin' a good time. Nothin's a good time, except fightin'. Erza balled her fist. "What a sick and mad mind that made for. You're a killer." "Sometimes," Kenpeka admitted. "If you're gonna kill me, get on with it. I die like this, I die a happy man. But talkin', that ain't my strong suit. Go ahead." He closed his eyes, and Erza sensed the shift in his Ryatsu as he fell truly unconscious. She could, even in this state, cut into his neck and take his head off. Not even he could survive that. Tetsu no Tama would love and respect her more than ever. Her friends would understand. Nobody would know it was murder. Nobody would know except Erza. That was the crux of it. She would know. Letting out a frustrated noise, She turned her back on Kenpeki and started waddling back in the general direction she knew she had left Ichigo. She had priorities, after all. To hell with Kenpeki. To hell with everything else. She had to look out for her own. Rangiku bit back the urge to groan. Being skewered was not a pleasant sensation, it was easily the fourth worst thing that had ever happened to her. But, although she carried herself more like a cheery socialite than a warrior, and although she preferred the shopping lanes to the practice yard, she was a soldier. When it mattered, as it did now, she knew how to bite her tongue and do what had to be done. So, she had done what she could for Ichigo, and then for Renji. The two of them were stable, although still unconscious. Which was for the best, given the state they were in. Her first aid had been pretty basic, as she was only as capable with medical keto as could be expected for the typical vice captain. She had stopped the blood flow, muttered a few spells to reduce the pain, and dared to add a little something to boost their natural healing factor. It had been all she could do, and after that had been finished, then and only then had she tried healing herself. Walking was a pain, literally so. She had considered moving the two of them as the fight ensued, but decided against it. Being moved now could make things worse, and she could just about walk normally with some effort. Carrying a grown man, that was another thing altogether. So she had sat huddled by a wall, watching over Ichigo and Renji, seeing the battle. There had been flashes of keto, huge tremors, and explosions, and a flash of light that everyone across the Siridi were sure to have seen. It had sent shivers of terror down her spine, thinking of the two of them fighting. Rangiku had known Erza back in the day, and she had been monstrously powerful. Driven, strong, determined to be better. But Zaraki Kenpeki had always been in a class of his own. It was rumored only the eldest of the captains would be able to handle him if he ever turned against them. Now Erza was fighting him, and judging by the way the fight went on it had to have been an hour, at least she wasn't going down easily. Ironically, but not unexpectedly, Kenpeki had done far more damage to the Siridi than any Ryoka could dream of. Then the Ryotsu signatures, which had blazed so strongly, began to weaken over time. Then, they went quiet entirely, returning to levels low enough that they couldn't easily be sensed, and Rangiku knew that Erza had died. "You poor soul," she muttered to herself, feeling oddly moved. A traitor dying, albeit an old friend, shouldn't mean that much. Sitting back, waiting for the reinforcements that would surely come in as the dust settled, she simply continued watching over her charges. Slowly, she closed her eyes. What a day! It was no small surprise to her when she first felt it. Weak, worn but not beaten, pulsating like a heartbeat, like any Ryotsu would. It couldn't be. She opened her eyes, and looked down the street. Looking more like a mangled corpse than a healthy soul, there was Erza Scarlet, limping down what was left of the street, taking each step like it was her last. Gaping, Rangiku just stared. What on earth? How had Kenpeki lost? How are they? Erza rasped as she came within speaking range, against all reason still walking and talking. Rangiku mumbled, still gaping. Snapping herself out of her shock, she managed, fixed them up. Best I can. They'll live, but they need healing. So do I. Erza nodded, looking exhausted. She seemed even worse up close. She had been stabbed and cut all across her body, and had her clothes been white, they would surely have been dyed a messy red by now. How are you still alive? Rangiku said, too taken aback to think of anything else. I'm not sure about that myself, Erza muttered. He's okay, though. She pointed at Ichigo. Ish? Rangiku nodded. To her further surprise, Erza bent over with a groan, and picked up Ichigo in a bridal carry, like before. Are you crazy? Rangiku exclaimed. You look half dead. You should be lying down, not walking, much less carrying somebody else. Nothing, for it, Erza groaned. Renji and you'll get medical attention from fourth. Ichigo and we still have work to do. You're insane. Rangiku nearly shouted, forgetting about her own pain. You're almost out of Reishi entirely, you're looking like a walking corpse, and the least you should do is sit back and let yourself be taken in. Anohana will see you back in shape, even if you're an enemy. Can't, Erza said, shaking her head. Not finished yet. You're impossible. Rangiku scoffed. Good luck getting out of here without being caught, in that state. Erza smiled, which looked terrifying more than reassuring in her current state, and said, Thank you, Rangiku. Don't mention it, Rangiku muttered. Erza turned around, and started walking away, with Ichigo in her arms, limping all the way. Damned fool! Rangiku cried out, but her heart wasn't in it. To think Kenpeki was beaten by Erza Scarlet. There was no other possible conclusion, and the very thought scared her. Erza Scarlet, just what kind of enemy had she become? Chapter 42, Consequences and Chaos. Groggy and tired, Isane stepped out of bed and headed for the kitchen. The Shinigami were different from humans in many marked ways, but in others also very similar, and nowhere was this more apparent than in the absolute necessity for coffee to get your day started. With the accuracy of a near-zombified, mostly asleep addict who had done this 1,000 times before literally, and then some, she brewed a pot, her routine only interrupted by the odd yawn. The first mug took forever to cool, it seemed, and the scalding sensation as it went down her throat woke her up as much as the caffeine. More awake now, she yawned again, and sat down by her kitchen table for a bit. A hell butterfly was waiting for her, and after receiving its message she was glad to be a bit dazed. Still, the emergency from yesterday had gone from bad to worse, and she was needed at the division post-haste. Normally, Isane would be there already, but her workload, which was intense as it was, had been more than doubled as wounded started to flood in from scraps with the Ryoka. Remarkably, there had been no casualties as of yet, although more than a few broken bones, concussions and flesh wounds. Isane had seen to it with due speed, but she had already been doing a long enough shift as it was. Captain Anohana was very strict when it came to medical procedure, and one rule was that a poorly rested doctor was a bad doctor, and bad doctors got people killed. So she had been sent home to get a good night's sleep. She hadn't slept quite as well as her captain had hoped, although not out of concern or worries. Now more awake, she headed back to the bedroom. It was about time she woke up. As she passed through the hallway to her bedroom, she saw it on the floor. She had been too dazed to notice before, but she saw it. There was a small drip of, surely it couldn't be blood? Curiously, she headed toward her living room. There was indeed the slightest spattering of blood. Not far from it, another. There was a trail, actually, from the door and inside, small but noticeable when you knew what to look for. Anxious, not thinking very clearly, she stepped inside the living room, still dark, the sun had not yet fully risen. Her mouth fell agape, and her coffee mug fell to the floor with a clatter, spilling its contents over a simple rug. Erza was not really aware of how she had managed to get here. She had snuck off in the night, making her way through the ruins. Having hid behind some rubble, she had evaded the patrols, the reinforcements, all of them rushing toward the epic entree of her titanic clash with Kenpeki. Her Ryotsu was weak now, so weak she didn't even bother to try and hide it. Through some miracle, she had not only stayed awake, not only managed to carry Ichigo, but actually made her way here undetected. She had hid Ichigo in a warehouse not far from here. She was vaguely aware that she was in Isane's apartment, and although she couldn't really remember walking in here, it made sense. Isane was an old friend and a skilled healer, and both of those were things she needed right now. When she heard the clatter, it took a few seconds for her to register it. She had been sitting down on a couch, her eyes closed, without much of a plan. She opened her eyes, and looked at the image of Isane, gaping like a fish. She said tiredly, "Hi. Long time no see." Isane gaped for some time more, before putting her hands to her mouth. It was Erza, that much was clear. But that registered second, what she saw first was somebody mangled, so beaten up and injured that it was a wonder she could have slipped in here at all. Her shiakusho was torn and hung loose from her body, revealing deep cuts and stab injuries. Part of her face had welled up, a nasty bruise covering most of the left side, and her right arm hung limp by her side. With her left, she lamely waved at Isane. Hi. Long time no see." It was such a bizarre thing to say, as if there wasn't 20 years of time lost between them, as if there wasn't treason, as if Erza wasn't the leader of an insurrection against the Godii, as if she wasn't sitting there looking half dead. What the hell? Isane mumbled. Erza started, I know me asking this is gonna be difficult, but, there's a boy out there with terrible injuries who needs medical attention. She forced herself to stutter through the words, feeling dizzy from the fight still. She might have gotten a concussion, her head hurt something fierce, although it seemed light compared to everything else on her body. Are you serious? Isane hissed, her voice a noisy whisper, the sound of somebody who wanted to shout, but couldn't. I got nobody else to turn to, Erza said, but she was cut off. You come to me looking like this, and you ask for help for somebody else. Isane snapped. Goodness, you haven't changed a bit, have you? This. Erza said groggily, making the sort of poorly balanced, lazy gesture with her hand that only those drunk or delusional with pain would make. Nothing. Alive. Be just fine when I got a rest. Don't joke around. Isane snapped. What the hell happened to you? Erza was about to answer, but a sleepy voice came from the doorway of the bedroom. Isane. You okay in there? Why yeah, it's fine. Isane snapped, almost panicking. There's coffee in the kitchen. Good. Erza caught a faint glimpse of Nemu, wearing nothing but a well-used night shirt, heading into the kitchen. You wait here. Isane hissed at her. I'll go get rid of her, and in the meantime, don't you make a peep. And no problem. Erza muttered. She closed her eyes again, as Isane headed back out to the kitchen. The first thing she noticed was that she felt no pain. For a moment she wondered if she'd died and gone to heaven, but her mind now clear, she realized the absurdity of that thought. She looked around, and saw the familiar sight of the marble palace. Tetsu no Tama, then. Climbing the stairs into his domain, she saw the damage, just like before, many of the pillars cut in half or overturned, much of the floor wrecked or cracked, statues and vases shattered. But it didn't look nearly as bad as the last time. And, she noticed as she got closer, Tetsu no Tama had a triumphant smile on his face, even though his golden throne was damaged, cut, and scratched. It was wide enough to almost be considered a grin. So? She said uncertainly. She wondered what he'd think of her, having denied such an urgent request, to kill the demon of Zaraki. He seemed to be in a good mood, though. My master. He said, standing up eagerly, rubbing his hands together. Victory is ours. He could have said more, but the cheery, triumphant tone was plenty. He was fulfilled, Erza could feel it, overjoyed, elated and fulfilled, an old wrong now righted. At no small cost, Erza muttered. She looked at her body, which in this world was whole and unbloodied, and she did not look forward to having to go back. Pain is the price of power, Tetsu no Tama said dismissively. I feel it the same as you, my master, but I revel in it. I savor it. It is the freshest and finest reminder of the reality of our triumph. It was foolish, Erza growled. I came here on a mission. Dare not diminish what we accomplished. He sneered. We defeated one of the greatest champions the afterlife has ever seen, a warrior of legend. A monster and a brute, whose raw power and malice is renowned and feared among the greatest. Such a deed will live in history, and we shall be told of as the victors. He, the greatest of the Godii, came at us with all he could manage, and he lost. Our faith, our power, and our perseverance has been rewarded. Our hard work justified. Do you deny these things, O Master? I do not. Erza said quietly. I enjoyed defeating him. He is a monster, and he deserved to be put in his place. Tetsu no Tama's eyes glowed with satisfaction, and his smile widened. So I know. So I feel inside you, Master, as you sense my feelings. You wanted him dead? Erza said flatly, unwilling to let the matter lie for too long. So I did, Tetsu no Tama said. He sat back down on his throne, lazily resting one leg over his knee. He is a mongrel, a rabid dog, pond scum that knows neither honor nor pride nor glory, a beast that lives only for self-indulgence, with no purpose other than feeding his pseudo-masturbatory obsession with violence. I despise him. His existence is not justified. You hate him. He dared humiliate and defeat us, the Zanpakuta spirit sneered. Hatred is only appropriate for such an indignity. Yet, you let him live. Why, master? His tone was not harsh, but inquisitive. His good mood had not left, Erza knew. Just how she knew she wasn't sure, she just did. Perhaps that was the bond between Zanpakuta and master. My mind was not clear at the time, she said evasively. Undoubtedly, he said, nodding in agreement, but to say so is to suggest you might have taken his life if your mind was clear. Do not be dishonest with me, master. No, I did not kill him. I wanted to, at least in part. I wanted to shear his head from his shoulders for all the death and misery he has on his conscience. So why did you not? Erza said hesitantly, I had a choice. In the heat of battle, I would perhaps feel some regret if I had killed him, although not much. But the moment he lay defeated before me, helpless to resist, it changed. To kill the defenseless is murder. It is dishonorable. It is cowardly. Even for a mongrel beast such as he. Tetsu no Tama said scrutinizingly. He still smiled at her, and she felt this was another one of his tests. To be honest, it was not dishonor that held me back, Erza said. It is not honorable, but honor is not what concerns me here. Oh. There are some lines I never want to cross, Erza said firmly. Mayhap I will one day be forced to take a defenseless life. I hope I never will. But to take a life, to commit murder, that makes you not a killer, but a murderer. I am not a murderer. Not even for somebody such as he. You spared him, but you may well find cause to regret it in the future. What if he were to slay somebody dear to you in retaliation? If you're willing to become a murderer for a good reason, what's to stop you to become a murderer for a bad reason? Erza said stubbornly. Slowly, Tetsu no Tama chuckled, turning into full-blown laughter. It was odd, she couldn't even sense an ounce of sarcasm or mockery. He just seemed pleased. It was weird. He had to have noticed the look on her face, because he quieted down, a wide smile still on her face. It is such a strange order of things, my master. What is? You would think that Blade and Master would believe similarly. It is how we are constructed after all, to be like our masters. Yet I cannot find it in my heart to agree with you on this at all. You are a reflection of me, Erza said cautiously, but you are also your own. Why this is so, I couldn't tell you. Indeed. He shook his head. I cannot agree. The mongrel's head should have been severed and put on a spike to warn all of our power. Yet at the same time, I understand you, my master. I understand why you believe as you do. It makes sense, even if I believe you are wrong. So you won't take your powers away from me, then? Erza said, daring to let a little sarcasm in. They are secure and solid as granite. He said firmly. You are once again honest with yourself, true to your beliefs, and our victory, of course, does not hurt. Erza nodded. I am glad. Tetsu no Tama nodded back, regally, and with dignity. That is all, my master. See to repairing your body, and I shall repair my castle. Quickly, the marble palace disappeared, and Erza, to her frustration, felt the aches and pains of her injuries. Groaning a little, she tried not to move, but just breathing was enough to remind her of what she had been through. Luckily, though, it seemed like Isane was managing to get Nemu out of there, whatever she had been doing there. It was rude to listen in, she knew, but she couldn't not hear them. I'm fine, really, she heard Nemu say. You're sure? Isane said, genuine concern in her voice. I'm sure I could talk to Captain Anohana. I have to get back, and you know that. Nemu sounded much warmer than Erza had ever remembered. In fact, she had never heard her speak in any tone except her quiet, dispassionate, almost robotic voice. Now, she sounded affectionate. Oh okay, Isane said. Still, when will I see you again? Soon enough, probably, Nemu said. Erza heard the sound of what was unmistakably a kiss, and then the door opening and closing as Nemu left. Not long after, Isane hurried back in, not looking terribly happy. So, she said, her arms crossed, still wearing her nightshirt, what in the world happened to you? Isaine did not sound like she was in the mood for anything but a direct answer, and Erza wanted to keep her happy. Not much to hide, anyway the news were bound to have spread by now. Ran into Kenpeke, Erza said, and groaned. Dear God. Isaine said, paling. I won, Erza added, not without pride. Are you serious? Isaine quipped, momentarily distracted from the absurdity of the situation. Never much for bragging, me, Erza muttered. You know that. I do. I believe you. It's just, he's Kenpeke. I know, Erza said, not without satisfaction. Don't you sound so smug. Isaine sneered. Here you are, bleeding all over my couch, coming in unannounced. Sorry about that. Erza muttered. 20 years. Isaine exclaimed frustratedly. Not a peep, not the smallest hint, not a word, and dash. She actually tore at her hair, looking more upset than Erza could ever remember seeing her. Isaine, she said, forcing her voice to be firm and steady, I'd love to talk to you, but right now, I need you to either turn me in or patch me up. I think I'll pass out soon if you don't. Isaine took a deep breath, looking at her with a mix of anger and concern, before finally her face softened. Drawing a very deep sigh, she said. Wait here. I'll be right back. Can do, Erza said weakly. If she had been a bit stronger, she would perhaps remark that she wasn't exactly in any state to go anywhere to begin with. Presently Isaine returned, carrying an unwieldy black cloth bundle, which turned out to be a well-supplied medical kit. As Isaine set it down on the table, opening it and grabbing a pair of sharp scissors, Erza could see medical alcohol, bandages, pre-prepared keto runes, 101 small items, each one no doubt useful. That was Isaine all right, proper, and practical. What you gonna do with those? Erza said groggily, as Isaine came closer with the scissors. Shut up and let me work. Isaine said, and with a safe and well-practiced hand, she started cutting up Erza's already torn shiakusho. In a matter of minutes, Erza had been stripped entirely, the bloodied, torn pieces of cloth discarded. You'd be surprised how often you need a good pair of scissors, Isaine muttered. She took a closer look at Erza's injuries, plentiful and red, her entire body dyed red with cluttering, drying blood. Good Lord, you look like... Isaine shook her head. I'm trying to think of a metaphor, but I can't think of one that's exaggerated enough. You look like you were run over by Kenpeke. Pretty much, Erza said, nodding weakly. All right, lie down. Can you do that? Isaine said, and gently took Erza by the arm. With some effort, and more than a little groaning, Erza was stretched out on the couch. Damn. Isaine muttered, nervously running a hand through her own hair. Normal medical keto won't cut it, not the field variety. I'll need to sanitize every major cut, stitch it up, and then apply specialized keto for each individual body part. It'll take hours. What about your job? Erza said, staring up into the roof. I'll come up with something. The captain's understanding, Isaine said dismissively. Erza grit her teeth as Isaine started to clean out the first wound with an alcohol solution, and through the fresh pain she marveled at her old friend's attitude. She had come in unannounced, a traitor still, and no doubt given Isaine a shock. But still she had immediately started to treat her, an enemy, rather than call it in like most other officers would. She was a doctor through and through, and, Erza suspected, a friend even after all these years. So, Erza said, keen to distract herself from the pains, you and ouch you and Nemu, huh? Why yeah. Isaine mumbled, carefully dabbing a long laceration across Erza's chest. How'd that happen? It's messed up, Isaine said, and there was something in her voice, something like despair that had been around long enough to be an old friend. You know how her father is. He is scum. Erza said with gusto, moving her head up. Keep calm, or it will be harder for me, Isaine said calmly. Yes, well as it is, she needs a doctor every now and then. She's his punching bag. She heals fast, but Captain Anohana wouldn't let it stand that he just does that to her without treatment. I've been looking out for her since. I mean, well back in the day when you were still, loyal, Erza said bluntly. That. So I mean, she leaned on me. A lot. People think she's like a robot or something, just because she's an artificially created soul, but it's not true. I found that out myself. She was getting a bit flustered, Erza could tell. Well, somewhere along the line we became more than doctor and patient. She trailed off. I understand, Erza said, nodding. She wasn't so clueless that she didn't know there were women who preferred women, or men who preferred men, but she hadn't really met anyone like that until now. She had no particular opinion on it, but she knew that Isane was the one fixing her up right now, and more importantly, a friend. I get to see her when he's hit her badly, and that's about it, Isane said, sounding tired. It's been that way all the time. We've kept it to ourselves. Because you're both. Because of what he might do, Isane said firmly. I think my captain knows, though. Erza nodded, still digesting this knowledge. 2 women. She wasn't sure how that worked. Then again, she wasn't all too sure how it worked between a man and a woman either. It occurred to her that, in fact, she had never been in a romantic relationship at all, so she was not one to judge anything. But don't you try and distract me. Isane said firmly, a bit of anger returning to her voice as she continued her work, cleaning Erza's wounds one by one. You have some explaining to do, Erza Scarlet. 20 years. Erza mumbled. Yes, 20 years. 20 years, after them showing all this evidence you were a traitor, after hours of being interrogated by the stealth force, what happened, Erza? You don't think I did it, Erza said with a smile. Briefly, Isane paused. You stupid idiot, she said, letting out an exasperated sigh. I told you, there was evidence. You don't believe it, or you wouldn't have asked, Erza said, almost cheerily. Isane shook her head, and resumed her work. I don't think you pretended or put on a fake persona. I've worked as a therapist, if you recall, and I can read people well enough that I can usually tell when they're lying. Only psychopaths can lie that convincingly, and you're not a psychopath. You had a lot of friends who knew you, but did you tell even one of them of your past? Why you mean? Erza muttered. I don't think anyone missed the news of that. Isane shook her head. It's one thing to hear about a massacre, and to hear what its survivors thought. You seemed normal, but I always wondered, was it that? Was that what made you change? It's not unusual for that sort of trauma to drastically alter a personality. No, Erza muttered, both glad to have her friend give her the benefit of the doubt, and uneasy to be reminded of that incident. It wasn't that. Maybe it made me more vulnerable, but that wasn't it. Well, what happened? Isane insisted, and took out needle and thread. Erza drew in a sharp breath as Isane started making the first stitch. Erza said. She was getting tired of telling the same story, but Isane deserved something, at least. The short of it. I can't tell you the whole of it, but in a nutshell, I'm guilty but not as guilty as they say I am. The evidence against me is most likely tampered with, and there's also an unseen force acting in the Godi intent on its destruction. She said the words quickly, hoping they would seem believable enough. That's it. Isane said skeptically. As much as I can give you, Erza said. Believe it or don't believe it. What do you say, therapist? You don't seem to lie, Isane muttered, making another stitch, but then again, you could also be delusional. But still you're not calling for my arrest. Who's to say I won't? Isane said sharply. Despite the pains, Erza's face split into a stupid-looking grin. You won't. I could. Isane insisted, with the tone of a person trying to sound stern, angry, and authoritative, and failing on all 3 counts. I could have officers here within 5 minutes, I'll have you know. Yes, you could, Erza said cheerily. You won't, though. You're impossible, Isane said frustratedly. Pretty much. Isane muttered something inaudible, and gave Erza a sullen look. Erza Scarlet, you're either the most genuine, most difficult to disbelieve person I ever met, or the most cunning, conniving psychopath known to history. You do believe me, Erza said, her grin going wider. I didn't even have to get stabbed this time. Shut up and let me work, Isane said irritably, but there was no mistaking it. Although upset, although shaken, and a little irritable, Isane believed in Erza. She hadn't been kidding about the keto, though it was well over 4 hours later when the two of them stumbled out into the Godai, against Isane's protests, Erza in a borrowed set of Shinigami robes, to find Ichigo. The sun had just risen, and from a rooftop, well hidden from view through the power of his sword, Aizen Soushik sat. Lazily, he was letting his legs hang free. It was unlike him to relax, to sit almost lackadaisical, but with what he had accomplished, with what was to come, he felt entitled to laze around for a few minutes. It wasn't as if anyone would see, anyway. He had come to admire his handiwork, to personally see how it would come across to whoever found it first. The corpse doll, aided as it was by his illusions, looked perfect. Blood smeared across the wall, pinned and stuck up like an insect, it was a sight sure to make an impact. Never do anything halfway unless there was a good reason to, such was his line of thinking. The body of Aizen Soushik would not be found curled up in an alleyway with a small trail of blood, it was crucified and held aloft for all to see. The image was sure to get a rise out of old Yamao, how he'd have loved to see the old bastard's reaction, as things started to spiral out of control. But he stopped himself. Gloat after victory was complete, not before. Not that everything wasn't going just as he had planned, but still. He intentionally let his thoughts drift elsewhere. He had already thoroughly admired his own craftsmanship, as near perfection as it could be given the time he spent on it, so what else was there? Well, yesterday had been more amusing than he would ever have expected. His last days in this miserable waste of potential called the Godai. Anticipation for his coming victory had filled him with zest, not frustration, not as much as he had thought. Having met her again had even put him in a good mood. She had become quite interesting. Striking out on her own had only emphasized her character. He hoped she had gained as much in terms of vision. Inferior, of course, but admirable nonetheless. He had sensed her bout with Zaraki Kenpeki, observing it keenly without his eyes. That she had beaten the Med Dog would surprise all of the Godai, he was sure, but he himself viewed it as no less than what she should be capable of. If she hadn't, she would be unworthy of the respect he had shown her. Insofar as Aizen had an opinion on Zaraki, aside from viewing him with the same quiet contempt he regarded all captains with, it was that he was a shameful waste of talent. He had the capacity to be the greatest swordsman in the universe aside from Aizen himself, of course, but not only did he waste that, but intentionally suppressed it. It was disgraceful. That Erza, a fighter valuing technique over power, should defeat him, that was only right. Then, he sensed a Ryotsu signature approaching in the distance, and his lips curled up into a small smile. What delightful a turn of fate, that the first to come past his art would be Hinamori Momo. Little Hinamori. He remembered with clarity how they had parted ways last night, him having said his goodbyes without her having been any wiser. Hinamori. The words were warm, inspiring calm and confidence, and his little lapdog immediately lit up. The division was a mess. Aizen had felt with perfect clarity how one of the Ryoka had given her a run for her money, destroying much of it in the process. She was stressed, he could tell, despite the brave mask of confidence that she so tenaciously kept up. Seeing him, however, had lifted her spirits greatly, and together they had coordinated recovery efforts, military reports, the 1,001 things that were necessary for a division in these chaotic times. Aizen had not even resented the work, fulfilling his duty with the relief of a worker knowing he had 5 minutes left of his shift before he could finally go home. Captain Aizen. Hinamori replied, looking up from the site she had been overlooking, a barracks still undergoing emergency repair from cursing, grunting Shinigami. Would you speak with me in my office? She looked surprised. Yes sir. But the efforts can wait, he said dismissively, and smiled. You have done an excellent job in my absence. I am sure it won't collapse without you. Her cheeks flushed with the praise, and Aizen felt a little sorry for her. She was a servant who craved approval from a superior to feel validated, so talented yet so ignorant. Of course, sir, she said, nodding cheerily, and, Aizen noted, with some relief. This had been one of the toughest tests the division had faced for years, decades even, and she had held up well. Then again, the stress was probably just as much related to her fixation on Erza. Part of him was surprised she hadn't dropped everything and chased after her like a schoolgirl fawning after her crush. The two of them walked into his office, luckily still intact, and he motioned for her to sit down. "I am terribly sorry I was so late," he said faux apologetically, now relishing his deception. "The Captain Commander's call is absolute, as you well know." "Oh, do not worry, sir," Momo said spiritedly. "I just followed your example, and kept calm and carried on. The others just sort of followed my lead." Modest too, although she was certainly not so self-deprecating as to not know the extent of her skill as a leader. "You did well nonetheless. You were, in fact, the only vice-captain to win a battle today." Momo's jaw fell open for just a second. "No." Aizen nodded. Vice-captains Kira and Hisagi were defeated by ruthless and powerful Ryoka. They survived and are recovering with minor injuries, I am told. "So not only did you hold this division together, a feat in and of itself, but your combat skills seem to reign superior as well." He could see her beam with pride, mixed with genuine concern for her friends, and deeply wished he could laugh. She said, blinking, "I am so grateful for your commendation, Captain. You said, the others would be all right." "Fully recovered, so Captain Anohana tells me," he said reassuringly. "Second divisions send their thanks as well." They had not, but why not embellish? "You have indeed done well. The division is in good hands. Under your leadership." Momo cut in quickly. "I only thought to myself of what you would do, sir, and I tried to do that." "Oh, if only she knew." "I am glad," he said. Putting on his kindest, most reassuring smile, he looked her in the eye. "Time to make what would come sweeter still. Should anything happen to me, I will know my vice-captain can hold this division up." "Don't say that, Captain," Momo said fiercely. "Our time comes to us all, Hinamori," he said melodramatically, and he felt like anyone else would have recognized it as deliberate. Momo, swept up by emotion, did not. "In troubled times such as these, we have plenty to be wary of. After all, if they can defeat our elites, then captains may not walk safely either." "She wouldn't do that," Momo blurted out, and Aizen could tell by her face she had not meant to. Quickly she added, "I mean that's not her style." "Your faith in friendship is truly heartwarming, Hinamori. I only hope life will not give you cause to doubt them." "It won't," Momo said, seeming relieved she hadn't been reprimanded. "Enough so," Aizen said dismissively. "We have both worked hard, and so have all our members as well. I shall go wrap things up outside, and then go sleep. I suggest you do the same." "Yes, sir," Momo said obediently. Momo ran, a sense of excitement coursing through her. Her captain had been gone by the time she had woken up, no doubt out on some important errand. She herself had barely stopped to wolf down a rice ball for breakfast before rushing out herself, leaving the third seat in charge. It'd be a hefty burden for the man, but Momo could wait no longer. Officially, she was on a quick run to the other divisions to share and update intelligence regarding the Ryoka situation. To herself, in her heart, she was taking her first step to finding Erza. Word had reached them of her having clashed with Zaraki Kenpei, although she knew of no information that confirmed anything with any certainty. They were loose rumors, and Momo insistently pushed away the thoughts of what might have happened. The demon of Zaraki was a truly terrifying enemy to face. She dashed around a corner, and elatedly skipped forward. She would first head to 6th, then. It took a few seconds to register, and when it did, Momo slid to an abrupt halt before her mind could even catch up. The first thing she realized was the blood, dry, sticky, almost brown, having run down the wall copiously. She raised her head, and looked up. She opened her mouth and screamed. The shriek could be heard for well over a block down, ear-piercing and heart-rending. If the noise wasn't enough to make it known something was wrong, then the abrupt pulse of Momo's Ryotsu reacting to her emotions was. Feeling her pain, broadcasted like the beam from a lighthouse, Listen Strauss and Shihei Hisagi were the first to drop whatever they were doing and run toward her. Momo had sunk to her knees, eyes wide and mouth gaping. Her hands had found their way to her face, pressing into her cheeks hard enough to leave a mark. She felt as if she had run into a wall, as if the air had been knocked out of her lungs. "Captain Eisen," she said, barely managing to speak, her words barely even a whisper. "Captain Eisen." Now the words came, loud and strong, and Momo once again cried out like a wounded animal. Blood sprayed all across the far end of a division barracks wall. The body of her captain hung suspended, some 10 feet up in the air. His face, normally so noble and kind, embodying everything a captain should be, hung limp and lame. A trail of blood ran down to his chin. It looked morbidly like he had spilled sauce while eating, the blood having turned more brown than red by now. The horrifying image before her robbed him of his dignity as well as his life. To Momo, though, this was not the first, second, or third thought on her mind. She was trying to process it, to understand the unfathomable, that her beloved captain, kind and understanding, was no longer alive, that he had been foully murdered in the night. Feverishly, the thought entered her mind that it couldn't be real, that it couldn't be true. With the desperate concentration of a maniac, she reached out, sensing for his energy, hoping desperately that it would not be there. To her horror, though, it read exactly as you would expect of a dead Shinigami, his presence there, his energy fading, decomposing, as it evaporated and became one with the soul society. Momo cried out again, blind to anything but the pain. Lisina was the first to arrive, and the first she saw naturally was Momo, down on her knees and crying out, sounding like something inhuman, like something Lisina had only ever seen in soldiers too traumatized by military action to act or even think like normal people. The second thing she saw, naturally, was Eisen Saushik. For a second, she felt that sinking feeling, like a punch to the gut, but she composed herself. She had seen enough death in her time to not let it faze her, not outwardly, at least. Captains died, too. But, what could have done this? It was beside the point. Quickly she ran up to Momo, grabbed the smaller woman by the shoulders, and forcefully twisted her around, forcing her eyes away from the morbid spectacle before them. Sinking down to her knees, she pulled Momo into a hard, firm hug, mostly to keep her still. She was shaking almost uncontrollably. "Don't look," she said harshly, her arms wrapped around Momo, one hand pushing the fifth vice captain's head into her own shoulder. "Don't look at him, Momo." Momo let out something unintelligible, and her shoulders shook, her arms almost instinctively returning the hug. She was letting out sobbing sounds, and Lisina felt some relief. Crying was a good way of processing grief, holding it in could mean it festered and did more damage over time. With Momo in her arms, Lisina now faced the spectacle herself. What on earth was this? Eisen was dead, that was clear. He had to have been slain recently, within the last 6 or so hours, judging by the coagulation of the blood. Erza? Out of all the Ryoka, she was the only one she could conceivably see being capable of this. Had they run into each other, fought? Erza would never commit cold-blooded murder, that much she was sure of. But even if it had been Erza, then the whole of the Godai would have known of it. Come to think of it, hadn't she been fighting Kenpei? There was no way she could have beaten him if that was what had happened, and then had enough energy to fight and kill another captain so smoothly. She narrowed her eyes, taking a closer look, as she gently rubbed Momo's back. There was a lot of blood, and he seemed quite dead, but each captain was a juggernaut in their own right. For him to have died like this meant either a surprise attack of such immense force that it killed him almost outright, or that whoever or whatever had killed him was so much stronger than him that the fight had been over before it had gone on long enough to wake anyone. Neither option seemed to fit any of the Ryoka, judging by what she knew, and the sheer thought of an enemy so cunning or so strong. She wasn't sure which one was more terrifying. Vice Captain Strauss. She recognized Hisagi's voice, coming from behind, from where Lisina herself had ran. What the hell is going on? Oh my god. Keep sharp and alert the divisions, right now. Lisina snapped. Get forth here. Captain Anohana is going to need to look at this herself. Get the stealth corps while you're at it, too. Right, Hisagi muttered, sounding a bit shaken. The hell, first the invasion, and now this? Is the world coming to an end, or what? He was distressed, and Lisina couldn't blame him. Although nobody lived forever, Not even a Shinigami such as Aizen, the death of a captain was always a major blow to morale. It was no wonder that Momo, whose tears were soaking Listena's Shiakusho this very moment, was beside herself. She and her captain had always had good rapport, as far as Lisena could tell, and they had been fairly close. The man was a father to all his men, to all the soldiers of 5th, and that Momo had seen him like this. Lisena felt ill at ease. Something was very wrong here. Kiraku Shunsui had, in his long time with the Godai, learned to read his mentor and leader, Yamamoto Shijikuni Genryusai, quite well. The old man was the living embodiment of the Godai itself, figuratively speaking, and carried himself with a dignity, aloofness, and staunchness that stood for the very ideal of a Shinigami, or what old man Yama believed it should be, at least. He was a hard man to read, though. Staunch and stoic as he was, he kept his emotions well hidden. Shunsui was sure the old man loved him and Yuka the way a father loved his sons, but he would never say the words openly. Instead it manifested in other, smaller ways. The way he allowed them both to get away with little insubordinations, the way he allowed them to object or even protest, to challenge his decisions, to a certain extent. When his vice-captain had harshly woken Shunsui at 5:30 in the morning, informing him there was to be an urgent meeting with the captain-commander, he had seriously considered just going back to sleep. However, she had been insistent, and when he saw the messenger, his natural urge to lie back disappeared. He had looked terrified, and if Yamamoto had let himself lose his temper even in a small way, it had to be serious. Now he stood in the captain's meeting hall, along with the captains who had answered the call, and he could tell his sensei was as angry as Shunsui had seen him in at least 4 centuries. Attendance was sub-par. Yuka was out sick, again, and Kenpei was absent as well, and Kuratsuka likewise. These 3 absentees were nothing unexpected, but to Shunsui's surprise, Aizen was absent as well, and that Boy Scout of a man missing an official meeting was quite strange. The ones present still were himself, So iPhone, Ichimaru Jin, Anoha Naretsu, Kukaki Byakuya, Komamura Seijin, Taisen Kaname and Hitsugaya Toshiro. Almost to a man, they looked displeased. Shunsui considered himself a fairly good judge of character, and what he saw was So iPhone and Byakuya both looking haunted, yet making a comparatively decent effort to hide it. More subtle was the displeasure in Anoha Naretsu's posture, although her kindly face revealed none of it, and Shunsui doubted anybody but old Yama could have dragged her from the medical unit in such trying times. Komamura and Hitsugaya both looked uneasy, although hiding it well, no doubt eager to be back at their divisions to lead the efforts. They were both professional to a point Shunsui considered unhealthy. Taisen seemed as stoic as ever, though, and Ichimaru, as usual, he carried that smile most people found unnerving. If Shunsui had found him at all threatening, he supposed he would have been unsettled too. A full day ago, rumbled Yamamoto, and to Shunsui, the anger in his voice was as clear as a shout, we were invaded by Ryoka. Since then, barring the actions of the vice-captain of 5th Division, not a single one of them has been apprehended. Dozens of officers have been injured, and multiple vice-captains have been defeated and seriously injured. Some are still in the medical unit. Shunsui could see Anohana giving her captain-commander a look, one that spoke perfectly well to her feelings of the matter, but she kept quiet. A full day, he rumbled, and you have all failed. This culminated in Zaraki Kenpei facing the Ryoka known as Erza Scarlet. Much of the Godai itself was destroyed, and he was ultimately defeated and the Ryoka escaped, no less. There were a couple of sharp intakes of breath, and Shunsui gave a whistle. Damn, she really had to have grown strong. He repressed the urge to make a smart comment. His sensei was not in the mood, that much was clear. Kenpei, Komamura said, his deep voice almost as impressive a rumble as old Yama's. How can that be? The man is an animal. That is precisely why, Byakuya commented. He knows no discipline, no restraint, no technique. He dash. Bite your tongue, Kukaki. Yamamoto snarled. A fellow captain has fallen, and your first instinct is to condescend him? In my eyes, you are no less of a failure. Where were you when that happened? Why did nobody else intervene? Was that not close to your own division? Chastised and humiliated, Byakuya looked down to the floor, and mumbled, my deepest apologies, Captain Commander. And you? The captain said, turning his gaze on So iPhone. Your unit specializes in tracking and intelligence. How can you have failed to apprehend more than just the one suspect? So iPhone fell to one knee, her head deeply bowed. I have failed you, Captain Commander. There is no excuse for such disgraceful behavior. Shunsui felt a little sorry for her, berating herself like that they all had a hard time right now. Then again, that was probably the best way to handle it, with the old man this angry. I would know what you accomplished yesterday, he demanded mercilessly of the small captain. What took up your time? So iPhone said, gritting her teeth. I was engaged by the traitor Shihoin Yoriyuki. She seems to be in league with the Ryoka. I was defeated. The shame and embarrassment was quite a blow, Commander. I have shown myself unworthy. Is that so? Yamamoto said, suddenly seeming distracted. Two captain-class Ryoka at the very least. Clearly, this has been carefully planned. That explains how they made it so far. His eyes narrowed, and sternly, he continued, but by no means does this excuse any of you. Had I the option, I would demote all of you to be replaced by more competent leaders. Deciding to risk it, Shunsui took a step up. That's real harsh, old man, he said mildly. You said it yourself, this had to have been well planned, and if I'm not misremembering, Shihoin was the head of the stealth corps. Nobody would know the ins and outs of the Godei better than her, no. You will hold your tongue, Yamamoto rumbled angrily. A handful of invaders defeating your best and evading capture for a full day is unacceptable, and you are not excused for this incompetence any more than the rest, Kiraku. We underestimated them, Kiraku said with a shrug. Let's just admit it. We all got complacent. The idea that anyone would dare invade the Godei is so implausible, so audacious, that we never expected it to happen. It is no excuse for our failure, Byakuya said slowly, gritting his teeth as badly as So iPhone. The Captain Commander is correct. This is inexcusable. Look to the future instead, Shunsui said, with a little cheer. We can't undo yesterday. What we can do is do better today. So the rascals got away? Big deal. They can't hide forever. Their leader, because that's what I presume Scarlet is, just got out of a scrap with Kenpei, and she can't have gone far, because few are the people who could beat him and walk afterwards. Kiraku's talkin' smart, Ichimaru said, lazily pointing at him with a thumb. Let's see if we can't be rid of him now instead. Ju's a matter of time dash. Silence. Yamamoto erupted. It is high time we dash. There was a loud thumping at the massive chamber doors, and all heads turned toward it. It would take either extreme audacity or extreme urgency to interrupt an emergency meeting, and nobody wanted to be the one to face the wrath of Old Man Genocide. The doors opened, and a pale-faced messenger, most of his head obscured by the hat the men of his profession wore, stumbled in. Who dares? Yamamoto snarled. The messenger let out a small squeal, and sunk to his knees, abasing himself before the row of captains. Get up now, kid, Shunsui said warmly, figuring that a bit of friendliness couldn't hurt if he was scared out of his wits. His message, whatever it was, would be that much harder to get out of him. Rise. Yamamoto commanded. Rise, and pray that whatever you have come to deliver is news worth our time. Trembling, the messenger stood up on one knee, head bowed deeply. With a voice straining to stay steady, almost shouting, he declared. Venerable Captain Commander. I bring urgent tidings. The captain. He hesitated, taking a few deep breaths, as if overwhelmed. Take it easy, now, Shunsui said. Take a deep breath, and get it out. The messenger nodded, and took his breath. The Captain Aizen Saushik has been slain. His death has been confirmed by Vice-Captains Hinamori Momo, Hisagi Shihei, and Listen Strauss. For a moment Yamamoto remained silent. Shunsui wanted to whistle, but stopped himself. That was a bit too mirthful. A captain, beaten, and now a captain, killed? What on earth? Hui, Ichimaru said, giving a merry nod, industrious, ain't our Ryoka. Often, ol Saushik, Takin, down officers left and right dash. Mobilize all forces immediately. Yamamoto rumbled, in as close to a roar as he would come without fully losing his temper. I want every Shinigami fit for duty combing through every possible hiding spot in all the Gotei for those Ryoka. So iPhone, put your best investigators in the stealth force on this. You will cooperate with 4th. This needs the examination of our foremost scientists and health specialists as well. Leave no stone unturned. Shunsui took a deep breath. There was no arguing or contradicting or even commenting when the old man got like this, only obedience. Really, he wouldn't have cut in even if he had wanted to. A fellow captain was dead, and as laid back as he could be about things, that was one line too many crossed. He sighed. Time to get everyone out of bed, break the news and organize as massive of a search as they could muster. As far as Tatsuki and Orium had come the previous day, their progress had been halted, much to their frustration. They hadn't gotten long before they had been hit by a team of officers, and they had barely finished them off before the next had come their way. They had both gotten plenty of opportunities to test their newfound powers, but it came at the cost of failing to reach their objective. By the time night had fallen, they had been through 4 hard fights, and with some effort they had found a little nook to hide in, where they had both slept uneasily. They had woken with stiff joints, aches from yesterday's fights, and without breakfast to boot. Hungry and tired, the two nevertheless continued on. They made an effort to move quietly this time, to keep low and stealthy. It had seemed to work at first, but before an hour had passed, a group of 6 eager Shinigami had cornered them. Tatsuki and Orium managed just fine, but it became more and more apparent as they went on that in their team, they were the greenest members. The hell they had gone through training for this, only now did it dawn on them how inadequate it really was. Their day was about to get worse, though. As Tatsuki irritably put the end of her staff into the forehead of an officer, finishing off the last fighter standing, she took a few breaths, letting herself calm a little. For a few seconds she looked down into the ground, her shoulders heaving as she breathed. She was not exhausted, not nearly, but if it kept going like this, they would both be worn down. Oh no! Tatsuki, look! Orium cried, she had noticed it was well. Tatsuki looked up, and further down the street where they stood, some 6 yards from where the beaten officers lay, stood a figure wearing the unmistakable captain's haori. He had the stature and build of a child, although his face made him look old. His hair was white, of a color you'd expect to find on somebody who was 100, not with the body of a 10-year-old. Appearances were one thing. The power radiating off him, though, made it clear as day, if the white-jacked hadn't already. This was a captain. Hitsuga Yatashiro, 10th Division, Tatsuki muttered, paling as she dug into her memorized little databank that Erza had beaten into them all. Oh shoot, that's a do not engage, isn't it? Orium said, naturally looking less terrified than Tatsuki. In that moment, she envied the redhead. They all are. Tatsuki snapped. You seem well informed, the young captain, or well, he could be many decades old, as far as they knew, said, his voice surprisingly deep and mature. He had the look of a child, but he carried himself like an adult. You should know then that resistance is futile. Surrender. Like hell, Tatsuki muttered, but she couldn't help but wince when she remembered yesterday's beating from Captain So iPhone. She hadn't even been trying, and Tatsuki had been as helpless as a newborn kitten. I'll make myself clear, Hitsugaya said, his tone firm, almost harsh. You and all other Ryoka are currently wanted for questioning regarding the murder of one of our own. You cannot possibly hope to win. What I am getting at is, the more you resist, the worse it will be for you in the end. Come quietly, and I will see to it that you are treated humanely. That is as good an offer as you will get. Are we clear? Tatsuki glanced at Orium, besieged by doubt. She didn't for a second disbelieve the little captain's statement, that resistance was pointless. She still wanted to defiantly stand her ground, to proudly wail against the oncoming storm, but after what had happened the day before, she knew all too well that whether you protested or not, a storm would wreck you entirely. What do you say, Orium? Tatsuki said, putting on as confident an air of defiance as she could. Do we give in or do we fight back? She tried to sound cocky, but part of her wished very much to come quietly. Erza wouldn't just give in, Orium said stubbornly, with more spirit than Tatsuki. Damn it all. No, she wouldn't, Tatsuki said firmly. No matter what, you try. That's the way of fairy tale. Isn't that right? Sure is. Orium said with heart, and Tatsuki assumed a stance. Pain was a lesson in itself, that was the thought Tatsuki comforted herself. If nothing else, she would learn how to lose. Don't be foolish, Hichugaya said, and reached for his sword. It was strapped to his back, its sheath dissolving as he grabbed it and pulled it free. It was long, almost too long for his size, but with Shinigami, nothing ever seemed to fully make sense. I will end this quickly. I cannot guarantee you will come out unharmed. Bring it, pint-size, Tatsuki said defiantly. She held her staff out, making ready. Stepping forward past the beaten officers, there was a slight glow about the little captain, and his eyes seemed impossibly blue. His power was beginning to rise and surge. Sit upon the frozen heavens, Hyorin Meru. He cried out, and brought his sword down. Immediately, a monstrous, pale blue shape surged forward, and Tatsuki shivered. The temperature had suddenly dropped to sub-zero in a matter of seconds. Quickly, she and Orium both jumped to the side, the creature surging past them, leaving the streets covered in ice. Not yet done, it reared its head in the air, and roared. It was a dragon, Tatsuki could see, like a dragon sculpted in clear blue ice, but alive. Its tail was attached to the blade of the captain's sword, which seemed to have grown a little, a chain hanging from its hilt. The dragon roared, and Tatsuki felt a chill run down her spine in the most literal sense, as its breath was like a winter gale. It reared its head, looking at her, and she knew it would come at her next. Deciding that perhaps being within striking distance of the captain was safest after all, she hopped forward, staff raised. Crying out, she came at him. Her staff struck hard and quick, and of course, it was not nearly enough. He blocked her strike effortlessly, staring at her, his gaze as cold as his sword. Unwise, he said, as Tatsuki pushed against him. You always try. Tatsuki snarled, somewhere in between terrified and caught up in the heat of battle. Look down, he said simply. Quickly, Tatsuki stole a glance downwards. Around her feet, ice was forming, climbing up her legs. She hadn't noticed it in the chill, the air already being cold enough to bite into the parts of her skin not covered by clothing. Damn it! She cried out, desperately trying to move away. She managed to halfway wrench her left foot free, but it stuck, ice growing up to cover her legs, threatening to encase her entirely. Tsubaki! Orium cried, the little sprite flying out, slamming into the growing block of ice, shattering it. Tatsuki hopped back, her legs quite numb from the cold. There was a storm brewing, although it seemed to be local, limited to an area around the little captain. A cold breeze was blowing, and she could see raw, blue Ryotsu pulsing through the air, the dragon circling around them. For the last time, stop, Hichugaya said firmly. I'll support you, Tatsuki, Orium said firmly, ignoring him. I'll do my best to shroud you. Go in hard and quick, maybe we'll surprise him. If we work together. Sure, Tatsuki said, and swallowed, nodding to her friend. If they worked together, they'd still lose. But you always tried. That was the crux of it. Letting her own Ryotsu surge, she held her staff out, and charged forward. And her movements slowed, everything feeling impossible, like wading through tar. Ryotsu moves slower at an appropriately cold temperature, Hichugaya said. A simple enough trick for subduing weaker opponents. Ryoka, I am hereby placing you under arrest. There was a bright flash of light. Tatsuki had been lucky enough to be looking down at the time, but the light flooded everywhere. Even as she closed her eyes, it went on for a couple seconds, glowing bright enough even through her eyelids. The cold seemed to relent a little, and she could move easier. Hichugaya, she saw as she blinked, had not fared as well, clutching at his eyes and staggering back. Quick, you two. The words were whispered and quick, and Tatsuki was surprised to see a Shinigami stand by her side, having dragged Orium with her. The Shinigami was short, undoubtedly female, with long green hair. What the hell dash, Tatsuki started. No time. She said, as harshly as she could without raising her voice. Only seconds now. Who? Orium said. Friend of Erza's. Said the Shinigami, and sunk to one knee, quickly muttering a chant, drawing a circle in the ground with her fingers. To Tatsuki's surprise, the ground glowed golden where she moved her fingers, as if they were some fantastical pencil. Was this what they called Kido? Tatsuki looked back at the little captain. His sword had sealed itself, and although he remained standing, he seemed to see nothing, his blinded eyes wildly moving about the place, seeing nothing. "Come here, and take my hands right now," said the Shinigami, still whispering her words feverishly. "No arguments, no nothing, take my hands, or you stay here and get captured. My Shikai ability will only work for so long on a captain-class Shinigami." Out of options, Tatsuki and Orium took one hand each, and the green-haired woman muttered a few words, apparently completing the spell. All three of them went aglow, and then suddenly the world shifted. And then Tatsuki looked up at the sunny morning sky, the air feeling overwhelmingly warm compared to the sub-zero chill they had just come from. "Whoa, Orium said, sounding odd. "That was like magic? Wasn't it?" "Yes," the Shinigami said, nodding and standing up. "Once I sensed the captain coming, I set up half of a teleportation spell here. I wish I could have set it up further away, somewhere safer, but, well, at least it worked." "Well, slow down," Tatsuki said, standing tall and reveling in the heat, her body slowly warming up again. "First off, who are you?" "You can call me Nozomi," she said. "Are you a friend of Erza's?" Orium piped up cheerily. "I am, yes," she said, with a smile. "She was buds with a lot of people, huh?" Tatsuki said. "Still, how'd you find us?" "I was out looking for you, actually. I was sent by a friend." "You mean Rod?" Orium said. "The less I know, the better," Nozomi said quickly. "Well, thanks," Tatsuki said. "Real timely save, actually. How'd you find us?" "No offense, but you two make a mess," Nozomi said. "That and, well, the captain doesn't usually let loose unless he has to." "Makes sense," Tatsuki said, nodding. "So She looked around her. They were in a seemingly quiet place, quite a distance back. "What now?" Nozomi sighed. "A captain was killed yesterday. The Godai is on full military alert. For now, I'll take you somewhere safe." "Oh no," Orium said. "But Rukia is not going to be more or less rescued because you get yourselves caught," Nozomi said sharply. "Come with me. I only have so much time on my hands, you know." Uneasily, the two followed her lead. It was high noon, and Yamamoto stood on a balcony overlooking the Godai itself, a natural extension of his primary office. The entirety of the 1st Division, so rarely seeing action of this scale, was mobilized. So was every other division by now, all of them combing through the Godai as per his orders. An event comparable to this had not happened for centuries. The sheer fact of a successful invasion followed by the death of a captain was unprecedented. It was his task to rise to the challenge and lead them through this. Shunsui, that disrespectful young rascal, had proven himself as sharp as usual. They had to look forward, find a solution now and worry about the implications later. He had been right in another thing, too. The threat had been underestimated. As hard as he had been on the captains for this, he was harder still on himself. They had grown complacent. They had grown comfortable, secure, too confident. That was his failure. This entire mess, was his own failure, ultimately his responsibility. Who else was accountable but the head of the Godai's military arm? Now a traitor, having achieved power equal to a captain of Kenpaku's caliber, had led an invasion, along with one of the deadliest defectors in the Godai's history, Shihoin Yoriyuki. Reports suggested their objective was Kukaki Rukia, but this was nothing he could take for granted. The heretic was nothing if not devious and deceptive, and he had learned well to mistrust those who would forsake their loyalty. And in all this, Aizen Saoshik, dead. In the 1,000 years he had led the Godai, Yamamoto had seen many a captain come and go. Eventually they all turned into ink in a history book, their bodies cold and expired, turned to dust by the merciless grinding stone that was time. Aside from his two pupils and Anohana Retsu, they all seemed to die. But for them to be murdered was rare. Death in the field was nothing unusual, that was how most went. From illness or accident was less common, but it had been known to happen. Murder was rare, very rare, because very few had motive to murder a captain, and fewer still were capable. The only thing comparable to this had been the debacle that had gotten Urahara Kisuk exiled, where in one fell swoop, 4 captains and 4 vice-captains had been lost to them. Their ultimate fate was unknown, but presumably, they had died. Now like then, it had struck like lightning from a clear sky. Clutching his cane quite firmly, as if he wanted to crush it with his bare fist, Yamamoto stared out inscrutably. For a millennium, he had carried this burden, and this was yet another one of his failures. For 1,000 years, for perhaps too long. No. He could not doubt. Doubt was weakness. But then again, only fools never felt doubt. To doubt was natural. So long as you were not ruled by doubt, but faced it head on with a firm hand, all would be as well as could be. Who could be behind this? Suspicion naturally fell on Shihoin Yoriyuki. She had been exceedingly powerful, the single most skilled speed specialist and assassin he could remember. Who but her would have the skills to murder a captain so easily, without it causing a disturbance? But why? Presumably, she was in league with Erza Scarlet. But neither she, nor Shihoin, had any perceivable grudge with Aizen Saushik. The man was mild-mannered, kind, he had been experienced, skilled and had an exemplary record. Every subordinate of his seemed to report nothing but positive sentiment toward his leadership, and Scarlet had been no exception. Morale was high, so was efficiency, coherency and discipline. He had been nearly ideal, like a kinder version of Kukaki Byakuya's stern leadership. That he of all people had been targeted seemed downright strange. Of course, it was possible he had not been a target at all. Perhaps he had been unfortunate enough to accidentally locate the Shihoin assassin, who had then been forced to act immediately to keep herself hidden. Thoughtfully, he pondered at their motive. If it had been to cause havoc, to destabilize the Godii, then they had certainly succeeded. But to what gain? No power existed that could challenge their might. Was it simply mad revenge? Were they causing chaos to repay some imagined slight, looking simply to kill until their urges were satisfied, or until they died trying? Suddenly, Yamamoto felt very old and very tired. He carried an immense burden on his shoulders, a responsibility nobody else could handle, and he had done so long enough to sometimes wish somebody else could one day take it off him. Aizen Saushik. Traitors invading. He wished, for just a moment, that he could just throw all of those worries away and go sleep, and wake up when he pleased, do nothing but what he wanted. But those were childish fantasies. He had accepted this charge, given to him by the King of Souls himself, and he had not done so lightly. Command of the Godii was his, till the day he died. Responsibility was his, till the day he died. Feeling the weight of his years, he retreated back into his office. He would get back in the field, perhaps direct some of the efforts personally. To get lost in your own mind, plagued by doubt, was sure to do him no good. He suppressed a shiver. Aizen's death felt like a bad omen. This debacle, he suspected, would get worse before it got better. The warehouse was poorly lit, dank and dreary aside from a few rays of sunlight finding their way through a few cracks in the wall. Typical of the 2nd Division's vice-captain to pick a meeting place such as this, Lysina thought skilled agents as the Stealth Corps were, they seemed to have a flair for the dramatic. She had received a small note, somehow appearing in her pocket without her knowing how it had got there, and she had made a mental note to figure out how they actually did that which had self-immolated after she had read it. It had been nothing but a time and a location, 11:30, this warehouse near 13th. You're late. Lysina stopped herself from jumping, but she must have flinched, because Rod had the slightest hint of a smirk as she quickly turned around to face him. How do you do that? She snapped. Practice, he said, and shrugged. Anyway, I'm here on time. It's what, 2 minutes after your stupid deadline. Every second counts. They teach you that in Stealth Force Basic. How about you stop lording your assassin skills over me and tell me what I'm here for? Lysina said firmly, a little irritated. She had been on edge ever since this started, worried for Erza, worried for her fellow Shinigami, and now worried for the Godii itself. Aizen's death, Rod said flatly. What, you got a lead? He shook his head. No such thing. But it's fishy, don't you think? No shit, Sherlock, Lysina snapped. It obviously wasn't any of the Ryoka, so our mystery player has made another move. This is awfully vague. Why him? Don't know, he shrugged. Things are coming together, though. I'm not sure if our mysterious schemer got Rukia to the world of the living, but it seems she's key in this. She's arrested and the charges are ludicrous, and the punishment even more so. So Erza comes charging in, knight in shining armor, causing all kinds of havoc. Then Eisen dies, and now, well, anyone wanting to move without being seen could do so with ridiculous ease. You think this whole thing was planned? Lysina said, her irritation washing off her. The thought was staggering. Do you have any idea what kind of planning it would take? What resources? And why? Can't be sure, he said, infuriatingly indifferent. Can't be sure of anything. Here's what I'm reasonably sure of, Erza was framed. Whoever did that is pulling her strings again. Eisen's death is on this person's conscience as well. Maybe he was just a convenient target, maybe there was some particular motive to it, I can't be sure. Some scheme is being played, for some greater purpose, and it's not likely going to be good for the Goti. So in short, we know almost nothing, Lysina said harshly. True. Almost, said Rod. So why are we talking about this? You're usually really annoying with all this cloak and dagger stuff, Lysina said curiously. He made a face. Normally I wouldn't even think of doing this, but the chaos is playing in our favor as well. I'm putting together a group of people we can rely on. To help Erza. To be ready to fight when the time comes. Makes sense, I suppose. I'm recruit number 1, then. You, yes, Rod said, with a cautious nod. I'll be having a chat with Abarai Renji and Matsumoto Rangika. They're conveniently in the hospital right now, away from all the hustle and bustle. We've already got Nozomi of Division 12. I sent her to bail out some of the Ryoka just earlier. You realize it's treason and we could all burn for this, Lysina said flatly. This is news. Rod said sardonically. Somebody taught me to do the right thing, and that goes even if it's really hard to do. I'd like to live up to that. So, I think, would you? It was Lysina's turn to shrug. Just checking that we're on the same page. How many do we get? I'm hoping more than just a handful. I'm hopeful about Matsumoto and Abarai, Rod said matter-of-factly. Perhaps Katetsu Isane, although she's likely to be very busy these days. What about Momo? Rod made a face. She's toxic to the notion of stealth. Telling her this secret would be the same as jeopardizing it needlessly. We'll let her know at the last moment, and no sooner. Lysina nodded. It made some sense, Momo's loyalties were well known. I am less sure about Izuru and Hisagi, he continued, although there ought to be a try, at least. I also suspect the captains Yukatake and Kiraku disapprove of the state of affairs with Rukia. We could maybe use that to our advantage. Let me handle Renji and Rangiku. You handle Izuru and Hisagi, Lysina said quickly. Rod gave her a questioning look. He didn't trust her fully, she realized, or was at least hesitant to let her handle something so delicate. I know them better than you, Lysina said in her most convincing voice, and you only have so much time in your hands. I've been at this longer than you, kid. Rod snorted, only briefly letting a smile cross his face. All right. Don't fuck up. I won't. Lysina said firmly. Because one fuck up. And we burn. I know. Lysina said grimly. Well, that's settled, this meeting's done, Rod said with a nod. See you around. In a single hop, he disappeared into the dark. She couldn't see him, but sensed him move out and away with the habitual speed of somebody too damaged by a covered line of work to do anything normally. Treason, huh? Well, if that was what it took. Quietly and quickly, she made her way out. She had duties of her own, after all, and it wouldn't do to seem lax at a time like this. Chapter 43, The Wings of the Divine Serpent. Death would come for her. Death was inescapable, even for the Shinigami, because what they lacked in aging, the toll of violent conflict would eventually make up for. To sign up was to know you would one day die, low-born or high-born, captain or recruit. The notion of dying, even by execution, hadn't hit Rukia nearly as hard as she had expected. At over 150, she had had a much better life than most, and lived longer than most. She had felt melancholy, knowing how deeply disappointed her honored older brother must feel, but at the end of the day, you had to die one day, and to see it coming was not necessarily such a bad thing. Obviously she didn't want death, but she had made her peace with it. She would die, all she was would end, and some people would grieve. She had seen enough of it in her life to know what it meant. It didn't scare her. But her quiet acceptance had been shattered, her resignation to simply contemplate life and meditate in weight of her sentence ended, and misery had overrun her. She was supposed to die. Why couldn't they have left it alone? She had sensed it, even weak as she was in her prison, powers suppressed by the Seki minerals. Kurosaki Ichigo. Erza Scarlet. Their signatures had burned brightly. What she had at first thought were illusions, wishful thinking, were true. When first she had sensed it, it seemed so faint. Like the subtlest of smells, she had sensed them all: Yasutara Sato, Arisawa Tatsuki, Inu Orium, Ichigo and Erza. Then she had felt Kenpaku's energy, bathing the entire Godai in its overwhelming signature, and under it, Ichigo. Ichigo, then Erza. They had done battle. What were they thinking? To run madly into a death trap, all for her? She could think of no other reason. It was exactly the sort of thing Ichigo would do. It was exactly the sort of thing Erza would do. They were like two peas in a pod, those two. But they should know better. They should know there was no chance of success. So why? Why on earth throw their lives away for her? She was not worth it. Why would they leave this burden on her shoulders? Part of her wanted to cry, but she sat silent, sunk deep into despair. She felt weak, emotionally and physically drained, in no small part because of her Ryotsu-absorbing restraints, but more than anything out of the agonizing knowledge that she was the cause of all this. She had dragged Ichigo into this. She had drawn Erza out of hiding. Quietly, in her head, she cursed her fate. The universe was cruel, and had a twisted sense of humor. She had to make peace not only with her own death, but that of her friends as well. In the Godai, no leader was better respected or more beloved than the kind, mild-mannered captain of the 13th Division, Yukatake Jushiro, and it was widely considered a great shame that he suffered from chronic tuberculosis. Without it, 13th would have had the best leader of all, and it was widely believed among its division's members that they would stand head and shoulders above the rest if not for this. Kind and understanding, mild yet decisive, he was considered the best of all to work under, and no division received more applications from the fresh recruits. Lysina Strauss, vice-captain to this tragedy of a man, saw things with a less rosy tint. The captain was as good a man as you could find, that was true, but he was no less a soul than anyone else, fallible and with his own shortcomings. Still, there was nobody she'd rather serve, and that was the truth of the matter. As the man was often bedridden, Lysina often found herself in charge of the division. Sometimes, she felt like she was its captain, even though that made her feel prideful and a little arrogant. She had been promoted some 20 years ago, shortly after Erza's defection. Since then, she had had to shoulder quite a bit of responsibility by herself. As vice-captain, she had insisted on a bit more discipline. The two joint third seats were well-meaning and enthusiastic, but were considerably better at executing an order than giving one, as they would often contradict each other. Both as stubborn as they were dedicated, the result had been stagnation and inefficiency. Until Lysina took over, that was, from then on things had run more smoothly by far. This very moment, Lysina was headed back to her captain's quarters. It was early afternoon, and after leading 13th in the search efforts for a couple of hours, she had excused herself to go see to her captain. State of emergency or no, attending to an ailing captain was a good enough reason, and nobody had questioned her. She gently rapped on the door, hoping her captain would be in good enough health. Quite a few thoughts raced through her head, as they had the entire day. She was actively involved in a conspiracy to commit treason. What else? She felt no hesitation, only determination to carry it out to its completion. All this on loose, shaky grounds, all this because she believed in Erza Scarlet. Rod had mentioned both her captain and Kiraku Shunsui as potential allies. But how could she discern that? Drawing attention to herself was the one thing she had to avoid. Lysina did not consider herself clumsy in these matters, and she had good rapport with her captain, but she still found herself wishing she had knowledge of the spy's subtleties that Rod had trained for. There was a light cough from inside, and her captain's voice, sounding fairly healthy and stable, rang out. "Come on in." Lysina slid the doors open, walked up to the captain's bed, and fell to one knee before it. Captain Yukatake sat upright, wearing a simple robe, looking alert. Quietly, Lysina sighed with relief. It had only been a brief episode this time. It could get nasty when it was worse, and it tore at her heart to see the man reduced to a coughing, hacking, bleeding mess. "There's no need to be so formal, you know," said Yukatake, with a small smile. He coughed, just once, but stopped himself from letting it turn into a fit. "Please, stand." "As you please, sir," Lysina said, and stood up. The captain was kind, mild-mannered and often weak, so she had taken it upon herself to act the part of the sterner, more formal sort of leadership the division sometimes needed. "Now tell me, what news do you bring?" "Grim tidings, sir," said Lysina, and she didn't have to fake the dark look on her face. Quickly, she recounted the events of the night, Kenpake's defeat, followed by Aizen's death, followed by this full-scale manhunt which, as of yet, had yielded no results. "And after the search is duly organized, I headed back here to report, sir," Lysina said, her voice droning on in a quick, efficient drawl. "Well, I'll be damned." Yukatake mumbled, taken aback. "That would explain the hustle and bustle before. I should have been up earlier. "Absolutely not, Captain," Lysina said firmly. "Your health is more important than anything else. Pushing yourself too far will hurt you just as much as the division." "I feel like I'm talking to Anohana," Yukatake said with a soft smile. "Although somehow, she feels even more stern than that." "Quite," Lysina said, a little stiffly. Her captain was a good man, but she sometimes wasn't sure what to say to him. "Well, that aside, this really is quite something," he mumbled. "How was the old man?" "The captain commander was livid, or so I am told." "I can imagine that. I guess it wasn't so bad being out sick, eh?" Lysina's first instinct was to tell him that no, being sick is never good, because seeing him sick ate at her, but humor was just one way of dealing with a condition such as his. She held her tongue. "It spared you a lecture, so I can imagine it were so," she said diplomatically. "And, anything else?" Yukatake said, almost hopefully. "Sir." Yukatake sighed. "I suppose it would have been too much to hope for, that the old man would have declared a state of emergency." A state of emergency. It hit her. A state of emergency was the only measure of authority that superseded Central 46 rulings, to be used only when there was a state of chaos so strong that it demanded uninterrupted, unchecked authority until peace was restored. If there had been a state of emergency, then all proceedings related to the central judiciary arm would have been halted. If there had been a state of emergency, Rukia's sentence would have been postponed. Rukia wasn't necessarily close to the captain. The girl, although skilled and strong, did not even have a seat. Yet Yukatake was a father to his men, and if you were a part of his division, he had your back at all times. He grieved for those who died in action, and for that he had the unending respect of the men and women under his command. To see Rukia, who had been one of his, wither away in prison awaiting death, it hadn't occurred to Lysina, not directly, but he had to have been hit almost as hard as her friends. "I'm sorry, sir." It is what it is," Yukatake mumbled. "I'll get to my office, get started on some paperwork or something." "It's a crying shame, sir," Lysina said. He just gave her a look, tired and worn. "In fact, sir, some would say it's downright unethical," Lysina said determinedly, a bit of passion in her voice. "There's not a soul looking at this and thinks it's justice. There's nothing to be done, is there?" he said, shaking his head. "Not with that attitude," Lysina retorted. She was taking a plunge, and she knew it. "Vice Captain?" Yukatake said curiously. I'm just talking out of the heart, I suppose, Lysina said, after a slight pause. We all want to change the world sometimes, don't we? Yes, he said, nodding, yes we do. Otherwise, what's the point of getting out of bed? If you can't make the world a better place. Where is this coming from? Yucatec said. He sounded curious, but curiosity could easily become suspicion. She was a friend to a lot of us, Lysina said, deciding to tell the truth or well, the parts of it that were convenient, at least. Not like my best friend, but still. I've kept my mouth shut, but sometimes, that just makes it well up. I'm sorry for that outburst, Captain. It won't happen again. Don't apologize, he said, shaking his head. You're right. We all want to change the world. Sometimes, that takes us strange places, mentally at least. It's only natural to feel some sort of anger before the impending loss of a friend. Frustration. I won't deny I've felt much the same myself. Then what stops you from acting on it? I mean that as a serious question, Captain. The rules of order, he said, and there was a directness in his voice, an answer ready-made since long ago. The rules look the way they look for a reason. People take them for granted, because that's easier than thinking about what they mean. But I understand what they mean. I understand why they exist, because I still remember a time before the Godai as we know it existed. A time before Yamamoto-sensei was Captain Commander. Captain? Lysina said curiously. He did not often speak of the far past. I was very young back then, but the Godai was a necessary change at the time. It was chaotic. Under the Central 46, order was brought, and the Shinigami reformed into the fighting force we are today. The rules may not agree with us. Sometimes, they land us in situations that disgust us. But they need to be followed, because they bring all-important order. That is the standpoint of the philosophy behind the Godai, at least. Do you believe it, Captain? Most of the time, Yucatec said, and sighed again. And when the rules are wrong? Lysina said flatly. Deciding to push the issue, she continued, when the rules are twisted and abused. When they're used not to protect the innocent, but exploit them. What then, Captain? No system is perfect. Begging your pardon, Captain, but do you look at Rukia's situation and say, well, no system is perfect. She was pushing far, she realized, maybe too far. But to her relief, Yucatec said. No. This is injustice, no doubt. So, what, Vice Captain? He said softly, raising his voice slightly. Rebel against the entirety of the Godai? How well do you think that would work, even for the star pupils of Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni? But then it's not justice that drives us. Just force, just power. Yucatec sighed again. This is reality meeting ideals, and they are not often kind to each other. Well, nothing to be done, I suppose, Lysina muttered, letting out a sigh of her own. I sympathize, Lysina, the captain said. Know that I do. However, sometimes, all you can do is sit back and watch, no matter how hard. Or just bide your time. Lysina blinked. Huh. Bring me my robes, Yucatec said firmly, his tone cheerier. I need to make myself at least somewhat useful today. I believe you have duties to attend to as well. Yes, Captain, Lysina said eagerly, and quickly went to fetch his shiakusho. Bide your time. Had Rod been right about him? Time would only tell. The warehouse was quiet. Ironically, hiding had become easier in these places, the search seeming to focus on ground zero of where Erza had fought Kenpeki. There had been one patrol coming by, but they had been turned away by Isane. If they questioned her presence there, they hadn't shown it. Compared to healing Erza, fixing Ichigo up had been easy. The boy had a few nasty lacerations, no more or less than Isane had expected, but with an hour or two of carefully applied medical keto, he was already on the road to recovery. He had some nasty red scars where the cuts had been, but Isane had assured them they would go away with time. Knowing it was futile, she had insisted that he should take it easy, and preferably lie down for the next day or two. It was early afternoon when they finished, and Isane was sanitizing her hands with alcohol when Erza walked up to her. "Thank you," Erza said sincerely. "Without you. I'm a doctor, and I did my job," Isane said bluntly. Erza was still no expert on reading people, but it didn't take much to realize she wasn't pleased with the situation. "I mean it. You stuck out your neck for me dash. And I may well lose it because I did," Isane shot back. She groaned, and sighed. "No, don't give me that look, it was my choice. If it helps, I'm really grateful too," Ichigo cut in, stepping toward her, taking care to walk slowly. "You should be resting," Isane said with a firmness that reminded Erza that she was in fact Anohanaretsu's second-in-command. "Yes, ma'am," Ichigo said, scratching his head awkwardly and sitting himself down on the stack of supplies he had been sitting on. "At any rate, I really need to get back. I'm probably going to get the chewing out of a lifetime, and my captain." "I know," Erza said, not envying Isane the least. "Take care, you two," Isane said. "And I mean that only because I know you will both undo all my hard work sooner rather than later." "We'll do our best," Erza said. Isane grumbled something incoherent, but Erza could guess at its general meaning. She was normally very mild-mannered, but the circumstances were anything but normal, and everyone had their limits. "Ichigo." The voice was unmistakable. It was Masaki. She had to have snuck in somewhere in the back, Erza realized, and either they had been too distracted to sense her, or she had been too careful with hiding herself. She ran toward them at full speed, and she looked ragged, worn out by stress more than anything else. "Mom" was all Ichigo managed before she was upon him, catching him in a bear hug. "Dear God, I was so worried. Oh, thank goodness you're okay, thank goodness." She was rambling, and Erza understood where she came from. If it had been Orium, "I would have come sooner, but I was held up, and..." She held him close, and kissed him on the forehead, multiple times and without the smallest hint of grace or dignity. "Ow, ow, ow, ooh." Ichigo grumbled. "Marvelous. Another one," Isane said flatly. "Miss, you may want to step back. His body is still healing." "Oh!" Masaki exclaimed, and let go of her son like he were a piece of red-hot metal. "I'm so sorry, baby, are you okay?" I am fine," Ichigo grumbled, blushing slightly. It was bizarre, but also something of a good sign, that he was embarrassed. After all, if he could worry about that, it meant that pain and injury couldn't be all that bad at this point. "I felt it when it happened," Masaki said, looking at Erza, seeming to have calmed down a little. "I would have come sooner, but there were so many Shinigami, strong ones too, they were just everywhere dash." "You did your best," Erza said firmly. "That's all a mother can do." Uneasily, Masaki nodded. Turning to her son again, she said, "Are you sure you're okay? You're not hurting too badly anywhere?" "I'm really sorry, Mom, I'm fine," Ichigo insisted, resisting Masaki trying to open his shirt and check. "I really have to leave now," Isane said. "I'm not going to lie to my captain if she asks, so I recommend you leave her before too long." Erza nodded. "That's fair. Again, thanks." Yes," Isane grumbled. Gathering up her medical kit, she soon snuck out the door. "Mom," Ichigo said again, fending off a motherly assault of concern and affection. "I told you, I'm okay." "Actually, you're not," Erza said. "The medical kiddos are still working on your body. It'll take most of the day before they're through, and even then, you should be resting until you've recovered fully. See? Listen to your aunt," Masaki exclaimed. "Unfortunately, that isn't an option," Erza said, tapping the hilt of her sword. "We're too deep in to stop, the Godai is swarming with Shinigami, and we still need to get to Rukia. See? Listen to your, friend," Ichigo said, failing to think of an appropriate familial equivalent to make his retort cutting enough. Masaki looked angrily defiant for a second, as if she could really expect Ichigo to sit back and rest, but thought better of it. She was not to be left unsatisfied, however. "Well, I'm sticking with you this time," she said, and it was clear there was to be no arguing. Erza didn't mind, Masaka was one of their stronger members. Let's go, then, Erza said. I know my way around here. The search seems to be focused elsewhere, so, if we try and take the long way around, we've got a decent chance of evading them. With any luck, your Yuki will catch us up and give us an update. Sounds like a plan, Ichigo said, and nodded. Oh, and we're taking it easy. If there's a fight, you only get into it with my permission. No arguing. Erza said. Ichigo looked like he might protest, but the stern look from both his mother and aunt made him think better of it. Fine. He muttered. He grumbled, much like Isane had, and the three of them set out into the streets of the Godei. Renji had, for the most part, recovered. Being a vice-captain, Rangiku, and he had been given priority of treatment. Renji didn't remember too much, having been given more than a few anesthetics, but he had been told they had operated on him for most of the night, carefully closing his injuries and applying the right spells to heal him. The fourth seed had told him he would make a full recovery, so long as he took it easy for a while. He had been given a robe, and around the afternoon he'd been given permission to get out of bed. He had of course considered ignoring the doctor's orders, but unlike the dumb grunts of 11th, he knew better than to defy 4th. Defying them was defying Anohana, and while he wasn't sure why everyone feared her that much, he wasn't keen to find out. Slowly, he made his way to Rangiku's room. She had been the only one there to have encountered the Ryoko like him, and she seemed not to have fought him. He had had nothing but time to think since he woke up. There was a search going on, that much he had caught on to. Apparently, Aizen was dead. But that was it. According to Erza, he was the one behind all this. If he was, then it was likely not true, just a ruse thrown in to do whatever he needed to do. But he couldn't just trust Erza blindly. As much time as he had had to think, he still couldn't make his mind up about her. She hadn't acted at all like some villain out to destroy all they stood for. Everything about her had seemed genuine. But on the other hand, she had proclaimed herself guilty, at least to an extent. His heart cried out to believe in her, to stand with her, but his reason pulled him in the opposite direction. Only one thing was clear. She wanted Rukia free, and he didn't doubt that. He wanted the same thing. For as long as that was the case, they were allies in this. In a way, it was something of a blessing to have been cut down by Kenpeki. It saved him having to explain just why he hadn't tried to capture her, why he hadn't achieved anything in his search. He grimaced, his wounds aching. Some blessing that was. Walking carefully, his wounds still stinging, he walked into Rangiku's room. She was awake, just like him, staring out through a window. Yo, he said, leaning himself against the doorway. Oh, Renji, she muttered, slowly turning her eyes to look at him. Sorry. Good day. I was a bit distracted. I feel ya, Renji said, nodding. I've been doing a lot of thinking myself. You recovering all right? She made a face. The medics say I got lucky. I sure don't feel lucky, but apparently a single stab wound is pretty easy to treat. Compared to what you got, at least. I can believe that, Renji said, remembering with a shudder what it felt like to be at the receiving end of Kenpeka's blade. Look. I wanted to ask about something. It was her. Rangiku said. The one who bailed us out was Erza Scarlet. She had me patch that kid Ryoka up, and you too, while she battled him. Apparently, she won. I was sure she'd die, but she came back, looking like a walking corpse, picked up the kid and went on her merry way. Renji drew in a sharp breath. She had beaten Kenpeki? Kenpeki, of all people, had lost to her? What in the... You can't be for real, he mumbled. Kenpeka's here in the hospital too, Rangiku said. Worse shape than either of us. I don't know any details, but I'm guessing Captain Anohana saw to him personally. Holy shit, Renji said, genuinely baffled. She really? I couldn't believe it either, but here we are. No way. Renji shook his head. Look, that's not what I was actually wondering about. Then what? Well. Renji said. How did he put this? It's hard to say, but... How did I end up with that Ryoka instead of fighting or arresting him? Renji nodded. It was a good place to start, anyhow. It's weird, Rangiku said, and she looked uneasy. I fought him for a bit, but then he used Getchuga Tensho, and that was my old captain's signature move. The kid's Zanpakuto is named Zanjutsu, and the captain's was named Injutsu. This got me thinking, and... She paused. Don't tell a soul, okay? Not yet. Sure, Renji said, nodding eagerly. He's the son of Shiba Ishine. My old captain. Apparently that bastard is still alive and kicking, although without powers. That explains some things, then, Renji said slowly. So you wanted to find out more? Yes. I convinced him to negotiate. I hoped him being noble would let him get some leverage. Renji snorted. As if they give a shit about the Shibas. It was worth a shot, Rangiku said defensively. Anyhow. I need to know. That's why I talked to him. It's not like Captain Shiba was the love of my life or anything, but he was my captain. He was an idiot, but he was also a good man. A good captain. I grieved for him. His family grieved for him. Everyone thought he was dead, and now, apparently he's not. She shook her head. I hear ya, Renji nodded. I'm no stranger to emotional baggage, yeah no. He's out there somewhere, Rangiku said, and there was something distant in her voice, as if she was imagining it all vividly. With a family. With kids. He left us all behind. I want to know why. She sighed. Well, there you go, that was why. I guess it seems silly, right? She hid it well, but she sounded vulnerable, and Renji realized that she too carried scars of the past. Most people did, to some extent, but Rangiku was so cheerful and full of life, he'd hardly ever pictured her as having regrets. No, it ain't, Renji said, shaking his head. In fact, I'm probably about to one-up you. Oh. Rangiku said. Renji took a deep breath, and took the plunge. I ran into Erza Scarlet. It was she who sent me to find that Ichigo. Rangiku blinked. Well, you certainly don't disappoint. Care to explain? Renji grumbled. I confronted her, all worked up and ready to get my ass kicked, you know. Yes, all that dumb macho stuff, Rangiku said dismissively. So why didn't you? Renji said, hesitating. How would he put it? Telling her all of it might not be a good idea, but he suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to share, to vent all of it to somebody, anybody. I cut her. She didn't even defend herself. She lectured me about attacking people who aren't fighting back, and suddenly I'm that stupid academy kid all over again, getting chewed out by my teacher. Go on, Rangiku said, sounding interested. She gave me the chance to stab her in the back. But she'd already said too much. She made me realize my head was all screwed up, that I was standing on the wrong side. Rukia, Rangiku said, as if having had an epiphany. Of course. Yes, Rukia. Renji said intensely. There ain't nobody I've known longer, and me just standing around while she's getting executed over some trumped-up bullshit charges. I couldn't live with myself if I let that happen. How do you know Erza isn't full of it? The question was direct, almost blunt, and Renji paused for a second. I don't. I really don't. Erza, she even confessed to being a traitor. But, fuck me, I can't help but believe her. Maybe I'm blinded, but something ain't right here. You got your reasons to look into this, and well, I got mine. Well, isn't this convenient? The voice was clearly amused, and through the doorway stepped Listener Strauss, a smirk on her face. Vice Captain Strauss. Renji snapped. He reached for his sword instinctively, only to realize that he was still in hospital robes, and that his Zanpakuto was bound to be locked up in the armory. Rangiku looked no less shocked herself. Relax, you two, Listener said, making a dismissive gesture with her hand. Good grief, here I was trying to figure out how I'd phrase, let's commit treason together, without giving my intentions away, and the two of you are already halfway there. I have no idea what you're talking about, Rangiku said cautiously. Oh, please, Lysina said. You two should really close the door when you're talking about things like this, or at least whisper. I might not be in the stealth corps, but even I know that. So what? Renji snapped, startled, pointing aggressively at Lysina. You better be shutting your mouth, or dash. Or what, Renji? Lysina said coolly. I know your fine biceps are better refined than your grey matter, but even you know better than to think you could get away with starting a ruckus in fourth. Realizing how entirely right she was, Renji tamely lowered his finger. Besides, I've really nothing to fear from either of you, even if you had your Zanpakuto, she said nonchalantly. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. The first thing you need to know is, I'm not your enemy. How would we know that? Rangiku said. Because I could be calling for your arrest right now, but I'm not. But to reassure you, I'll let you know one thing, 20 years ago, I helped Erza escape. Do I have your attention? You really? Renji said, stunned. Yes, really. She is innocent, as far as I am concerned. Framed, Lysina said firmly. More to the point, you are not alone in this. I represent a special interests group, you could say. People who are questioning the situation we are in, people who think there is more to this than meets the eye. Inwardly, Lysina reveled in the situation. She made it all sound so mysterious, and it was rather a thrill. You said? Let's commit treason. Renji said slowly. So we're all going to do, what, exactly? Good question, Lysina replied. Fortunately, unlike the two of you, we do have a plan. Which is what, exactly? Rangiku said. I'll tell you more when it's necessary. Rest assured, it's nothing immoral. Of course, it involves going against orders, but you knew that already, didn't you? So what do you need from us? Renji said suspiciously. Nothing, for now, Lysina said with a shrug. Just to know that we can count on you when the time comes. Keep your mouths shut, act normal, and be ready to act on our signal. Rod will be in touch. Rod Sentry? The vice captain of 2nd. Renji blurted out. That makes sense, actually. Didn't he go to school with Erza? Keep your mouth shut. What did I just say? Lysina snapped. This is secret, and if anyone blows our cover, we could all go down for it. Alright, Renji said, nodding tamely. Lysina sighed. Good grief, just act normal and wait. Can you do that? Sure, Rangiku said. Yeah, okay. Renji muttered. Good. Report back to your divisions when you're discharged. Keep quiet, and wait. That's it. For now, I've got work to do. With that, Lysina turned on her heel and walked out, leaving a confused couple of vice captains behind her. Uriah had taken their difficulties in stride, at least compared to his companions. Using his superior sensory skills, he had found a remote alleyway where he had caught a few hours of uneasy sleep, always keeping an eye half open, and had set out before dawn. His strategy yesterday had been to move fast, get to Rukia before he was caught himself, and reunite with the rest of his comrades. This had turned out futile. Despite his superior speed, despite his skills, there always seemed to be somebody spotting him. There were simply too many angles, too many possibilities for error, too many Shinigami crawling all over the place. Learning from his experiences, he had this time chosen to move with caution. He had stolen an ill-fitting Shinigami uniform, and carefully dashed from rooftop to rooftop, always on the lookout for Shinigami. For a few hours, this had worked quite well. Activity was low early in the morning, but halfway toward noon, it was as if somebody had kicked a beehive. Shinigami were swarming everywhere, and if yesterday had seemed chaotic, the frenzy of black-robed reapers crowding every street put it to shame. Uriah, who had been making decent time, had found himself pinned, having to resort to running along with various Shinigami to even get anywhere. That enterprise was a desperate one, but to its credit, it worked, for a while. The chaos served him well enough that he could change directions before anybody started asking questions, like who his commanding officer was, or what company he belonged to. But just before noon, his luck ended. Somebody had noticed his glove, questions were being asked, and Uriah struck the first blow. Seizing the initiative had let him gun down dozens of Shinigami, and it had taken genuine effort not to kill them all. At least he hoped nobody had died. But no matter how quickly he had acted, he had not been able to stop them from crying warnings, and within minutes the whole area was crawling with Shinigami, coming at him from every direction. Realizing that it was only a matter of time before somebody truly strong would come along, Uriah had run. He had outpaced most of his pursuers easily, but more than a few were persistent, and the alarm would always precede him. They had his scent now, like bloodhounds, and they weren't letting him go. Inwardly, he cursed. Damn it all. He had been chased for nearly an hour when he found himself cornered near a square, some place that appeared to be a meeting place of sorts. Staring down dozens of Shinigami, swords all drawn, he held his bow aloft, arrow at the ready, challenging whoever dared to be first. Carefully he looked around him. Nearly 100 of them, at least. Several high-ranked officers. It would be hard, but maybe he could break through. But then, the tense aggression of his opponents slowly seemed to break, and there were cries from the back. Parting like they had been swept aside by a tidal wave, the mass of Shinigami turned their eyes away from Uriah entirely. Uriah looked, and saw him. Wearing a strange hat, his face colored charcoal black, the skin on his hands pale white, he wore the unmistakable captain's haori. Across his groin hung a blade, and he stepped forward. The mass of Shinigami, so fired up not a minute ago, started to run in every direction, anywhere away from the man, and there was fear in their faces as they fled in panic. Uriah needed no more clues. Kurotsukima Yuri, one of the very worst he had been told of. It might be better to die than be captured by him. That was what Erza had told them. Feeling shocked, his heart skipped a beat. My, said the captain, his voice a little shrill, sounding dispassionately pleased, I found you after all. The square was empty now, and Uriah wanted to flee himself. But this was a captain, and he was bound to be stronger, faster. To fight, it was. Uriah had chosen to be a Quincy, to be noble and chivalrous whenever possible, and that meant staring your fate in the face no matter how unpleasant. But part of him was still a young man, a boy with no real experience of war, and that part of him wanted very much to be somewhere else. Kurotsukima Yuri, he said defiantly. Head of the research unit and captain of 12th Division. Oh. Kurotsuka said curiously. Quite well informed, I see. It matters not. You will reveal all relevant data once I get you back to the division. Uriah let loose an arrow, which grazed the captain's cheek. Unimpressed, he put a hand to the small cut the arrow had caused, rubbing a drip of blood between his fingertips. Quincy. Relatively untrained, I see. Juvenile. Shame. I would much rather have studied a veteran. Don't count me out until I'm beat, scum, Uriah said firmly. The captain gave him an amused look. Boy, there is no fight to be had. The likes of you could not hope to challenge me. But out of kindness, I will make you an offer, come quietly and without struggle, and I shall treat you with comparative mercy. I will apply anesthetics when possible, and you will even be allowed solid foods on occasion. That is quite generous of me. I'm not your lab rat, Uriah sneered. Really, I had hoped it would be one of the other Ryoka, as my research of the Quincy's is mostly finished, Kurotsuka said, ignoring Uriah. Still, there is no such thing as too many samples, I suppose. Try it, Uriah said, with more confidence than he really felt. By the pride of the Quincy, I swear you will not have me as your prize without a fight. You are all the same, do you realize that? Kurotsuka said. His voice was low, and it made Uriah shiver. They all said, by the pride of the Quincy, insignificant things like that. They all screamed and begged for mercy in the end. It really is quite tiresome. The man was a monster. Uriah felt anger rising inside him, righteous fury. He was practically bragging about his atrocities, and he had already pegged his next victim. Talking would do him no good now. Quickly, Uriah let a string of arrows loose, in the same instant springing into his Hyrenkyaku, landing on a rooftop overlooking the square. I told you, boy, it is pointless, the dispassionate voice said. Some 10 yards from him, Kurotsuka Mayuri stood on the rooftop, having followed him effortlessly. Qualitative Hirankyaku, I must say, he added, as if he was observing something in a lab already. Fairly advanced for a specimen your age, particularly given your lack of competent mentorship. What would you know about that? Uriah sneered, skipping a few steps back. It's obvious to anyone who understands the technique, Kurotsuka said, his tone as if he was addressing a Neanderthal. You are mostly self-taught, perhaps using written down instructions, or possibly you had tutelage when you were younger, tutelage that ended before you could refine it. He looked delighted as he elaborated. Ah, but I digress. Will you come quietly? As if. Uriah snapped. I see, the captain said, and sighed. As much of an ant as you may be, you would be a troublesome insect. I just hope you won't spoil too much. Spoil? The captain reached for the sword at his belt, slowly pulling it up. Ichigo held his like a warrior. Uriah had seen him handle it enough to know, but the captain held it more like it were an instrument, without the smooth, easy form of a well-trained soldier. The hilt looked odd, wrapped in what looked like bandages, little spikes sticking out where the guard was. Tear him up, Ashizaji Jizu, he said, as dispassionate as ever. There was a surge of power, and the blade transformed. What the Zanpakuto had become looked utterly impractical as a weapon. Just over the hilt was a metal plate in the shape of a face, and the sword itself resembled more the head of a trident than an actual blade, crooked and curved several times. It was the color of brass, bright and yellow. Uriah knew better than to underestimate a captain, and immediately launched himself back, while firing off a hail of arrows. In seconds, he had covered well over 100 meters, dashing across the rooftops. Kurotsuka followed him, seemingly without much trouble. That's the problem with Hirankyaku, boy, the captain said menacingly as he caught up with Uriah, it's all too predictable to the people who know its ins and outs. He dashed forward and slashed Uriah across the chest horizontally, raking the 3 blades over his ribcage and arms. The cut wasn't deep, but an immense pain overcame Uriah, and he tumbled to the ground. Forcing himself to focus, he tried to get up, but his body wouldn't respond. Everything below his shoulders simply wouldn't let itself be commanded. That is the ability of my Ashizaji Jizo, Mayuri said, landing next to Uriah. It severs the ties that connect the brain to the rest of the body until such time that I decide to undo it. It does not, however, stop the body from feeling pain. Demonstratively, he raised his blade, and stabbed all 3 blades into Uriah's chest, just enough so that all of them had dug into Uriah's flesh. Uriah cried out with pain, blood seeping from his mouth. Now, since that is done with, shall we go? Kurotsuka said, taking a step back. Uriah let his ryotsu surge, and to Kurotsuka's surprise, he stood up. His movements were slow, jittery, like a sleepwalker just waking up, but stood he did. On my pride as a Quincy, on my honor as an Ishida, I swear I will kill you. Uriah snarled, slowly stringing his bow. Oh. Kurotsuka said curiously. That has to be Ranso Tenge, yes? Commendably done. Controlling your body like a puppet with ryotsu is no small feat. His body screaming with pain, arms trembling, Uriah aimed an arrow. However, I tired of these games. Bakudo number 4, Hanawa. A yellow rope of light formed, surging forward quickly. In a second's time, it had wrapped around Uriah's chest and arms, binding him completely. Damn it! He swore, struggling against the spell. His breathing was ragged, and the pain was threatening to overcome him. Was this what it meant to face a captain? He hadn't even had the chance to take that glove off. No. Don't give in. You never gave in. If he could get away, maybe he could undo the spell. Now, it's time we go back to my division, Kurotsuka said. Shall we dash? Uriah sped away, using the last of his energy to put some distance between himself and the monstrous captain, landing some 30 yards further down the street. That was pitiful, Mayuri said. It took you what, 4 steps to get only that far? Really, you are much too stubborn. Desperately, Uriah tried to work through the spell binding him. It wasn't that powerful, and normally it wouldn't have been the end of the world, but the pain of the toxins running through his body was too much. The captain came closer, walking leisurely toward him. 20 meters now. Damn it all. Break, damn you. He cried out frustratedly. 15 meter. Uriah's struggle got even more desperate. The world was spinning, and he lost his footing. But to his surprise, he fell into a pair of strong arms, lifting him off the street. In a haze, like in some fevered dream, Uriah looked up and saw a face, scarred yet beautiful, framed by short, white hair. Cheers, love, the cavalry's here, Lysina said with a smile. What? Uriah mumbled. Loudly, Lysina proclaimed, Ryoka, in the name of the Godii 13 and its 13th Division, you are hereby placed under arrest. You will be put in a cell awaiting interrogation and sentencing for your transgressions. Do not resist, or you will regret it. The words were more for show than anything else, and Uriah couldn't have resisted if he wanted to. Ah, you found my newest specimen, Kuratsuka said, stopping some 10 yards away. Put him down. I am taking him back to 12th dash. He is an arrestee of 13th, Lysina said, her voice steely, and as such he is my responsibility. Did you make an arrest first, Captain? You insolent woman. Kuratsuka sneered. I do not have the patience for your plebeian excuses. Set him down and be gone, or you will regret it. Did you make an arrest? Lysina insisted. Because if you did not, Godii law states that he is officially the responsibility of the 13th until such time that he is brought to court for sentencing. You dare defy me? Kuratsuka sneered. I do, Lysina said defiantly. This was bad. She was supposed to be keeping a low profile. Fighting a captain, let alone one as merciless as Kuratsuka, was not what she was supposed to be doing. Time had changed her. Over 100 years ago, she had been an innocent teenager. She had come a long way since then, seen a lot of terrible things and learned a lot of hard lessons. She had become hard, seasoned, a veteran, far from the idealism of her original family. But at heart, she carried the spirit of fairy tale, the spirit that would not let the helpless fall victim to monsters, not if you could stop it. It is simple, Mayuri said, anger flaring in his eyes, I have no problem killing you too. It'll be a pain to deal with the complaints, but I've gotten past worse. So be it, then, Lysina said. Carefully, she took a few steps, and gently set down Uriah by a wall. She dug into her pocket, and produced a small paper box. Take this. It's not much, but it's a painkiller we use in the field. Thanks. Uriah muttered. You're a cute kid, Lysina said cheerily. Shame about the injuries, though. Come see me in a few years, and I might actually call you handsome. Uriah looked bewildered, and was grateful to see her turn back to the captain, her cheerful demeanor once again gone. Captain Kuratsuka Mayuri, by interfering with an official arrest and threatening an officer with death, you are in violation of the Godii Penal Code, Section B, Paragraph 13, as well as Section C, Paragraph 3, she said firmly. Do you understand that this may result in criminal charges and repercussions both for you and your division? Use whatever excuses you like, bitch, Kuratsuka sneered. Your pathetic law is illusory, and I stand well above it. Lysina nodded. So be it, then. In a flash, she stood up on a wall, some 20 yards away. Let's take this elsewhere, then. It wouldn't do for your specimen to get damaged, would it? She cried. Mayuri snarled, and followed her. A quick sprint later, the two stood some ways away from Uriah. However, Lysina was well aware that there were people living here, Shinigami like herself going about their day. With a captain as volatile as this. Bakudo number 4, Hanawa. Kuratsuka cried out, but the instant the spell went off, Lysina slipped into a shunpo, reappearing well away from the arc of the spell. It stretched and reached, but Lysina was too fast. It was too much to hope for, I suppose. Kuratsuka said irritably. Surging forward, brandishing his three-bladed shikai, he struck at Lysina. Quickly she drew her own sword, parrying just barely, and she found herself pushed back as she had to defend herself. The captain was by far not as intimidating with a sword as the fearsome Kenpeki or the ruthless Byakuya, but he was still a captain, powerful and fast. As he made one vicious sideways cut, Lysina somersaulted back and out of range, quickly putting a bit of space between herself and the captain. "Rend, Raijin!" she cried, and the Zanpakuta disappeared, rematerializing as two sets of three-pointed claw blades, one held in each hand, each about a foot long. They crackled with electric energy, and Lysina felt the surge of power. Her speciality was speed and close-quarters combat, which would serve her well. A single hit from that blade, even a shallow one, would partially paralyze her. Boring, Kuratsuka sneered, and came at her again. Quickly, Lysina sidestepped a downward cut, and lashed out into a fast set of hits, designed less to hit him and more just to keep him on his guard. It worked well enough, the captain warding off her attacks with ease, but still being kept on the defensive. This was what she had hoped for. All she needed now was an opening. Doubling her efforts, she moved her arms as fast as her body would let her, exchanging a mind-bogglingly fast set of blows with the captain. Finally, his lack of swordsmanship began to show, and in a split second, she saw the opening, his sword going just a little higher than it needed to. In an instant, her left arm stabbed forward, the claws digging into the wrist of his sword arm. She let a current of electric energy charge in her right hand, and stabbed forward, striking him squarely and deeply in the chest. However, what begun as elation became shock, as the electric energy simply died down. Looking unaffected, as if he felt no pain at all, Kuratsuka stared at her. "Do you think I keep no data on officers like you?" he said calmly. "Raijin, electric-type close combat Zanpakuto. Using the right formula of chemicals, I have already injected myself with a serum that causes my spiritual energy structure to insulate against electric energy." He reached into his pocket with his free hand, and Lysina quickly jumped back, wrenching her claws free from his wrist. This was why he was so dangerous. The man had prepared for almost any occasion, and she was not keen to find out what he had in his pocket. It turned out she was not a second too early, as there was a puff of dark green smoke from a device in his hand, dissolving the ground where it landed. "You are at a disadvantage. Surely you can see," he said gleefully. "Your one power is nullified. Is that what you think?" Lysina said, a dangerous edge to her voice. "Bluster and bravado will not help, Vice Captain," Kuratsuka said, sounding triumphantly arrogant. "Your mistake was crossing me. Perhaps I won't kill you after all. Perhaps I'll take you back to my lab." He blinked. Lysina's riot surged, and there was a gust of wind extending out from her. "You keep a record on Zanpakuto, huh?" she said, her lips curled into a sneer. "Talk about lucky. What is this?" Kuratsuka said, brows furrowing. "It is useless. Surely even a primitive like you can see dash." "My Zanpakuto is Raijin," Lysina proclaimed loudly. "However, you know only half of its name. I use its lightning for its destructive power, but that is not all it can do. But I use half of its name for half its power, because the other half is wild, destructive, and dangerous, and it could hurt even me. I use it only if my life is in danger. Rend, Arashi Raijin." The wind intensified, and Lysina surged forward, so fast that the captain only barely had time to react. Bringing his Ashizaji Jizu up just in time, he blocked a fierce double strike, lightning crackling from the claws of Lysina's Shikai. "Storm," he mumbled. "It combines two elements to form a specific subset. Interesting." He smiled gleefully. "It is not nearly enough, however. Your lightning still cannot hurt me." "Do you think that is all, Kuratsuka Mayuri?" Lysina said sharply. "Just watch, then if you can." She dashed away, in an impossibly quick shunpo, reappearing behind Kuratsuka. He spun to meet her, bringing his Zanpakuto about for a horizontal slash, but Lysina was already at his side, which was completely exposed with the swing he was making. Letting out a fierce cry, she stabbed her claws into the side of his chest 4 times, before disappearing again, only to come back in the air, behind him, slamming a kick into his head. Kuratsuka snarled, bringing his sword back at her again, but Lysina once again moved away, instantly appearing right in front of him. The captain tried to cut her, but within the blink of an eye, Lysina had stabbed both her claws forward, burying them all almost to the hilt in his chest. Lightning was crackling from her entire form, sparks of electricity emanating from her, and a blue and white current of raw power could be seen running through her arms, for a bare instant showing her very bones through their light. Kurotsuka staggered back as Lysina pulled her blades out, and she followed up with a swift kick to his face, launching herself into the air to add power to the strike. He was bleeding, and as much as he seemed to not register pain, he still had his stride broken, still had taken damage. How? He snarled. I immunized myself against electricity. How are you hurting me with that? I'm not, Lysina said coldly. I'm not using lightning to hurt you. I'm using it to boost my own strength. You may have made yourself immune to direct electric attacks, but you're certainly not immune to raw physical force. You. Kurotsuka snarled, staring at her in disbelief. You. What? Surprised. Lysina said mockingly. Because I'm stronger than you expected? Because you made a mistake, and it's costing you? Or is it because you're not the only one who knows how to use their brain? You little bitch. Kurotsuka snarled. Let me warn you, Captain, the full power of my Zanpakuto makes me fast enough to best all but the captain of 2nd Division, Lysina said coldly. I intend to show you no mercy. You will not hit me, but I will hit you. You little pest. Kurotsuka snapped. He held up his sword, and Lysina could feel his riot surging. Damn it. Bankai already? She couldn't hope to trump that with Shikai alone. Prepare to face the full might of my sword. Bandash. As if I'd let you. Lysina shouted, charging toward the captain as fast as she could go, lightning and wind coursing through her very being, carrying her toward her goal. And then she was right beside him, raising her blades, only to find him pointing a finger at her. Got you, he said gleefully. Shao. The Kido spell, simple though it was, fired with precision and power, and hit her squarely in the chest. She was sent flying, tumbling through the air, only barely managing to recover enough not to crash entirely. Bankai! Mayuri cried triumphantly. Kanjiki Ashizaji Jizu. Connection established, my liege. The air of the Cubiculum Sanctus, the innermost chambers of the Castra Vandin, were well lit and had a fresh air, courtesy of the ventilation system that Grand Master Hashwalth, who had quite a fondness for non-magical human ingenuity, particularly the kind that made dreary castles less dreary, had ordered installed, but the mood hanging over the King's Council was nevertheless grim enough that it might as well have been dank, gloomy, and torchlit. There was a large round table, each one with a seat for anybody with the rank of paladin, and at its head sat the king himself, His Majesty Sigismund Abaddon Iwakai, the one and only monarch of the Order of the Vandin. His face was a mask of stone, one that most would think of as cruel, but Hashwalth knew it was only as cruel as the world had been to it, and behind it was a man with vision and mercy, with power and wisdom. Long, black hair flowed from his head, draping his shoulders, and a neatly trimmed short beard framed his regal visage. He wore a silver-colored cuirass with golden details, and a magnificent cloak lined with ermine fur. By his right side sat Hashwalth, the Grand Master of his knights, and to his left sat Subutai, Lord Commander and First General of all his forces, second only to the Majesty himself in military command. The meeting had been called with some haste, and as such less than a dozen paladins were in attendance. The man who had spoken was a low-ranked lay brother of the knightly order, given his rank specifically to serve as the Vandin's chief technology operator. He was a devoted servant but a brother of the sword only in name. Hashwalth thought nothing of it. They were all of them small and necessary parts of a greater whole, those with swords and those without. Well done, Jurgen, said the king, and dismissed the servant brother with a nod. The technician bowed, and stepped back, ready to be of service at a moment's notice. Before them was a hollow board, a projection of a point far, far away in space, coming from another dimension, the Soul Society. Specifically, the Goti I-13. It had taken decades to sneak in microprobes with which to spy on the Shinigami, its technology being a mixture of highly advanced human science, and knowledge looted or cannibalized from the Shinigami sciences. Whatever the specifics were, they worked, and Hashwalth didn't need to understand how to understand that they filled their purpose. They had come to order for such meetings many times the past few days, observing the Shinigami in action. There had been an invasion, meaning that it would be priceless knowledge. How they reacted to hostile military action would be absolutely vital. Nothing they had seen so far had given any of them cause to be impressed, and Subutai had openly sneered at them several times. While Hashwalth was not nearly as harsh as his colleague, and not disposed toward petty contempt, he could not find it in him to hold Subutai's reaction against him even in quiet. The performance had been abysmal. A small group had managed to pierce far into the Godii, despite overwhelming numbers against them. Even worse, they had not even infiltrated, they had apparently walked right in. Chaos had ensued, and although their vision was limited, the spy drones could only cover so much. Their artificial intelligence being limited, it appeared the Shinigami had made minimal progress. Had the same ensued at Castle Vanden, every defender would be up in arms, following strict defensive protocols, quickly rooting out the enemy threat or die trying. Right now, though, his concern was on a less significant matter. They had assembled to watch and judge a battle between a captain and what appeared to be one of his fellow officers, Kuratsukima Yuri and Lysina Strauss respectively. However, the mere sight of the captain had set off Paladin Bambietta Basterbine, who was stood up, fuming, fists clenched. It was quite understandable, they all knew why, but to disrupt a king's council was unacceptable. Shinigami against Shinigami, she said darkly. I wish that the Quincy could have done something. It would have been justice, seeing him destroy that monster. She was trembling with rage, and perhaps something more. Indeed it would have, Hashwalth said diplomatically. He hoped she would take a hint, he'd rather not shame her in front of everyone by disciplining her. Justice is irrelevant, Subutai said dismissively, the man deserves to die, yes, but as it stands the Quincy failed. What is out of our control now is pointless to dwell on. He was blunt and direct, as he always had been, a bit too blunt for Bambietta. It's him, she said, her voice trembling, Your Majesty, let me go in there. She demanded furiously, raising a fist. One of our own kind is stranded in there, while that thing goes berserk. Let me in there, and I will end him, and I'll dash. Save the Quincy you never met. Subutai said dryly. Do not pretend as if your intentions are noble, Paladin. You shut up. Bambietta snapped. Hashwalth took a breath, that was insubordinate even for her. Thankfully, Subutai just shot him a look, which to Hashwalth meant deal with it, or I will. Hashwalth sighed. Paladin Bambietta. Grand Master Hashwalth. The voice that rumbled out, quietly yet impossible to ignore, was that of his sworn lord, King Ewok himself. My liege. Hashwalth said quickly, hoping his majesty had not taken offense. Tell me, what are the 5 Quincy virtues of the Vanden? His tone was neutral. The question seemed simple, ridiculously so, it was a creed they were all passionately familiar with. But to think the king would ask stupid questions would be to underestimate him, and to underestimate him would be to make a fool of oneself. Hashwalth stood up. Pride, in our strength and fortitude, that we may remember our purpose. Justice, for those who will have none without us. Humility, before our liege lord, our powers, and the universe itself. Mercy, that we may raise our blades and think not of who we shall slay, but who we shall spare. Selflessness, for we are servants, not rulers. Those are the 5 virtues of the knightly Vanden order. That is to us what the 5-edged Quincy cross symbolizes. So it is, His Majesty said, nodding approvingly. Paladin Basterbine. Why yes, Your Majesty. Bambietta said, seeming to have snapped out of her fit. I do not begrudge you your reaction. I do not hold your failures against you. We are all human, and we all have our shortcomings. We all know what that man did to you. Kept me in a lab, Bambietta said, gritting her teeth. Doing experiments. Like a living hell. So he did, the king said, nodding sagely, and in due time, he shall reap what he hath sown. But I ask you, Paladin, can you in all honesty say you are at this time proud, just, humble, merciful and selfless? Bambietta's fists clenched a bit tighter, before loosening, her arms hanging limp by her side. No, Your Majesty, she said quietly, her voice almost a whisper. The king nodded. Then what are you? I. Toward anyone else, even Subutai, who lacked Hashwalth's tolerance for her antics, she might have replied with something witty, or cutting, or rude. But not to His Majesty, the King, liege lord of the Vandan Knights and last of the great Quincy lords. He commanded respect, even from the rowdiest among them. I am letting my emotions get the best of me. I am deeply sorry, Your Majesty. She nearly choked on her words, and Hashwalth didn't envy her. Even though His Majesty had not gone out of his way to humiliate her, it was nevertheless hard for her to admit to such a thing, particularly in front of so many of her peers. King Ewok made a dismissive gesture with his hand, as if all of it had been nothing. You are forgiven, Paladin. Thank you, Your Majesty. You are kind and gracious. She said the words quickly. Rest assured, justice will come their way. The time of the Vandan draws near, and when the bell doth toll, there will be retribution. Not revenge, for that is not justice, but retribution. Monsters such as he will face death, and our cause will be fully realized. Soon, but not yet. That is why you cannot go. Even if you were to succeed, you could easily be surrounded and chased down. You might reveal our presence to the world. Imagine if after all this time, you would be captured, only to be returned to the place from which you only narrowly escaped. Bambietta grit her teeth. I said I was sorry, Your Majesty. I am not chastising you, Paladin, he said mildly. Your passion befits you as a member of our order. However, as this may be upsetting to you, perhaps you would be more comfortable leaving the table. Bambietta hesitated for a bit, then shook her head, a small grin crossing her face. Nah. That piece of shit ain't having an easy time. Maybe she'll just kick his ass. She appears outmatched, though, Hashwalth commented, glad to have the situation behind them and eager to shift attention elsewhere. I would not be so hasty, the king said. Let's just wait and see. Lysina had immediately moved back, knowing that whatever his bankai was, it would be something nasty. The speed granted to her by the full use of her shikai had taken her some 40 yards back, where she stood waiting on a rooftop, catching her breath. The thing was hideous. It looked like an enormous caterpillar, with the face of an infant, made all the more grotesque by its golden color. A halo of sorts extended from its back, and Lysina could see its ryotsu, glowing a malignant red. The captain had the same glow, standing in front of it, cackling triumphantly. The creature was much too large for the street it had been summoned to, and had already trampled half a building underfoot. What are you waiting for? Kuratsuka said cheerily. Where is that spirit of yours, Vice Captain? Cautiously, Lysina jumped down to street level, and slowly walked toward the bankai, her senses all on edge. She stopped some 10 yards in front of him, letting the length of her claws defiantly crackle with energy. So there is some courage left in you, then. Kuratsuka said, tilting his head. I will enjoy taking it from you. You idiot, there are people living here, Lysina said darkly. Is some specimen worth so much trouble that you'll kill dozens, maybe hundreds? Their deaths will be on your conscience, you little fool, Kuratsuka said dismissively. If you care so much about them, why would you start this fight in the first place? You will not be getting away with this, not with attacking another captain's division. This area belongs to 9th Dash. Kanjiki Ashizaji Jizu. Kuratsuka snarled, pointing at Lysina. The creature, hideous and unnerving, let out an all-too-human shriek, raised its head, and from its mouth it spewed a rapidly expanding cloud of green gas. Lysina was already moving when it raised its head, dashing from one rooftop to the next. The cloud expanded rapidly, covering the street and the entire nearby area, and she was glad to have gotten away safely. Whatever it was bound to be deadly. The toxin is based on my blood, Kuratsuka said, walking toward her, his bankai following behind him. Touching it is certain death. He was gloating, Lysina realized, sure of his victory now. Good. As the poison gas began to dissipate, she jumped forward, claws raised, aiming for Kuratsuka's head. Again, you dull beast. The captain snarled, and the bankai shrieked, breathing out its gas. Arashi no kaze. Lysina cried out. It was a simple ability, meant to do little more than disrupt an enemy, but in this case the burst of air would be more than a little useful. A strong wind manifested alongside her as she charged, blowing the gas away. Damn it! Kuratsuka muttered as she closed the distance, claws raised. All she needed was a second, they both knew it. Quickly, he retreated, jumping back toward his Bankai. Listener cursed, and halted her charge. There was too much risk, charging right into the range of a Bankai. She jumped back, taking a few deep breaths. This was madness. She was tiring already, her Zanpakuto was quite unruly, and using it fully took power and focus, more than she had to keep going too long. Hell, even with it fully mastered, it was still madness to take on a Bankai with only Shikai. The power difference was always going to be too great, and that was without considering the wheeliness and malice of a man like Kuratsuka. There was nothing for it. You think you have won, Kuratsuka Mayuri? She called out defiantly. I make a point not to state the obvious, he said dryly. Then let me reveal something to you, before your victory, she said darkly. She let her Ryotsu surge to its peak level, wind circulating around her like a tornado. I may be just a vice captain, but out of all the vice captains, I am the single most powerful. Defiance is meaningless, no matter how heroic you may think it, Kuratsuka said, sounding bored. Kanjiki Ashizaji Jizu, forward. I wasn't kidding. Listener said loudly as the caterpillar-like creature began to move. Bankai. Arashirijin Kaminari Hebai. There was a discharge of power, immense and trembling its release all across the Godii, and the monstrous creature paused for just a second. Strong winds flew about, pieces of street rock and wooden debris from nearby buildings, torn to shreds from the power radiating from the vice-captain, flying all around. He couldn't even see her properly throughout the elemental mayhem. It can't be. Mayuri sneered. Nothing in my files indicates she is even close to that level. I guess you just don't know everything, then. Listener said confidently. Kuratsuka grit his teeth, and was about to retort, but suddenly something surged forward, a flash of blue lightning striking his Bankai in the front, causing it to reel back, shrieking in pain. The flash continued up into the sky, and Kuratsuka could see it now, taking the shape of a massive serpent, no smaller than 50 yards long, twice again as thick as he was tall. Magnificent wings sprouted from somewhere beneath its head, and the feathers and scales both gleamed magnificently with all the colors of the rainbow, ever shifting, while still retaining the blue glow of a lightning bolt. It opened its maw, revealing a frightening set of pointed teeth, and let out its forked tongue as if to taste the world itself. It looked around, staring down at Kuratsuka as if he were an ant, then lazily turned its head toward its master, diving back at her with immense speed. Quite unbelievably, the creature didn't crash into the ground, somehow ignoring its momentum and landing smoothly, wrapping itself around her master, its coils forming a protective wall. Listener soon climbed up, and Kuratsuka could see it now, a saddle, mounted in between its wings and head. There was no sword in her hand, but a rod, golden and glowing with power. Be Bankai. He stuttered. You think that will save you? Actually, yes, Listener said flatly. The serpent raised its head high, flapped its wings, and as if carried by magic, because there was no way those wings, no matter how magnificent, could carry a body that size on their own, it rose into the air. Circling high over Kuratsuka, there was a constant flow of electric energy, and the captain braced himself. What would he do? There was plenty of Kido that could aid him, but as he had no data on this thing, he couldn't be sure what would work best, and likely, its power would shrug off most if not all low to mid-level Kido. He had no time to contemplate it further, though. Listener raised the glowing rod, and cried. Daikominari Arashi. There was an enormous discharge of power, and from the Bankai a storm of electricity descended. Dozens, hundreds of lightning bolts rained down on Kuratsuka and his Bankai, only very few veering off their course. Just the one bolt didn't hurt him much, its power was not that great. However, the unrelenting hail of lightning, his inability to shield himself, or take cover, or escape, soon meant that the attack began to take its toll. Kuratsuka screamed with pain, his senses finally awakened from the relentless assault, as lightning coursed through his Bankai and his body. He was given but a few seconds to recover before Listener gently flew down, hovering some 15 yards above street level, looking down on the captain. Surrender, she said flatly. Your Bankai is a poor fit for mine. You bitch. Kuratsuka screamed. You bitch, I'll see you killed for this. I'll take that as a no, then, she said dryly. There really is only one way to deal with a med dog. She held the rod out to the side, and it extended both ways, glowing with yellow electricity. 2 metal points had extended, one from either side, the tip facing Kurotsuka being sharp and perhaps half a foot long. Held together by raw electric energy, it formed a lance, some 15 feet long. Listener reared her serpent forward, aiming her weapon well, surging toward the captain with speed. Kanjiki Ashizaji Jizu. Kurotsuka cried desperately, and the Bankai reacted, drawing in a breath to unleash its poison. It is useless. Listener cried, and a strong gust of wind blew toward the caterpillar, stopping its gas before it could even discharge. Kurotsuka's time was up, and he did not even have time to brace himself before Listener slammed into him, lance tip first. She could feel it as it hit his midsection dead on, piercing through his guts, and she channeled all the energy she dared into this one strike. The discharge of power was blinding, enormous, and a second later, she had cleaved right through both the captain and his Bankai like a white-hot knife through butter. She let her serpent slide to a halt, and turned to face the captain, just in time to see Kanjiki Ashizaji Jiza wail and shatter, no longer able to sustain itself. As the dust settled, Listener jumped out of the saddle, rod still in hand, the serpent following closely behind her as she approached Kurotsuka. He wasn't readily visible, but before long she could see him. He was a mess. Around him there was a mixture of ash and blood, most of the captain having been turned into a fine paste where he hadn't been turned into ash from the heat. His body was mostly destroyed, only half of his torso, his left arm and his head was still intact. He was breathing raggedly. Damn it, damn it, damn it! He panted, desperately digging into his coat or what remained of it with his one hand. So you lived, huh? Listener remarked matter-of-factly. It was tempting to end him, here and now, but that would be going a bit far. She was supposed to keep quiet, after all, and killing him would make things worse. That, and killing somebody who could not fight back, even after all these years, there were things she'd rather not do. I'll remember this, you. Kurotsuka wheezed. His eyes were wide and bloodshot, and his hand trembled as he finally fished something out from a pocket. It appeared to be some sort of syringe. He fumbled for a bit, missing his target several times before finally managing to jam it into his own neck, pushing its content into what remained of his body. I'll remember this, too, Listener said coolly, letting her Bankai dissolve, sealing her Zanpakuta fully. And if you feel so keen on revenge, I'll be waiting. In the meantime, I think I have 1 or 2 complaints to make about attempted murder, endangering Shinigami lives, and more than likely causing a fair number of friendly fire casualties. He glared at her, a sickening grin on his face. To her surprise, he began to melt, turning quickly into a puddle of green goo. For a second she stood on edge, wondering if it was some sort of final trick, but the liquid began to creep away, like some despicable centipede. I'll be seeing you again. His voice called out, sounding hollow. When I do, I'll have something special for you and your Bankai. Listener shook her head, and watched him disappear. She took a few deep breaths, just relaxing herself. Her Bankai had nothing if not raw power, but the energy it took to maintain it was proportional to that, and it had taken a lot out of her to use it even for this short a duration. She had gained it the hard way, like a Shinigami should, but she was a far cry from the effortless skill of her seniors, and she knew it. She sighed, and walked toward where she had left the Quincy. A quick sensing was all she needed to know that he was still there. Well, at least she'd have something to show for all this. Chapter 44, Not That Kind of Fairy Tale. What, did you just say you did? As Listener dared to look up, there was a mild look of disbelief on Yukitake Jushiro's face. She had delivered her report, deeply bowed and staring into the floor. Once she had secured the Quincy in a holding cell, it had started to dawn on her just how big of a mess she might just have gotten herself into. Not only was there the matter of being part of a secret conspiracy, but even if things were as normal, she had attacked and nearly killed a captain. A vile, widely hated one, granted, but a captain nonetheless. A pillar of the Godei's might, at a time when chaos ruled. As kind as her captain was, this could very well have repercussions. Hesitantly looking up at the captain, Listener felt as if she was a young and stupid greenhorn, facing a teacher after being caught red-handed sneaking out at night. Defeated Kurotsuke Yuri in single combat, she said tamely. He nearly died, but ultimately escaped. Yes, I heard you the first time, her captain said, in a tone as close to a snap as he ever got. It was rhetorical. Listener held her tongue, waiting for his judgment. She had come right to him, because it was the safest thing to do. Half the Godai was bound to know by now, and the sooner she reported, the better it could be handled. He groaned. And you say you have a bankai? Yes, sir. Since when? He said, his agitation somewhat diffused by curiosity. I have had it a few years, sir, Listener said hesitantly. She wasn't keen on discussing the subject. Years? You never thought to share? It's still new to me, sir. What good would it do? I haven't had reason to use it in action until today. Do I just come out and brag to everyone that I have one, when I haven't even mastered it? Quite the perfectionist as usual, eh? He shook his head. But still, a captain. All this for Ryoka. You know what he is like, Listener said darkly. You know what he does to people. What's more, we've captured only one Ryoka so far before now. He's got no right to take our second catch for himself. I made the arrest. He ignored that. That means he has violated broken the law, yes, Yokotake said tiredly. As if he would ever receive sentencing. Now we'll have to deal with complaints from 12th. Will he demand I be fired, sir? Listener said nervously. Retirement was not commonly an option in the Godai, and those who could not, particularly those as strong as Listener, could look forward to a lifetime in the maggot's nest. No doubt, Yokotake said. However, as you said, he violated the law. The man is as genial as he is twisted, but he is certainly not pleasant. My vouching for you will be more than enough. Somehow, I doubt Yamamoto-sensei will take his word over mine on this. Listener breathed a sigh of relief. I am sorry about this, sir, I really am. I'm not sure you are. I wouldn't be. I am not vindictive, but I have no sympathy to waste on the likes of him. Thank you, Captain. This matter is not dead and buried, Vice Captain, he said, and she could tell he was trying to be stern, but for now, we have a manhunt to attend to. It's already afternoon, and you're the only one successful so far. Dismissed. Yes, sir. Listener said firmly, glad that things had turned out the way they did, better than expected. She was not out of it yet, and the thought of Kurotsuke Yuri plotting revenge was indeed frightening. But for now, work. Quickly, she saluted her captain, and went on her way. Momo had spent the day staring blankly into the wall, entirely unaware of the world around her, sitting in an empty room in the division. On some level, it had registered, Aizen Saushik, the kind and beloved leader they all looked up to, was gone. But she could not make it make sense. He couldn't be dead. She felt like it had to be some kind of trick, some cruel illusion. How could he be gone? He had always been there for them. They couldn't possibly go on without him. He was the heart of 5th Division. That she wouldn't be able to see him each morning, that she wouldn't hear the reassuring sound of his voice, that he wouldn't be there every day to organize everything. It couldn't be true. She couldn't wrap her head around it. It had even taken her mind off the one thing she had thought about more than anything else, Erza Scarlet. She hadn't cried, not since that first time she saw it. The shock had upset her, but since then, there was an overwhelming feeling she could not shake. This could not be real. How could it be? He had said something to her last night, she recalled. Should anything happen to me, I will know my vice captain can hold this division up. Should anything happen to me? It was as if he had known he was going to meet his fate. But how could he have known? Why had he been out there? Maybe he had just been shaken by the invasion. He was always a kind and gentle soul, and she was sure this sort of cataclysmic event, coming out of nowhere, had to have upset him even though he put on a brave face. After all, she reminded herself, Erza had been his subordinate too, and if he had been half as kind to her as he had been to Momo, her return was bound to have pained him. She shook her head. Nothing in this made sense, and she didn't want to try and reason around it, poke further into the gaping wound his absence had left her with. "Look up." The voice was gentle, and Momo knew it as well as she could know anything. She raised her head. The figure standing before her was tall and slender, undoubtedly feminine, with an ethereal, unearthly look about her. Long, elegant blue robes were flowing about her, as if weightless and touched by a breeze. Her hair was long and black, running down to her feet, and her face was gentle, but Momo knew it could take on the horrifying visage of a wraith if she lost her temper. "Tabayam," Momo mumbled, her voice a little more than a whisper. Why are you out here?" She had learned how to manifest her Zanpakuta physically some time ago, but it was rare for it to come out on her own volition. "You are in a pit of despair, Master," the Zanpakuta spirit said, gently cupping both hands around Momo's cheeks, her long fingers feeling cool. Her skin was pale, almost white. "Who else would support you now, if not I?" Momo gently took Tabayam by the wrist, holding her hand, squeezing it. "You know it to be true," the spirit said. "You do not need to face that truth yet. Sorrow takes its time." Momo nodded helplessly. "But there are things you need to do still," Tabayam said gently. "There are 2 choices before you, Master." "What choices?" Momo mumbled. "Your division stands leaderless. Its captain is dead, and its vice-captain is indisposed. This state of affairs will not hold together long." "I know," Momo said, feeling a pang of guilt. "There is also the fact that Erza Scarlet is within arm's reach if only you try. This is your choice, Master. Do you choose your division at this time, or your heart's desire? To which one are you more loyal?" "I," Momo said hesitantly, for the first time all day not thinking about Aizen's death. "Tabayam, I do not judge, Master. But it is a choice that you must make. Either way, you have sat in misery for long enough. You must stand and face the world." With her free hand, Momo made a fist. "You're right. As always, Master," the spirit said, with a bit of amused smugness in its voice. Momo stood up, and the spirit dissolved, returning to Momo's mind. There were choices to make. Byakuya had led the search to the best of his abilities for most of the day, not having eaten since breakfast. He had spearheaded the scouring or his part of it with a zealous devotion. But each moment, he felt like something was eating him up from the inside, gnawing at his guts, his mind. He felt like he was going insane. His eyebrow had started twitching, without him noticing it until a nervous sixth seat had asked if he was all right. When Byakuya snapped at the man for daring to question him, he had realized that he was not, in fact, all right. To lose his composure like so was inexcusable. Shortly thereafter, he had excused himself, and abruptly left for his mansion. He was leaving a heavy load on his third seat's shoulders, with Renji still in recovery, but he couldn't stand it any longer. So it was that he stumbled into his personal office at the mansion, sweating and breathing raggedly. He quickly sat down cross-legged, fists clenched hard enough that his nails dug into his palms, and he forced his breathing to stabilize. He was losing control. It was absolutely shameful to leave his command at such a critical time, for personal reasons he couldn't even explain, not to his superior and much less to himself. It was a disgrace, but he didn't even care. He was not in control of himself. On the outside he appeared to be, but it was all a lie. Rukia. It was all about Rukia. He had told himself that it was all about his honor and the stain it would leave upon it, how nothing could redeem that. It was not untrue, but he could not stop thinking about her. His little sister. Rukia, who he loved. He took a deep breath, trying to stop a slight tremble running through his body. She was still alive. She was still alive, and he wanted to spare her this unjust fate. These selfish desires were almost overwhelming. In his mind, he saw himself breaking down the prison walls, taking her out of there, running away with her to freedom. It would not happen. He was Kokaki Byakuya, first and foremost among nobles. He had not built his reputation up for centuries only to see it besmirched by egotistic desires. But Rukia. She was still alive, and he already grieved for her. He already felt the pain of her passing. He would come to see her die, and sever her head himself if he had to, and he knew the pain of it already. His eyes drifted up to the wall, where a short tantu, little more than a knife, hung, and remembered a thought that had occurred to him more than once these last few days. The custom was old, and not often practiced, but there was a way to restore his honor. Seppuku. It was not that he wanted to die. Suicide for selfish reasons would be unacceptable, weak, and irresponsible. But honor was everything. He would watch her die. Then, when it was all done, he would take his own life. He would leave his clan in chaos, and his division would face a heavy load with him gone. But that was the only way. To let Rukia die was to dishonor the vow he had made to Hisuna all those years ago, and even now, even with her long dead, he loved her fiercely. To let Rukia down would be to betray the love he had known, still carried within him. His word was everything. She would die. Then, so would he. His clan would be in uproar, but he was not so arrogant as to think his clan lived by his grace alone. The Kuchikis could trace their lineage back to well before the founding of the Godii, and he was but one in a long line of clan heads. The division would be in shock, but Renji was strong, more able than he gave himself credit for. Byakuya saw in him a rougher, less civil version of himself. With no choice, he would surely step up. It was settled, and finally Byakuya felt himself coming. The world made sense. It weighed heavily at his heart, not the notion of dying, but of having to go back on his word, to stain his honor, and to see his little sister die. He would pay. He would pay the price and do it gladly, and he would enter the annals of history as a man who valued the weight of his word, whose integrity would not be compromised. Then he would, at last, be at peace. They had done remarkably well so far, although at a frustratingly slow pace. The Tsuridai was crawling with Shinigami, but a stolen uniform for Masaki had allowed Erza, Ichigo, and his mother to move around well enough. The chaos was working in their favor. There was so much hustle and bustle that a few Shinigami here and there weren't usually questioned so long as they looked busy, well, if you didn't delay for too long. To keep extra careful, they moved through storehouses, barracks, and whatever buildings there were, keeping off the streets as much as possible. This had put their pace at something of a crawl, but they had still made rather decent time heading toward the center, where Rukia was being held. This meant frequent pauses though, as patrols moved through the street constantly. At the moment they were huddled in the sleeping hall of an empty barracks, whose one guard Erza had knocked out before he had a chance to react, Masaka keeping a lookout through a window. A patrol of a couple dozen Shinigami were running through the streets, thoroughly checking for Ryoka, and they all hoped they wouldn't think to check in the barracks. Aunt Erza," Ichigo said. His voice was quiet, which was only reasonable, but there was something about the way he looked nervous, concerned, stealing an odd glance at his mother as if to make sure she couldn't hear. As Erza knew him to be braver than to be intimidated by a few Shinigami, he had stood up to Kenpeki. After all, she knew something had to be off. "What?" Erza said, keeping her tone to a whisper, listening intently for cries of alarm. "This better be important." I don't know how to put it," Ichigo muttered. "Spit it out, boy, or keep quiet," Erza said bluntly. She was a little on edge herself, and she knew it. He took a deep breath. What could be troubling him like this? Under normal circumstances she'd expect some teenage boy issue, but this was hardly the time for that. "It's about the fight with Kenpeki." "You did well," Erza said reassuringly. "You held your ground and fought back. I know it must have been terrifying, and I know it must have hurt, being left in that warehouse for so long. "No, not that," Ichigo said, spitting out the words awkwardly, almost stumbling on them. "Being hurt, frightened, it happens. I knew what I was getting into. I mean, not really, but you know what I mean." "So what is it, then?" Erza said, furrowing her brows. When I fought," Ichigo said, seeming to collect himself, "something happened. I don't know how to describe it. There I was, getting my ass kicked, and suddenly this thing pops into my mind. A monster. Something completely malicious. I could feel it like it was part of me, like it was part of who I am. It loved the pain. It loved the violence. It was crazy, just as crazy as Kenpeki." "What do you mean?" Erza said. Now that she thought about it, she had sensed something off about Ichigo as she approached. She had simply forgot about it until now, between fighting off Kenpeki, recovering from her injuries and seeing to Ichigo's wounds. It was a hollow, he hissed the words out, and she could see the fear in his face. I don't know how, but I have a hollow in my head. It wanted to take over. It's so strong, and I have no idea how to stop it. Slow down, Erza said firmly, looking him in the eye. What happened exactly? Like I said, got my ass kicked, and it popped out. Fought evenly with the bastard for a while. But I managed to stop it. There was a mask forming on my face, a dim mask, Erza, but somehow, I managed to get control of my left arm, tear it off. He was scared, she could see it plain as day. Who wouldn't be? Ichigo could take on almost anybody head on, but an enemy that attacked your mind? A hollow? That bastard Urahara, she remembered it well now, a hollow mask forming around Ichigo way back then. What matters is that you stopped it, Erza said firmly. That means you are in control. You, not, whatever that is. If I get hurt bad again, what happens if it takes control? Ichigo said worriedly. What if I can't stop it? What if I turn into a dash? We'll deal with that when it happens, Erza said firmly, cutting him off. We'll get to the bottom of this, I promise, but we don't have the time to stop and examine this. But listen, I won't let that happen to you. You're not going to become a hollow. Are we clear? Yes, Erza, Ichigo said faintly, nodding. Erza had no clue about the entire situation, or if she could do even a single thing to help, but Ichigo needed reassurance right now, not the cold hard facts. They're leaving. Masaki hissed, from her lookout position. Quickly, you two. Erza nodded. Let's go. They had continued for another hour or so, approaching the center of the Godai, and there had been little trouble for a while. They were walking down a street, oddly deserted, surrounded on both sides by division walls. Ahead lay the road to Rukia's prison. Where'd they all go? Ichigo said, suspiciously eyeing his surroundings. Erza felt a pang of pride, he was acting like a warrior should. Maybe they called off the search. Masaki suggested. Unlikely, Erza said, shaking her head. I can sense a lot of them still around. Should we try and move faster? Ichigo asked. I mean, without too many soldiers around. Know a trap when you see it, Erza said firmly. She took a step forward in the street, and raising her voice, she called out, come out. You may have hid well, but this is a bit too convenient, isn't it? There was a slight pause, and then, from behind one wall each, two familiar figures jumped forward, standing some 10 yards away. Erza's heart sank. White hair. A pink woman's kimono. It was Yukatake Jushiro and Kiraku Shunsui, Yamamoto's star pupils. She had never seen them in action personally, but she knew the respect they both commanded. So much for our dramatic entry, eh? Yukatake said resignedly, a small smile on his face. Erza grit her teeth. Who are these clowns? Ichigo asked, in between nervous and angry. We'll kick their asses no matter what. No, Erza muttered, I don't think so. Shunsui smiled, and pointed at Erza. Your next line is, you run ahead, kid. We'll hold them off. You run ahead, Ichigo. Erza snapped. We'll hold them, oh what? I thought so, Shunsui said, the self-assured grin on his face widening. Who are they? Ichigo insisted. Remember what I taught you. Senior captains, Erza said plainly, knowing the fight ahead could be just as hard or worse than her bout with Kenpeki. Students of the captain commander. Some of the oldest and most skilled. Yukatake and Kiraku, right? Ichigo muttered. Oh, crap. Here's how this is going to go, Shunsui said, his tone calm and matter-of-factly, the Quincy lady in the back will take on my friend Jushiro here. I will take you on. Ichigo here goes on, just as planned. Is this some kind of trick? Ichigo said suspiciously, a hand on the hilt of his blade. Erza shook her head. This man is many things, but he's not the kind who plays dirty. He doesn't need to. And here I thought it's I, the gentleman, who was supposed to hand out the compliments, Shunsui said amusedly. Get a move on, kid. We don't have all day. He stepped aside, gesturing with his hand toward the road they had been on. The prison is right this way. It isn't far. If you go fast, you might even be able to get there before somebody strong comes to stop you. Ichigo glanced at Erza, who nodded. Go. Get to the objective. We'll manage. I'll be right behind you, sweetheart, Masaki assured him. Kiraku Shunsui wouldn't strike him down, or so she hoped. Hand still on his blade, he slowly walked past the two captains. Although he kept his eyes peeled, neither one made a move to strike him. Once he was out of immediate combat range, he turned his back, and ran. Shunsui let out an exaggerated sigh of relief, and took a step forward. Kids, huh? He said jovially. You're always worried they'll go wrong somehow. He's lucky to have two strong women watching over him. No jokes, Erza said, gritting her teeth, steeling herself, let's get this over with. As you wish, oh harsh mistress, Shunsui said, his tone sounding mockingly hurt. Miss Orwell, Mrs. Quincy, why don't we go somewhere else? Yukatake said politely. These kinds of battles will be challenging enough without us getting in each other's way. Go. He's right, Erza said. You're sure? Masaka said. I'm sure. Take care, and do your best. Oh, and one thing, his shikai can deflect missiles. Keep that in mind. Got it, Masaka said. Now that's practically cheating, Shunsui said, perpetually amused. No, it's only fair, Yukatake said. Mrs. Quincy, shall we? It's Kurosake Masake, Masaka said, and yes, let's. There was a quiver in her voice, although Erza knew it was more out of concern for Ichigo than herself. The two quietly walked down the street, turning around a corner. So, my secret plan worked out perfectly. Here I am, all by my lonesome, with the undivided attention of one of the Godei's most beautiful women, Shunsui said. He placed one hand on his sword hilt. One of them, he carried two, uniquely so for a Zanpakuto as far as Erza knew. Drop the act, Erza said bluntly. You sound and act like a drunken Casanova, and I'm sure a lot of idiots buy into it. How many people have you convinced that you're just floating around at your position because of your relationship with the old man? Not me, that's for sure. You're one of the oldest Shinigami alive. You don't get to be one of Yamamoto's favorites by being useless. So stop faking. Shunsui gave a whistle. Nothing gets past you, huh? I'm no scientist, but I do have common sense, Erza said firmly. All right, Shunsui said, the mirth dropping from his voice, before we start, I'll make you a deal. You're strong. Too strong to take lightly, especially after you beat Kenpeka just the other day. That means I'd have to let loose, and you have no choice but going all out. That will mean chaos, destruction, maybe people getting caught up in all this. So my offer to you is, don't use your Bankai. Don't even use your Shikai. If you do that, I'll do the same for you. Erza looked at him incredulously. This man was full of surprises. What about Kido? She said, to stall for time. Kido, dirty tricks, cunning plans, stratagems, all these are fair game, he said, smiling slightly. You have two swords, though. I am stuck with the one. He shrugged. It's the deal I'll give you. Believe me, it's the best chance you'll have of beating me. Erza groaned. She couldn't fault the logic of limiting themselves to minimize damage. Anyone getting caught up would weigh on her conscience. It had been a lot easier with Kenpeki, that berserker hadn't given her any choice but to go all out. Now the choice was here, and she had to make it. It's a standoff, huh? She muttered. I don't use mine, you don't use yours. What if I change my mind midways and use it anyhow? Then the gloves come off, Shunsui said. But if I got you pegged right, your word means something to you. In fact, if I got you pegged right, you're not a terrorist at all. You're just here to save your friend. As it happens, we're on opposing sides, but that doesn't mean we can't reach a gentleman's agreement. Or well, gentle person, he grinned, as if he had said something clever. All right. Erza said, slowly drawing her sword out. All right. It's a deal. For now. Atta girl, Shunsui said. He tipped his hat, then threw it into the air, and surged forward. There was no such thing as perfection in any martial art, and Erza knew it. Any one style could be countered by another at some point. Any master swordsman, no matter how skilled, could find himself outwitted, outfought, or downright unlucky. There was no objective metric for what was perfect. Yet what came next felt completely flawless. Shunsui surged forward, drawing both swords smoothly and with ease, using both blades in tandem, the shorter one complementing the longer sword. Erza only barely reacted in time, bringing up her sword to parry a flurry of blows, fast enough that they both moved in a blur. His form was ridiculous, either he was the most genial swordsman she had ever met, or he trained viciously in secret. Erza was a master of the blade herself, but compared to Kiraku Shunsui, it was as if her 100 and some years of practice were nothing. Suddenly, she found her blade caught by Shunsui's longer sword, pinned to the ground, the tip of his shorter sword resting against her neck, drawing a small drip of blood. "You're not too bad," he said appreciatively. Erza grit her teeth. There was no winning like this. Still, he seemed calm and cheery, his blade held still, no threats uttered. Deciding to risk it, Erza skipped back a few steps. "I might have taken your head off there, you know," Shunsui said. "You didn't." "True, true. You're pretty good at chances. If you make it out of this whole thing alive, I should definitely take you gambling." He smiled. Erza scowled. Outmatched though she might be, he had said it himself, he could not take her lightly. If he wanted to take her down, she would make him work for it. Masaka stood opposite the white-haired Shinigami captain on an abandoned street. There was tension in the air, both knew the moment they had stopped, that very shortly, there would be violence, and one of them might die. "Are you all right?" He sounded so genuine. Typically, Masaka would have assumed it was some kind of taunt, but Yukitake Jushiro, she recalled his name well enough, had been described as a thoroughly decent man, and he lived up to his reputation. The concern in his voice sounded real, and Masaka wished she didn't have to fight him, although mostly because he was a captain, and therefore somebody to be avoided whenever possible. "I didn't come here to chat," Masaka said, taking a deep breath. "You're not afraid for yourself, but for the boy," Jushiro said, glancing in the direction Ichigo had gone. "He's your son, isn't he?" "How?" Jushiro smiled. "I know that look. Absolute concern for somebody else, because their life matters more than your own. My mother used to look at me that way. It's how I look at the men and women under my command, well, almost like that. I am truly sorry you have to be put in this position." Thank you," Masaka said, a little taken aback. She had let the bow form in her hand, but hadn't raised it yet. Even in all this, face to face with an enemy, she was grateful for his sympathy. "I don't suppose I could convince you to come quietly," he said hopefully. "I could guarantee you humane treatment and fair sentencing. We already have another Quincy in our custody." "Urayu," Masaka muttered. "Damn it. No, I can't. I'm sorry." Jushiro sighed. "So be it, then." Slowly, he pulled his sword out, and Masaki raised her bow, lining up a shot. Erza had told her he was a fair and decent man, but she had also told her something more vital, that Yukitake Jushiro was sick, and prone to fits of illness, particularly when he exerted himself. Perhaps if she could take advantage of his kindness, tire him out. Decisively, she let the first shot fly. Failure was not an option. The pace of the battle had slowed down considerably. Shunsui was still moving lightning fast, but no quicker than Erza could follow. Her swordsmanship was being tested to an extent it hadn't been in a very long time. Fighting brutes like Kenpeke, or monstrous hollows, she had plenty of experience with that, but this was sword-to-sword combat at the highest level. Constantly light on her feet, she parried, dodged, skipped back and out of the way to dodge, and rarely, finding an opening to strike back. The smile never left his face, and Erza felt irritated. He could do better and she knew it. He was making a game of this, and she felt disrespected. What was his angle? It wasn't like Kiraku Shunsui to mock and play with his opponent, like a cat with a mouse. Part of her yearned to release her Zanpakuto, and in her mind Tetsu no Tama snarled with anger, but as tempting as it was, she knew he had been right. A battle between them fully escalated could decimate the surrounding area, and it wasn't likely to end in her favor. She didn't know what his powers were, but he was one of the oldest living Shinigami, and bound to have something powerful up his sleeve. Come on, come on. Shunsui goaded her, letting out a quick flurry of thrusts, leading up to a feint and a low cut to her knee. Erza parried the thrusts, and just barely moved her leg out of the way, the tip of his sword cutting into her new Shiakusho. It's all in the wrist with these things, don't you know? He said, like he were a teacher. A smooth, warmed-up wrist means a more mobile blade. You're a bit stiff, I think. 2 swords to 1. Erza snarled back. We never improve unless we're challenged, he said dismissively, and launched into a set of wide, high slashes. They looked clumsy, which was exactly why Erza was prepared, blocking 2 stabs that would have speared her through the chest. Quickly, she retaliated with a kick to his chest. It was a solid hit, and sent him reeling back. Oof. He said dramatically. That's below the belt, Miss Scarlet. Dirty tricks, strategies, they're all fair game, Erza said, echoing Shunsui's own words. True, true, he said calmly, slowly swinging both swords around, circling her. Erza held her blade up, ready for whatever would come next. But I'll be damned, you really have come a long way. You didn't sit idle those 20 years, did you? Are you going to state the obvious or are you going to attack me? Erza shot back. All in due time, Shunsui said, continuing to circle around her, but see, there are some things that don't add up. Not to me. Yeah. Erza said, still on edge. It looks pretty cut and dry, Shunsui said inquisitively. Erza Scarlet, traitor and terrorist, leads a strike force, including Quincy's, a former top stealth operative, and well-taught strong spiritually gifted humans. Why? To sow terror, of course. To wreak revenge on the society she hates. He launched into a quick series of cuts, forcing Erza to parry, but it was as if his heart wasn't in it. A minute or so later, he ceased, going back to his circling. It's madness, of course. A small team against the Godei? All of it? 13 captains? Nobody could hope to win. But then again, it's been 2 days and most of you are still at large, so it doesn't seem as mad as you'd think. But it still doesn't add up. Is this a fight or an interrogation? Time will tell, he said slyly. But here's the part of what doesn't add up. An invading force wreaking chaos and terror? Yes, I can see that. But when you look at it, the only casualties on our side are from captains getting overeager, not from you Ryoka. When you look at your movements, all it seems to be is your group moving inward, with a purpose. It's clear it is a mission, and it's clear that if you have malice toward the Godei, you are exceedingly good at keeping it in check. This doesn't really fit the narrative we all assumed on in the beginning. What's your point? Erza said bluntly. We'll get there, Shunsui said, again launching into a set of quick attacks. Erza parried, getting pushed back, but she was losing her will to fight seriously. If you want to talk, talk. She snarled. You never know who's watching, Shunsui said, very narrowly missing Erza's neck with his longer sword. Whoopsie daisy. You little. Erza muttered. Shunsui paused again, staring her down. You're here for Kukaki Rukia, aren't you? What's it to you? Erza shot back. It's fairly obvious. She is an old friend of yours, and you were noted to take friends quite seriously. Just as she's being unjustly sentenced, you come charging in, heading right for the prison where we keep our to-be-executed convicts. All while keeping to that same silly policy of not killing. That doesn't spell terrorist to me. It spells a fool for her beliefs. Erza lunged forward, cutting at Shunsui, who neatly hopped back and out of the way. He cut at her with his left hand, bringing his right up for a stab, but was surprised to see Erza pull her sheath up, blocking both attacks. He gave a whistle. Not bad. Don't underestimate me, Erza sneered. Thank you, Ikeku. He took a step back. So, the fool comes charging in. So what if I'm a fool? Erza snapped. Somebody has to believe. Somebody has to dream. If nobody dreams, then what the hell is anything you do for? Shunsui smiled again. You're not the only fool here, you know. What? I am saying, you're not the only one who noticed something off. Not everyone just looked at Rukia's sentencing, shrugged, and thought, well, tough break, I guess. Erza furrowed her brows. What do you mean? Instead of answering, Shunsui lunged forward again, his blades spinning deadly fast. Erza reacted instinctively, parrying with her sword in sheath, just barely keeping up. She managed to skip back, and as he overreached just a little, she counter-attacked, pushing him back. She rained down blows on him, hard and fast. She wasn't sure in the least what was going on, what he was getting at, and it made her angry. She didn't like games. So in her anger, she focused on doing what she did best. Then suddenly, it happened. She stabbed forward, at the center of his chest, and instead of being parried away, her blade slid in just beneath his ribs, almost to the hilt. Shunsui let out a gasp, dropping his swords. What? Erza said incredulously, standing still, staring him into the eyes, their faces only inches apart. What the hell? Obviously, Shunsui said, grunting, I was caught off guard, lackadaisically underestimating a dangerous Ryoka, nearly suffering a fatal wound in the process. He staggered back, and Erza tamely pulled her sword back. He grimaced, and stumbled, falling over into a sitting position. Blood was dyeing his clothes red, pouring generously from the wound. You idiot! Erza snarled, even more confused. Alerted to my predicament, Jushiro comes running to save my life, allowing the two Ryoka to escape, he continued, clutching his chest. Son of a bitch. What the hell are you playing at? Erza snarled. You just let me stab you, you stupid dash. Has to look good, right? Shunsui said, his smile turning into another grimace. To answer your question, something's going on. Whatever that is, I don't think bringing you in will help. So take your friend, and go to save Rukia. You won't succeed, not yet, but it'd be a load off my back if you did. Erza blinked. She could not figure this man out. Are you betraying Yamamoto? She said incredulously. No, Shunsui said, shaking his head, but I do have my reasons, believe me. Then, why the hell didn't you just say so? Told you, it had to look good. Besides, what am I going to do? Join your merry band of miscreants and get myself killed by old man Yama? I just gave you a hell of an opportunity. Don't waste it. Erza shook her head. You're insane. I prefer alternatively rational, actually. Erza groaned frustratedly, then quickly wiped her blade clean on her sleeve. Will you be okay? Oh, please, he said dismissively, I didn't let you hit anything vital. Anyway, I think that's Jushiro now. Head down the street, and your Quincy friend shouldn't be far. Giving him one last incredulous look, Erza turned her back to him, and ran. He had forced himself to not look back, but it had been hard. He had left his mother behind to fight one of those freakishly strong people, not to mention Erza. Shoving those thoughts aside, he had focused on his objective. Rukia. It had been an insane couple of days, painful and frightening, but there it was now, the tower where she was kept, just like Erza had described it. There was a moat separating it from the rest of the Godai, some 30 feet wide and at least as deep, and the only access was a bridge, wide enough for 3 people at most. Briefly, Ichigo paused, and took a deep breath. He had really made it there. All the pains he had taken to get there, all the friends left behind, it wasn't going to be for nothing. He was going to get Rukia, and, well, he'd figure out what came next once he'd done that. No sense in getting ahead of himself. Apprehensively, he took the first step, as if the bridge would strike him down with magic for daring to cross it. Soon after he took the next, and broke into a run. In no time at all, he crossed the bridge, coming upon thick, locked gate, split in two. Well, he was not about to let that stop him. Rukia had been lost in thought, almost dozing off, when she felt the tremor. Something had hit the door, slamming it hard enough to nearly shake it off its hinges. Before she could make sense of it, it trembled again. Now, one half of the door was hanging lamely by just one hinge, the other blown away, having landed some 7 yards into the tower's cell room itself. Rukia blinked. She could feel that energy now. Stepping through the wrecked doorway, a cocky expression on his face. "Yo," Ichigo said, walking up to her, "let's get out of here." Rukia blinked. It was like something out of a dream, the valiant young man coming to save the imprisoned girl. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" she said sharply. It was not that kind of fairy tale. "Huh?" Ichigo said, blinking. "You reckless idiot, you're going to get yourself killed." Rukia snapped. "I don't know how you even made it this far, but, how dare you come here? How dare you be this stupid? How dare you add your life to my conscience? You." Ichigo said, taken aback, "You listen here, I didn't survive a run-in with Kenpeka just to get here and not rescue you, okay? Who asked you to rescue me? What, you want to die? You think what you did deserves a death sentence? This is Shinigami business, and it's not your place to meddle." Rukia said evasively. "You get right out of here, Kurosaki Ichigo dash." "That does it," Ichigo muttered. Unceremoniously, he grabbed her by the cloth belt of her simple prisoner's uniform, and hoisted her over his shoulder. "Hee-hey!" Rukia snarled, thrashing weakly against him. To no avail, her stay in the tower had left her quite weak. "Put me down, you idiot." "Shut up!" Ichigo grumbled, turning around and walking outside. "You don't get a say in this. What the hell kind of rescue is this?" she protested indignantly. "The kind that saves your life." Despite herself, despite feeling upset, there was something else. Seeing him, feeling him up close, she realized she had missed him. That she had missed them all. There was the quickest vision in her imagination, of herself standing safe and sound with all the rest of them, somewhere far away. But she quashed it. Even if by some mad stroke of luck he had got there, he would never succeed in getting out. There was no hope. "Now stop squirming, ya shrimp," Ichigo said, marching out on the bridge. "You'll thank me later dash." As if to punctuate Rukia's thoughts, they both felt it at once, before they even saw it. Standing at the middle of the bridge, there was the quiet, inscrutable form of her elder brother. The respected and fearsome Kukaki Byakuya, 28th head of the Kukaki clan, captain of Division 6, and the object of Ichigo's hatred. "You," he snarled, slowly setting Rukia down, reaching for his blade. "I would ask you to surrender," said Byakuya, "but I gather it would be a foolish attempt. Nor do you deserve such restraint after having the insolence to lay your hands on a member of the Kukaki." He stood before them, some 20 yards away, a hand on his sword, looking as inscrutable as ever. "I remember you, all right," Ichigo said, his voice nearly a growl. "You're the xenophobe bitch who cut my mother down." "Suffering and death is the result of entering the field of battle," Byakuya said coldly. "I spared her life because Rukia begged me to. I see no reason to extend the same courtesy to you." "Bring it," Ichigo said, boldly taking a step forward. Even in her weakened state, Rukia could see her brother move. He was a true master of shunpo, almost unsurpassed. She felt the sinking feeling in her chest, as he stepped forward, his movement becoming a blur. She would have to see Ichigo die before her eyes. And then there was a clang, metal against metal, and her brother furiously staring down Ichigo from the back. "A quick, nasty move to end me quickly, right?" he said, turning his head to stare back at Byakuya. "If you think I'm the same dumb kid you fought back then, you're dead wrong." The tip Byakuya's sword was grinding against the flat of Ichigo's blade, the teenager having moved it just slightly to block his attack, using his oversized weapon as a shield. Byakuya's eyes narrowed. Ichigo swung around, pulling his sword out as he did, going for a sideways slash. Byakuya was already out of the way, having moved back in a graceful couple of steps, but Ichigo stood face to face with him already. "Here's a thing my teacher told me," Ichigo said firmly, holding his sword low, "and that is that pride cometh before the fall. Funny how you don't get stuff like that until you see it in action." You were sure, absolutely sure, that you'd kill me outright, weren't you? If I were a better fighter, I might even have seen through it and used it to counterattack. Pretty sloppy for an elite nobleman, isn't it? Byakuya's narrowed brows turned into a scowl, and the grip on his sword tightened. You arrogant little child. Pot, kettle, black, Ichigo said flatly. Now, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get my sword out, all properly, and then I'm going to kick your ass, and then I'm going to grab Rukia and get her out of here, and then we all get our happily ever after. But before that, I have to ask you something. Byakuya didn't answer, so Ichigo continued. What the hell is wrong with you? I will not listen to paltry accusations by some half-baked amateur Shinigami, Byakuya said, and his voice was not quite as dispassionate as Rukia was used to hearing it be. Your sister is right here, Ichigo said angrily, and if you had any sense in you, you'd be right here with me, trying to save her. She doesn't deserve to die, and you know it. And if you don't know it, then I feel damn sorry for you. I don't know what's stopping you, if it's honor or whatever, but if that is what honor is, I'd rather live my whole life without it. You're a sorry excuse for a brother. The grip on Byakuya's blade tightened until his knuckles went white. Rukia thought she could see his eye twitch slightly. Do you know why older siblings come first? Ichigo snarled, having worked himself up a fair bit by now, it's so that they can protect the ones that come after them. Silence. The words came out as a shout, and Rukia blinked. She had never in her life heard her brother raise his voice before. He charged forward in as quick of a shunpo as he was able, which was quite quick, and brought his sword down. Ichigo only barely parried, stumbling back half a step before pushing back. Touch a nerve, did I? He said defiantly. For your crimes, Byakuya said, his voice straining a little to remain calm, the smallest tremble present, I shall execute you myself. You will not save Rukia. Nobody will be saved. Over my dead body, Ichigo said, shoving the nobleman back. It will be my pleasure to arrange that, Byakuya said. Holding his sword up in a classic kendo stance, he moved forward. In the blink of an eye he had charged Ichigo again, bringing his sword down for a quick downwards cut. Ichigo parried it just in time, and Byakuya launched into a quick series of cuts and slashes, forcing the teenager back. Oddly enough, the battle had a chilling effect on Ichigo, the muscle memory of his hard-earned swordsmanship acting like a bucket of cold water, his righteous anger washing away as he did his very best to just not die. Byakuya's skill was nothing to sneeze at. In fact, it was cleaner and sharper than anything Ichigo had faced before, and unlike the practice grounds, there would be no stopping when his guard had been pierced. He was right in the thick of it, facing a skilled opponent who was genuinely trying to kill him. Completely on edge, he parried, dodged, moved back, evading or blocking Byakuya's attacks. Realizing that letting himself get pushed back indefinitely was a losing strategy, particularly to an enemy so much more skilled than him, Ichigo tried to find an opening. If you try to beat your enemy at something he's better at than you, you've already lost. Play to your strengths. Remembering his sensei's words, he took a quick jump back, evading a wide sideways slash from his opponent, and surged forward, keen to repay the favor. Byakuya reacted lightning fast, redirecting the force of Ichigo's blow. Next, Ichigo knew, he'd want to capitalize on Ichigo's swing, counterattack, stab him somewhere vital: the neck, the head, or the center of the chest. It was with not a little satisfaction that he felt Byakuya's Zanpakuto overshoot as he took a sidestep at the last second, and saw the captain's Shiakusho tear a little as he brought his own sword up to retaliate. Byakuya paused for a second, sword held low and firmly in both hands. He too seemed to have lost whatever anger he had displayed before, entirely focused on Ichigo right now. He looked at Ichigo, up and down, then charged again. Quickly, he cut at him in a series of horizontal slashes, Ichigo struggling to parry. Speed was the name of the game now, he realized. It was meant to force him, the rookie, into making a mistake, to force him to make an error, or just to test him, until he could spot a weakness in his form. It wasn't going to be as easy as that, though. Ichigo would make sure of it. As he finally found a split-second chance to bring his sword up for an attack of his own, Byakuya reacted lightning fast, striking his blade aside. Ichigo's sword skid into the ground, locked in place by Byakuya's blade. Before Ichigo could react, he saw Byakuya point 2 fingers at Ichigo, holding his left hand out like it were a gun. "Hado number 4, Byakurai," he said dispassionately, and there was a spark of lightning. Immediately, a bolt of blue discharged, striking Ichigo in the chest, piercing him entirely. It kicked like a mule, and Ichigo staggered back in shock. He could feel warm, wet blood trail down from beneath his right clavicle, and realized it had been Kido executed perfectly, in the middle of combat, as part of a strategy created specifically to put him in position to receive the spell point blank. Grasping his Zanjutsu firmly, Ichigo forced himself to recover. Kukaki Byakuya was no joke. His first instinct had been to try and end Ichigo instantly, not to incapacitate him, and now he had shown himself able to incorporate Kido into his fighting style. He hadn't even released his Zanpakuta yet. Mercilessly, the nobleman pushed forward, and Ichigo found it harder to bring his sword up for a parry. It had been a clever shot, placed just so that each time he raised his sword, the wound hurt and bled. Ichigo cursed inwardly. If he wasn't within an inch from dying every second, he'd have admired the intelligence of the technique. But it wasn't over. Not by a long shot. Again, the sequence kept repeating. Rapid sword strikes, each one not so fast Ichigo couldn't just parry them. He knew what his opponent was looking for now, but couldn't focus enough to look for it. His arms ached, his chest hurt, and it took considerable effort just to keep his cool. There it was again. A downward strike from Ichigo, cutting splinters into the bridge as Byakuya guided it down and locked it in place with expert precision. He was going to have to work for it. Letting out a guttural snarl, Ichigo surged forward, slamming his forehead into the captain's. It hurt as they collided, and he saw stars for a second. So did Byakuya, it seemed. His hand, which had raised to fire the Kido again, was hanging lame from his side, his sword held in one hand. He had staggered back 2 steps. Ichigo groaned, and rubbed his head. "You got real clean form there," he said with a grin. "Cleaner than Aunt Erza, even. You're damn good with a sword. Thing is, when your back is against the wall, you do what you have to, even if it means playing dirty." "You?" Byakuya said, genuine surprise in his voice. He rubbed his own forehead, where Ichigo had head-butted him. An ugly red mark was forming there. "My body's still not dead, man," Ichigo said, intentionally making his voice cocky. If he could get the nobleman to lose his patience. Slowly, Byakuya held his sword up, and there was a surge of power. Scatter, Senbonzakura dash. Well, there it was. Or not. Suddenly, a strap of white cloth wrapped itself around his blade, and the sword, which had started to glow, went back to its normal state. Ichigo and Byakuya both turned to look from where the strap was coming. Sitting crouched on the railing of the bridge, with cat-like agility, was Yoryuki. A grin was running across her face. "Seems like I got here just in time. Long time no see, Kid Byakuya." Byakuya's head jerked, and although his voice was calm, there was no mistaking the contempt in his voice. "You?" "That's right," Yoryuki said. "How you been all these years, kid?" "Yoryuki," Ichigo said. "Quick, let's grab Rukia and run dash." "Change of plans, I'm afraid," Yoryuki said firmly. "There's more captains coming. There's 2 more practically around the corner. You took too long. I'm good, but not so good I can be sure I can grab you, Rukia, and shake everyone else." "What?" Ichigo said indignantly. "We came all this way, for what, giving up?" "Not giving up, no," Yoryuki said, shaking her head, reorganizing. "I already had a chat with Erza and your mother. They'll try and pick the others up, and then we'll regroup." Ichigo balled his fists with frustration. Rukia was right here, they had come so far. "None of that will happen," Byakuya said coldly. "I'd love to play, but I don't have the time," Yoryuki said with a smirk. Wasting not another word, Byakuya surged forward, aiming a horizontal slash at Yoryuki. In a blur, the dark-skinned woman appeared behind him in the blink of an eye. Byakuya was hot on her heels, and Ichigo felt a little odd as he watched them. Byakuya was fast, seeming to move with an urgency he had lacked when facing Ichigo, each strike of his sword quick, deadly, and accurate. Yoriyuki, however, seemed untouchable. Ichigo could barely follow it with his eyes, the two moved too fast. In a second, there were half a dozen strikes, Yoriyuki smoothly evading each one. Ichigo recognized the same pattern of forcing her back, putting her on the defensive, but Yoriyuki was having none of it. Every now and then she'd make a quick roll to the side, or somersault over the captain, moving with amazing fluidity and speed. It was the first time Ichigo had seen her in action, and for her to handle such a terrifying enemy with such ease, she really was something else. She wasn't having it all her own way, though. As Byakuya closed in again, there was a quick feint, and then he thrust his palm forward. "Shao!" he cried. The spell hit Yoriyuki directly, and sent her tumbling across the bridge. She recovered neatly, back on her feet within a second, but the disruption was all Byakuya needed to push his advantage. He closed the distance, and although Yoriyuki managed to evade his first strike by a hair's breadth, it was clear she was hard-pressed. Finally there was a quick slash, aimed at her neck just as she unbalanced ever so slightly, and Ichigo's heart sunk, hoping she would make it. There was a clang, and as the two paused for a moment, Ichigo saw her holding a short blade. It had a handle and blade much like a Zanpakuto's, but it was short, less than a foot, no more than a dagger. "You've grown, little Byakuya," Yoriyuki said, still grinning. "To think you'd make me use my Zanpakuto, even. Your arrogance will be your downfall, traitor," Byakuya said firmly, his voice again calm, dispassionate. "Being lectured on arrogance by the head of the Kukaki is actually the funniest thing I've heard all year," Yoriyuki said, her grin widening a little, "but I don't have time to play with you, I told you." There was a blur, and suddenly Yoriyuki reappeared next to Ichigo. Ichigo had expected Byakuya to be right behind her, but the man was standing still, looking just as surprised as Ichigo, surprised, and frustrated. Around his ankle, there was a yellow coil of sorts, anchored to the bridge itself. He pushed and pulled, but it held firm for the time being. "Dirty ninja tricks," Yoriyuki said casually. "Ichigo, let's go. It won't hold for long." "No, we can't leave Rukia," he insisted stubbornly. "I wasn't asking, kid," Yoriyuki said, producing something from inside her shirt. It was a small, black rod of sorts, with what looked like a bird's skull on top. She held it out, and grabbed Ichigo by the wrist. Before he had a chance to protest, the small object grew a wing, almost the size of a dragon's, and with tremendous force it pulled them both off the bridge and into the air, flying through the air with speed. Ichigo held out a hand, frustratedly, as he watched Rukia turn into a small dot in the distance in a matter of seconds. "Damn it! Hold still, you big baby," Jushiro said with a sigh. He was kneeled next to Shunsui, who sat leaned against a wall, and was trying to apply a basic medical keto. "But it hurts," Shunsui whined. "Well, maybe you shouldn't have gotten yourself stabbed, then." Jushiro was good-natured and patient, but sometimes, he found the antics of his best friend less than desirable. But it was the perfect cover. He protested dramatically. "Besides, old man Yama would never have bought that I got knocked out, or whatever. So why are you complaining?" Jushiro mumbled, applying the keto carefully. The wound was nothing terrible, not for a captain like Shunsui. This would stop the bleeding and dull the pain, and with a quick visit to Fourth, he should be up and about the same day. "Well, she didn't have to hit me so hard," Shunsui grumbled. "I mean really, that woman has a hell of an arm on her, she practically skewered me." "Shunsui, you're talking about a captain-class fighter who beat Kenpeka just the other day. Of course she's going to be strong." "Yes, but you could just have talked to her and explained things, but no, that just isn't cool enough," Jushiro said. He sighed. "I'm sorry, that was harsh." Shunsui just groaned. A few minutes later the bleeding had stopped altogether, and the two sat back on the street, just resting. "So what do you think?" Jushiro said. "That she's both hot, scary, and has a great rack," Shunsui retorted with a smile. "About this? About letting them go? About what we need to do? What do you figure?" Shunsui shrugged. "It's pretty much what I thought. She's here for Rukia. She's all about saving the poor girl, even if the odds are impossible. If she's a malicious terrorist, then I'm a flaming homosexual. The flaming part could be argued, Jushiro said with a smile. Shunsui laughed. Still. Jushiro continued, it's unlike you. Taking a stand like this. Shunsui sighed. You know me. I don't like to get involved. I almost never stand up for things that are difficult. But the key word is almost. If there are no things you are willing to stand up for, then there's no point in living. This matters. Kukaki Rukia, huh? Jushiro mumbled. Is the principle of justice so important? It is, Shunsui said, shaking his head, but that's not it. They'll make a villain out of him, Jushiro. What do you mean? Shunsui sighed. Those senile old geezers are doing something terrible, something going right against their own laws, and the old man is being forced to carry out those orders. And I don't know, seeing the old man doing that, it doesn't feel right. Old Yama, he means everything to the Godei. I can't just stand by and let this happen. For Yamamoto-sensei, then, Jushiro said, nodding. It was easy to underestimate Shunsui, even for Jushiro, but when it mattered, when it came down to it, he cared. In a very odd way, he was deeply loyal to his master. Shunsui nodded. So what do you say, buddy? Ready to throw your life away on a principle? Just get the right tools. We'll need to seal the Tsukyoko. I'll provide. We'll just have to keep our heads down for a little bit. Ow, this still stings. You're impossible, you know that. Shunsui grinned. That's the idea. The two laughed. Having resigned themselves to their fate, together, it didn't seem all that bad. Ichigo had tried and failed to keep track of where they were going. They had sailed across the Godei, high up in the sky, and the huge city beneath them had looked so very small. Suddenly, they had rapidly changed their trajectory, plunged toward the ground, and just as Ichigo cried out in fear of crashing, they had sailed through a tunnel. Well, it had to be a tunnel. Ichigo hadn't actually seen it, as it had seemingly been a headlong plunge into the side of a rock at one moment, then smooth sailing through pitch-black darkness the next before they suddenly landed, their movement rapidly slowing down. Yuriyuki landed gracefully, while Ichigo stumbled and fell over as she let go of his wrist. Disoriented and dizzy, it took him a minute to get back up on his feet. He finally stood up, wobbling a little before taking a look around. It was as if they had ended in a whole other world. There was light coming down from above, although he couldn't quite tell from where. It was a cave, vast and expansive, but it looked oddly friendly for a cave. It was bright, the air dry and pleasant, unlike the dankness you would expect from a normal cavern, and there was a hot spring not far away. Where? He mumbled, dazed and confused. A little place Kisuke and I built back in the day, Yuriyuki said amusedly. You didn't think that cellar of his was his first attempt, did you? Of course. That made sense. It was quite similar, although it lacked the sheer size and artificial sky of Urahara's place. I see. He mumbled. Then he remembered. Rukia. He snapped, you left Rukia behind. We were so close, and you couldn't just grab her. Ichigo, Yuriyuki said, sounding less amused, you don't understand. Then explain, why don't you? Ichigo said angrily. There are two things you need to know. Firstly, the most experienced member of our team is not your aunt. It's me. I was a captain, Ichigo, and the commander of the Stealth Corps. I've forgotten more about being a Shinigami than you have ever learned, and that's putting it lightly. Secondly, there are only a handful of people so dangerous that I would fear fighting them. At least two of them were just around the corner. Yamamoto's pupils. More captains were coming. I am the fastest thing alive, but carrying two people, I can't guarantee I'd get away with you both. That's the thing about experience in the Force. You learn a thing or two about priorities. Shouldn't the mission be a priority, huh? Ichigo objected. She shook her head. No and yes. We may not have achieved our objective, but by taking you to safety, the mission still remains intact. Doable. Ichigo tried to think of a rebuttal, eager to blame her, but nothing came to mind immediately. I've been observing, Yoriyuki continued, and besides myself, only your aunt and mother are up to par with the elite class that is the captains of the Godai. Even then, we are outnumbered. That's why I brought you here. What? Ichigo said irritably, if we're so screwed, then what's the point? What does bringing me here change? It's time to begin your Bankai training, Yoriyuki said gravely. Chapter 45, Knight in Shining Armor. Ichigo blinked. What? Yoriyuki gave him a look. I said you need to learn Bankai. Yes, I heard you, Ichigo said, shaking his head. It's just that I remember Aunt Erza making it very clear that it's the pinnacle of Shinigami skill and not something I should even think of before I've mastered the basics. Because it would be like trying to burst into a sprint before you know how to walk. Because it takes actual decades to achieve. Now's not the time to make jokes. Do I look like I'm kidding? Yoriyuki said. Her face was even, expressionless, free of the cheer that so often came with it. There is a way. We need it. It's something of a plan B, but it's necessary. How? Ichigo said incredulously. We don't have time for a history lesson, so I'll keep it brief. Back in the day, I was a captain. So was Kisuke. He is the original founder of the science division of the Godai. I guess I shouldn't be surprised by that. Ichigo muttered. It made some sort of sense. Urahara Kisuke was both crafty and strong, and it had to have come from somewhere. He's difficult and arrogant, but he is a bona fide genius. He devised a method of achieving Bankai early, albeit at some risk. As far as I know, he was the first person to ever manifest his Zanpakuto artificially. So how Ichigo started, but they were interrupted, as they both sensed them coming. Erza and Masake, short of breath, sped in through the cave, looking like they had pushed themselves quite a bit getting here. Mom! Erza! Ichigo cried out, relieved to see them both unharmed. So this is the rendezvous point, huh? Erza said. I'd never have found it if you hadn't given me directions. I guess you weren't full of it when you said you had a proper hideout. I'm many things, but not a liar, Yoriyuki said smoothly. Ichigo! Masake called out, and quickly ran to her son. Ichigo did not resist as she caught him in a hug. So from here, I guess we take a moment to breathe, and find a new strategy, said Erza. Yoriyuki nodded. Agreed. The first part of it is already in motion. Huh? Said Erza. I'm supposed to learn Bankai, Ichigo said, gently easing himself out of his mother's grip. Absolutely not. The cry was simultaneous, from both Erza and his mother at once, both seeming equally as outraged. It's way too dangerous. Masake exclaimed. It is. Erza concurred. And he is certainly not ready. When you told me about that technique, I didn't even believe you. Are you serious, Yoriyuki? Dead serious, Yoriyuki said firmly. Look at us. What have we accomplished so far? It's a miracle that only 2 of us have been captured as of yet. We need another captain tier fighter. That is not his cross to bear. Erza said, her tone heated. He is not a child, Erza, Yoriyuki retorted. He stopped being a child the moment you took him with you on a life and death rescue mission. He's a soldier. He needs this strength. He is a child. Masake all but snarled, and you can't just throw him into some dangerous Shinigami technique because you're desperate. The 3 of them began to argue, and Ichigo could sense their tones getting more and more heated. Yoriyuki, presenting pragmatic arguments of necessity, Erza and his mother protectively objecting to each one. This was crazy. He took a deep breath. Shut up! He shouted. The 3 women blinked, suddenly falling quiet. You know it's me this is about, Ichigo said, so why don't I have a say in it? Ichigo, you're too young his mother began, but Ichigo cut her off. Yoriyuki isn't wrong, Mom. You can't keep acting like I'm a kid, not right now. There's no time for it. I'm a soldier. A warrior. Whatever you want to call it, that's what I am, right now. Quickly, before she could object, he turned to Erza. Aunt. Are you absolutely sure it's impossible? Of course, Erza said quickly, gaining Bankai isn't something you do overnight. You could wind up hurt, or set back your development with your Zanpakuto, or worse. Do you know anything about the method? Ichigo said sharply. Well. No offense, aunt, but we could at least hear her out, then, Ichigo said, and turned to Yoriyuki. Can I do it? Yes, Yoriyuki said firmly, it's going to be harder than anything you've ever done and dangerous, and it might very well fail, but if you let me, I can help you gain Bankai in no more than 3 days. That should give us just enough time to make one last attempt at saving Rukia. How big are the risks? Ichigo said, nodding along. Yoriyuki sighed. I'm not going to lie, I don't actually know. You might die, or nothing at all might happen. At the least, you're bound to offend your Zanpakuto. None of them are keen on being forced out. The training is simple enough. You stab your sword into this device I've got, and your Zanpakuto is forced to materialize. From there on, you have 3 days to beat it into submission. Ichigo nodded. Okay. Sounds doable. Ichigo, don't, Erza said firmly, we're in the middle of a mission, and we can't just dash. Can't just what, aunt? Ichigo said bluntly, Yoriyuki is right. We're getting our asses kicked. This place is full of strong as hell people. I got to start pulling my weight, or it won't work. With you, me, Mom, Yoriyuki, with every one of us together, if we're all strong and play it smart, we might just be able to make it work. Can you honestly tell me we don't need another Bankai? Erza said hesitantly, and it was obvious she wanted nothing more than to continue protesting. Well, the thing of it is. You're in charge, aunt, Ichigo said, so if you say no, I won't do it. But stop and think. We made some progress, but it wasn't enough. So I'm asking you, yes or no? No, of course. Masaka said quickly, looking at Erza. Erza herself groaned, and looking conflicted, she stood silent for a while. Does it work? She said, looking at Yoriyuki. Kisuke did it on himself, she said, and shrugged, it's not some hastily thrown together experimental procedure. Yes, it does work. It takes exceptional strength and fortitude of will for the user, but I believe Ichigo has what it takes. Looking agonized, Erza stared at Ichigo. I took you all into a war zone. And we didn't know what that meant, Ichigo said and nodded, none of us could. But it was still our choice. Now, we need to see it through to the end. I've risked my life for Rukia more times than I can count these last couple days. What's one more? Erza sighed. I can't doubt your spirit, at least. I'll have faith in you. You're still a kid, though. She said the last part with a smile. If this ends up hurting him, I'm coming for you both, Masaka said, glancing at Yoriyuki. Was that a yes? Ichigo said with a grin, having expected it to be harder. Get started before I change my mind, Erza grumbled. Rest and recover some first, though. Me. I'll have to go out again. I'll see if I can find Orium. Alone. Ichigo made a fist, and turned to Yoriyuki. Well, it seems we got an agreement, then. Momo hadn't quite managed to make a decision just yet. She had started up slowly, doing some paperwork, a laughably trivial chore at a time like this, but doing something rather than nothing felt crucial at this time. Erza. The division. Erza or the division. It had to be one of the two, and soon. Frustratedly, she dipped her pen in an inkwell, sitting by the table in her office, and filled out another form. Vice Captain. Standing in the doorway was one of the division's higher-ranked officers, 5th Seed Takeda. She looked a bit nervous, and Momo couldn't blame her. Yes, Takeda. She said, making an effort to sound calm. There, we searched his office. Momo clenched her pen tighter. We had to, for evidence, Takeda continued, 2nd Division will likely take over the investigation soon, but we figured. Momo nodded. Yes. She said, straining to keep her voice calm. We found a letter. Addressed to you, Vice Captain, Takeda said urgently, it should probably be evidence, but, it only seemed right you should get to read it first. It's from the captain to you, after all. Momo flinched as the fifth seat spoke, unable to contain herself. A letter? To her? That's kind of you, she said, her voice trembling. Please leave it on my desk. Takeda nodded, quickly walked in, and dropped a small envelope as if it were white hot. Quickly, she walked out again, with nothing more than a hasty bow to acknowledge Momo. Momo stared at it. In this little piece of paper, white with a slightly yellow tint, was her captain's last words to her. It had to have been important. There was no other reason he'd have left her a letter, not unless he knew he was about to face his fate. For a minute, she simply stared at it, clenching her fists. She wanted to read it, yet at the same time, she was afraid of what it might say. Then, getting over herself, she snatched the letter up with a jerk of her arm, fumbling a bit with its seal before managing to pry it open. Breathlessly, she unfolded the letter, and held it up. Slowly, she started to read. Her jaw began to drop. Dearest Hinamori. If you read this, I am dead. I write this to you as you lie asleep, knowing full well this may be my last night in life. With no time to waste, I will say what needs to be said. Erza Scarlet is my responsibility, and she always has been. Even as her captain, I saw the warning signs, and I never acted upon them. I never wanted to convince myself she could be less than the heroic, upstanding figure she was to the public. Yet underneath that surface there lay a different Erza, one deeply miserable and malcontent, wanting so much more out of the world than the Godei could give her. She was a dreamer, and the world crushed those dreams, and it drove her to greater and greater extremes. I tried my very best to guide her right, but I was ultimately unsuccessful. Now, she has invaded our beloved 13 Court Guard divisions, bringing with her a master assassin and arch-traitor. Her intent cannot be considered benevolent anymore. I believe I have located her, and I will try one last time to appeal to peace, to sanity, to what is right. If I fail, I may well die, fallen into a trap. I stake my very life on this, that I can reach out to her and end this madness before anybody gets killed. If you read this, if I have died, then you must know this, Erza Scarlet is beyond redemption. She or her associates have slain me, as they would slay anybody else who got in their way. She is lost to madness, and it will fall on you to resist. It will fall on you, and the rest of the Godei, to stand up for what is right and put an end to her rampage of destruction. It is with great sorrow that I put this burden on your shoulders, dearest Hinamori. I have always seen in you the potential for greatness, and I know my division is in good hands with you. I succumbed to weakness in reasoning with her, in my faith that she could have anything left in her from the time before her betrayal, and I urge you not to do the same. You must face Erza Scarlet as a criminal, and capture her for sentencing as a criminal, as is right, or failing that, kill her. Farewell, dearest Hinamori, and my sincerest apologies for my failure. Be wise, and be strong. Aizen Saushik, captain of 5th Division, humble servant of the Godei. Momo's hands started shaking as she read the words, and she clamped a hand over her mouth. She had to push the letter down on the desk, pinning it in place, to stop her hand from shaking, so that she could even finish reading. It was unbelievable. How could her captain have said that? Urgently, she checked the letter. It was his handwriting. Unmistakably, it was his signature. The very word order and phrasing was right. Everything told her this was no forgery, that this was her captain's last words to her. But it was Erza. It was Erza. Erza, the savior, the one who had delivered them all from death. Her dear friend, who she had never stopped believing in. Yet underneath that surface there lay a different Erza, one deeply miserable and malcontent, wanting so much more out of the world than the Godei could give her. The words echoed through Momo's mind. These were the last words of her captain, entrusting her to lead the division in his stead. His last instructions. His last words, his last goodbye. He would never lie to her, especially not facing his own death. Could it be? Could it be true? Could it be that, all this time, Erza had been? No. In a sudden fit of rage, Momo grabbed the letter, crumpling it to a ball in her hand, and threw it into the air. Her face twisting with rage, she snarled out a semi-legible spell word, and there was a small bang as the paper disintegrated, instantly reduced to fine ash. A gout of flame licked the wall nearest to where the fire spell had detonated, and Momo quenched it with a snap of her fingers. Fury filled her mind, and suddenly she felt a clarity she hadn't since she first had seen her captain dead. He was wrong. If that assassin had killed him, Erza would have had no part in it. She stood up, breathing quickly. She knew what she had to do. She looked out the window. The sun would set soon. Good. She was going to go out, find Erza. How didn't matter, she'd do whatever detective work she had to. She was going to get to the bottom of this. The division could wait. The green-haired Shinigami had taken Tatsuki and Orium below the street levels, through a tunnel system that they had been informed was an old sewer system. It was dark, dank, and smelly, but it was safe. Orium had seemed mostly curious, but Tatsuki felt suspicious. The dark tunnels were the sort of place that fueled paranoia, and their only guiding light was a small orb emanating from the Shinigami's hand, some minor Kido spell, she had assumed. It had occurred to Tatsuki more than once that if their guide wanted to, she could leave them behind, and the two of them would be utterly and entirely lost. It wasn't that Tatsuki was normally mistrustful, but the last couple of days had been stressful, to say the least. Relying on the kindness of somebody who should by all means be an enemy didn't help. So why are you helping us? Tatsuki said at last, a little more bluntly than she had meant to. She wanted very badly to break the silence, to put her mind off the oppressive atmosphere of the tunnels. I told you, I'm a friend of Erza's, said Nozomi quietly. How do we know that? Tatsuki said, how do we know this isn't? I don't know, some sort of trap. Nozomi slowed down, and stopped. I am risking everything, Miss Arisawa, she said gravely, my career, my freedom, my everything, just to help you. Yeah? Well. Tatsuki muttered, still not convinced. She means a lot to you, doesn't she? Orium said. Nozomi turned around, facing them. She does. I'm not a Shinigami like the others. Not a normal soul. I'm a mod soul. Artificially constructed. Tatsuki blinked. Like a robot. Or a clone. Whatever you want to call it, I'm artificial. I was somebody else's experiment. They were going to destroy me, back in the day, but she saved me. Put me in school. I owe my life and my everything to her, so I'm risking just that if it helps her. Sorry, Tatsuki muttered. It's fine, Nozomi said, and shrugged, hell, anybody in your position would be nervous. She did all that for you. Orium said, sounding thoughtful, there is so much about her life here that I don't know anything about. She touched a lot of lives in her time here, Nozomi said, nodding, and before she got caught, she had a lot of friends in high places. She was always a bit larger than life. That didn't change, Tatsuki said. You said they were going to destroy you. Orium said. Mod souls are strictly regulated, and unsanctioned ones are terminated without fail, Nozomi explained. I don't know what drove her away, but, whatever problems she had with the Godii, I can tell you she wasn't all alone in them. That's another reason I'll help. I'm tired of being illegal just for existing. And she saved you. Orium said. Put me in the academy, and not a soul could tell I was different, Nozomi said. Anyhow, let's get moving. We're almost there. She hadn't lied. Some 5 minutes later, there was light at the edge of the tunnel, and they exited into a ruined building. They all took deep breaths, Tatsuki and Orium greedily drinking in the fresh air and the sunlight running in through the cracks of the building walls. Do you like it? The dry, tired voice was familiar, and the three turned to look. Nozomi smiled, looking relieved. It was Rod, putting out a cigarette with his foot. It's an old storage facility. Used to belong to a noble house that crumbled decades ago. Perfect for hiding something. Mr. Ninja. Orium said cheerily, waving at him. Well, glad somebody's looking out for us, Tatsuki said. What do we do next? Bide our time, Rod said, should make for a nice change of pace compared to running away from people who can beat the snot out of you, yes. Tatsuki sighed. She had hoped to be useful somehow, but she couldn't argue with that logic. As entertaining as watching the Godii fall into chaos, running all over the place like a swarm of ants whose nest had been kicked, it was getting tedious. There would still be a few days before the execution would take place, and although Eisen knew he could push it forward if he so wished, he disliked the notion of changing a well-crafted plan simply out of impatience. That was not him. He had been patient for centuries, and he could be patient for just a little while longer. He stared out into the twilight, stood in an elegant room that had once belonged to a senior member of the Central 46. Finding some place to stay hadn't been difficult. He had had the pick of one luxurious lodging after another, in a place where no Shinigami would dare enter. There were servants coming and going, of course, but none of them would have an inkling anything was wrong. Kyoka Suijutsu had seen to that. Lazily, he leaned himself against the window frame. Soon, it would be in his hands, and all his hard work would have paid for itself. With some delight, he remembered killing the decrepit old men and women whose corpses were now decaying in the main meeting chamber just one floor down. He had enlisted the help of his 2 lieutenants, of course, weeks ago. They were smelling more than a little ripe at this point, and it was a good thing his blade could control all 5 senses. All of these self-righteous paragons of authority, so assured in their belief that anything and everything they did was right, was justified, and the looks on their faces as they realized that they were all going to die. Venerable and saintly had turned to fearful and cowardly, as he had ignored their pleas for mercy. They had been a cancer upon the soul society, and like a surgeon making his first incision, Eisen had removed them. Eisen, sir. It was Jin. It was subtle, but there was no mistaking the sarcasm in the way he said sir. He had entered the room quietly, and Eisen had been so lost in thought that he hadn't noticed him until he was inside the building itself. Jin, he said, after waiting a few moments, what brings you here? Inwardly, he felt a little irritated. They were all of them supposed to lay low, Jin and Tyson awaiting orders from him, but Jin was notoriously difficult to control completely. Eisen kept his calm. To in any way show his frustration would be to give him what he wanted. Jews stoppin' by to let ya know about things, Jin said lazily, real chaos out there. Everything's in total disorder, just like ya said it'd be. Naturally, Eisen said, and although he recognized flattery when he saw it, he couldn't help but swell with pride a little. Everything was going as planned. Everything was in the palm of his hand. What else? Oh, nothin', Jin said innocently. Well, cept, your cute lil' vice-captain is runnin' around out there in the dark, all by herself. Real shame if something were to happen to her. Eisen smirked. So that was the rub, then. Tell me, how did she take my little note? He said amusedly, deliberately dragging it out, not yet giving Jin the response he wanted. Oh, I can't rightly tell, me, Jin said, and shrugged, but runnin' around like she is. I doubt she's out there huntin' for ol' Erza. Least not in the way ya may have wanted, sir. What makes you say that? Had a quick look in her office. Warranty no note there, but there was soot on the wall and a pile of ash. Now, what'd make meek lil' Momo abuse her power in the office, like a naughty girl? Eisen's lips curved ever so slightly. What an interesting development that was. Perhaps it was time. For a moment, he hesitated. He was reluctant to give her to Jin on a whim, if only because he disliked the notion of giving that little psychopath too much free rein. But more than that, he found himself wondering if he wanted to kill her. Like a good dog, she was well trained and adorable, and incapable of seeing the bigger picture. Like a good dog, there was no particular reason to have her put down. But then again, her life wasn't worth more than that of a dog's to begin with. For a moment he thought of her innocent cheer, her dedication, her loyalty, and kindness. Mercy. It would be mercy. She was a kind soul, and the war would scar her badly if she survived it. Her beloved captain, who she had served so well, didn't exist. The blow would surely be crushing to her. To kill her, would be merciful, and would also fuel the chaos of the Godii. Naughty girl. Eisen said at last. Jin, there's no need for pretense. I know what you are and what you want. You can drawl and put on that accent all you want, but it's just the two of us. All right, Jin said, and his voice was mirthless, direct, the accent all but gone, let me have her, then. For a psychopathic serial killer, Ichimaru Jin had remarkable self-control, Aizen thought to himself. He nodded. "Make it quick," he said, making sure to speak clearly, in a tone that was not to be disobeyed. "Do as you will, but make it quick. Do not get caught. I would be very disappointed if you upset my plans, even a little." "Oh, don't ya worry about that, sir," Jin said mockingly. "I know my place, me. All I want is juice a bit of fun. Lasts me months, that does." "Be back in your division within 2 hours, Aizen said firmly. "If you are not finished by then, you are to leave." "Understood." Jin just bowed, and eased himself out of the room. Aizen sighed. Thus was Hinamori Momo's fate sealed. He felt a small pang of regret, wishing there could be a kinder solution. But life was not kind. If it had been, his revolution would not be necessary. There were always sacrifices of blood to be made, and in the grand scheme of things, the life of one good dog would mean little. So iPhone had buried herself in work, feverishly leading the operation to locate the Ryoka herself. The one Ryoka in their custody, the second still in 13th's holding cells, was currently facing interrogation, although he seemed far removed from leadership of the group. So iPhone herself had left the interrogating to her senior officers, personally directing the efforts at the front line. Now alert, lookout stations spread all across the Godii, no deviant behavior would go unnoticed. Unfortunately, the constant running around from the other divisions had made it harder to spot hostile action, as paranoid Shinigami patrols would jump the gun, sometimes even mistaking other division members for hostiles. The search had been frustratingly short of success, and it occurred to So iPhone that when this was over, she would have to get a complete and updated set of plans for the entire Godii, and devise a plan for searching them effectively. The day had went on without success, and So iPhone had doggedly continued to give her all. It was odd, ironic even, but the scolding she had received from Yamamoto had given her focus. The shame and humiliation had given her something to think about, something hard and concrete, as good a distraction from that other thing as she could have asked for. Finally, in the evening, there had been something. Captains Yukatake and Kiraku had engaged the Ryoka. Within 20 minutes of it happening, a message had been relayed, and So iPhone had personally arrived with a team with her most senior, most capable agents to hunt them down. Unfortunately, they had arrived only to find an injured Kiraku, who had, after too much squirming, in So iPhone's opinion, pointed them toward Rukia's prison. What she had found had at first perplexed her, then hit her resolve like a sledgehammer. She had found Kukaki Rukia, sitting next to the prison entrance, weak and helpless to escape. 2 agents had quickly brought her back to her cell, and guarded the door until such time that the broken door could be repaired. She had also found Kukaki Byakuya. He had stood there, staring at his younger sister, expressionless. At first So iPhone had thought he was guarding her. Then, she had wondered why he hadn't defeated any of the Ryoka himself. Then, she had wondered why he hadn't brought her back into the prison himself. Then, with the sharp attention of somebody trained to notice the details, to read people as a matter of course, she had noticed the small trembling in his fists. Then she had asked about the Ryoka, and her resolve had been struck. Shiho and Yoriyuki had taken one of the Ryoka, and ran. Where the others had went, he did not know. She had to drag the answers out of him, and it had been difficult enough without having to force herself calm to keep her composure. Now back at the division, nightfall around the corner, she stared blankly into the wall of her office. There was a stack of paper that awaited her attention, but she couldn't focus. Lady Yoriyuki. She was still there. Of course she was, she wouldn't just leave without catching her objective. The behavior was typical stealth force procedure: seize the objective at appropriate risk. Priority B: disengage if the risk outweighs objective importance. That meant she and her comrades were still at large, still planning to escape with Rukia, and more importantly, it told her something of how far they were willing to go and how far they weren't. But that information was like a side note. Lady Yoriyuki. Like a swollen, gargantuan mass of anxiety and anger, she dominated the space in So iPhone's mind. She was still there. She was. This was ridiculous. Disgraceful. She should be able to focus. She was the commander of the stealth force, not a little girl pining for a long-lost master. Yet, she could not bring herself to even dip her pen in ink, not even touch the first page of paper needing her approval. Yuaki. Still here. Still in the Godai. It was all she could think about. Curiously, the hatred so iPhone had felt when first she had seen her again did not burn nearly so bright now as it had then. For whatever reason, she knew she needed to find her again somehow. And then, arrest her. Make her face justice. Yes, that was it, justice. She had let herself slip before, she knew that now. Not a second time. This was personal, deeply personal, but at the same time she could think of nobody better fit than herself to hunt her old mentor down. She would try again. This time, there would be no revenge, no assassination, no petty gloating. Just justice. Due process. That was what would happen. Feeling herself slightly more at ease, so iPhone took the first paper down from the stack on her desk. When all was said and done, so iPhone still had not done much paperwork by the time morning had come. Night was just about to fall, and it was starting to sink in that Momo was, in fact, neither a tracker nor an investigator. She had tried her best to poke and prod, using her vice captain's badge, but information was coming and going all over the place, and little of it was reliable. 2nd Division would know best, but they were infamously tight-lipped when it came to sharing information. As the sun set, Momo had reached a point where her determination and gusto had come face to face with reality, and reality had shown zero consideration for her newfound sense of purpose. A little bit dismayed, she walked slowly down an alleyway, heading through a garden in Division 10's grounds. It was simply not fair. Well. The voice sent a shiver down her spine and back up again, slick as silk and as pleasant as a snail's slime. She turned around quickly, and flinched. Standing on a bridge crossing a shallow pond was Ichimaru Jin. His eyes were closed, and he stood at ease, head slightly tilted to the left. Captain Ichimaru. She said quickly. When he had gotten there, how he had gotten there, she had no clue. Granted, she had been distracted, but for him to just appear like that. Alone at night with Ichimaru Jin. It was like something out of a horror story. He had a notorious reputation, and was known rather like something of a living, breathing bogeyman, but he was a captain, after all. A trusted, competent leader. She had never heard of him actually hurting anyone. He couldn't be that bad. As she stared at him in the dark, she very badly hoped she was right. Well, ain't ya gonna answer? He said bemusedly, a captain just addressed ya, you know. Oh, of course, Captain. She said quickly, good evening, Captain. Bit past evening, ain't it? Jin said, lazily gesturing at the night sky. The moon would come out soon, she knew, night had fallen now. Past evening, well past it, see, Jin continued, don't ya know it's real dangerous to be out alone at night these days? Real dangerous folks runnin' around, stabbin' people. I'd be getting myself back home, if I was you. Why yes, Captain, Momo said cautiously, and out of instinct, her hand moved closer to the hilt of her sword. His ever-present smile widening, he took a step closer, then another, drawing each one out as he approached her. See, Captain. Momo said nervously, you're right. I should really be getting back to my division dash. Not so fast, now, Jin said. He was coming closer, standing some 4 yards away, seeing how unsafe it is round these parts, why don't I escort ya back? Real safe with the captain next to ya, I reckon. Thanks, but I'll be fine. Momo mumbled. Keep calm. He's a captain. He's just different. Standing just 1 yard away now, he looked down on her, and Momo felt like she was a mouse staring up at the maw of a snake. Come on, Lil Momo, he said, let's go back. Not sure that she had any other option, Momo turned to walk toward 5th Division, waiting for the captain to follow her. It's this way, she said, and pointed. That so? Jin said, sounding mockingly curious. Hey, Lil Miss Vice Captain. Momo turned to face him. Why yes sir. There was a flash, a movement too fast to truly perceive, and something sharp gleamed in the moonlight. Struck in her waist, Momo gasped, coughed, and sunk down to one knee. Holding his short blade forward, sticking into her waist, Jin leaned forwards, and whispered into her ear. Told Jai it was dangerous at night. Jews like your precious captain found out. That was when things took an unexpected turn for Ichimaru Jin. He pulled his Zanpakuto free, the satisfaction that had been building up and exploding like an orgasm abruptly cut short when he realized, as the moon shone down on them, that there was no blood on his blade. What? He muttered. Swaying a little, Momo stood upright, and through her clothes Jin could see a set of strange symbols glowing, running up her forearms, her arms, and onto the upper part of her chest. I thought I was paranoid to inscribe these onto my skin, she said darkly, staring into the ground, but it seems I wasn't wrong to. Jin gave a whistle. Full of surprises, and Shaw. That was a glyph of force absorption, Momo said, and as she raised her head to stare Jin into the eyes, he saw something there: ferocity, anger, not unlike a kitten infuriated. It takes away damage if I'm hit directly. It wouldn't do a lot normally, but against a small attack like that, it was enough. She held an arm out, the other reaching for her Zanpakuto, and she gave Jin a furious look. So it was you who killed him, then? Just as we're being invaded. What can I say, Jin said, and shrugged. It had been obnoxious at first to be robbed of the relief to his particular urges, but this could be even more fun. Opening his eyes fully, he stepped forward, his short blade just barely extending from one of his sleeves. He did not get far, however. One of the glyphs on Momo's arms glowed brightly, then disappeared, and Jin caught a glimpse of it as he saw it again on the ground before him. He felt an odd tingling on his chest, and had a moment's time to see the very same rune engraved there, before he suddenly was thrown to the ground with tremendous force, as if he had just had a skyscraper's weight dropped on his shoulders. His face slammed into the ground, and he snarled, irritably forcing his head up. It was as if gravity itself had turned on him, his chest was being pressed into the ground, and he could only barely move his arms about. Snap, Tabayam! Momo proclaimed, her voice having grown dark. Jin strained against the force pushing him down, managing to raise his torso an inch above ground. This was Kido, albeit of a kind he was unfamiliar with, and Kido always had its limits. Spells ran on the fuel their casters gave it, and the more difficulty it faced, the faster it ran out. He had to hurry, though. Momo had not stood idle. Quickly muttering the words of some incantation, she made a set of complex hand movements with her free hand, forming seals in the air. The seals left golden traces of energy behind them, and had Jin had the time, he could have seen the full range of its complexity. As it was, his attention was focused on the spell holding him down and how above him, a massive square pillar was forming, some 20 yards high, 1 yard across, with a pointed end which was pointing at him. The gate opens, 21 hounds howling, the swarm of locusts descend. Momo muttered, her speech fast and feverish. The pillar was becoming solid, looking like grim, solid steel, and Jin was sure of one thing, captain or not, he did not want to take that head on. Straining fiercely, desperately even, he tried to crawl away. Just as Momo's incantation finished, he managed to roll to the side, free from the seal at last. There was a tremble in the ground as the pillar impacted, rendering the ground next to him to dust with a furious discharge of energy. Irritated, Jin jumped to his feet. She was quite a pest for a vice-captain. He held his sword up, only to be struck in the chest by a storm of lightning, extending from the tip of Momo's fingers. The electric energy literally shocked him, his charge staggering and halting, as he struggled simply to stay upright. Letting out a frustrated grunt, he slipped into a shunpo, moving himself out of the arc of fire. He would slip up behind her, he would feel Shinsu slide in between her ribs. But as he came up behind her, Momo was already ready, making a wide, sweeping gesture with her free hand, sending Jin flying back with an explosive wave of sheer force. Jin landed on his feet, but before he had even recovered, Momo had sent a fireball from her Zanpakuto at him. It impacted squarely in his chest, and there were flames in his clothes. Jin let out an infuriated cry and charged forward, but Momo was ready. Bakudo 62, Hyaporan Kan! She cried, and surging like a forest of spears, a mass of purple-colored glowing bars, some 2 yards long, surged toward Jin. He jumped to the side, dodging them, but as he charged forward, he found himself stopped dead in his tracks, a golden chain having wrapped itself around his left leg, anchored firmly in the ground. "You need to stop underestimating me, Captain," Momo said coldly. Her fear was gone, as if blown away by the wind, replaced by a cool, controlled anger. He had killed Captain Aizen. One direct spell, and another on each side, bound and delayed, and you walked right into it. "You are acting like an amateur." "I'll show you, amateur," Jin said, his voice even and raspy, the accent all but gone. Tugging at the chain with one hand, his muscles bulged as his Ryotsu began to strain against the spell. "The end times approach," Momo began chanting, and Ichimaru's eyes widened. He remembered that incantation, and the raven flies to fresh wounds. Blood stains the battlefield, thunder ominously rumbles as the winds of fate make ready. The heroes gather, knowing they face their doom, seeking to share the fate of their gods. Jin's eyes narrowed, and he tugged at the chain harder now, with both hands. Being hit directly by a spell of that level would be gruesome, captain or no captain, vice-captain or no vice-captain. The great wolf howls, the world serpent breaks free, and the sun and the moon are eaten by the twin dread wolves. Father slays son, brother slays brother, and the eternal winter comes upon the mortal realm. The final storm gathers. Hado 88, Hiryogekazoku Shinten Reihao. Jin's eyes widened, and he desperately pulled at the chain. It was cracking, but not fast enough. From Momo's hand, a massive bolt of lightning surged forward, electric bolts arcing around it, like some lethal bush spreading its vines wherever it grew. The ground cracked where the spell moved, ripping and trembling, spraying dirt and shredded pieces of tile in the air. Jin swore, and threw himself to the side as finally, the golden chain broke. Not a moment too soon, but just a moment too late. The huge bolt itself flew past him, and Jin could sense the raw, awesome power of it in the instance it took to pass him, but the arcing lightning all around it hit home, dozens of secondary discharges of lightning striking his side, raking across his left arm. It hurt. His Haori had caught fire now, part of his clothes shredded, and he couldn't use his arm. As he slid his Haori off, he tried to move his fingers. He could, just barely, but it looked ugly. Parts of it were red and raw, badly burnt, and the pain was nearly overwhelming. Still, Jin was not a captain for nothing, and he quickly launched himself forward. One arm short? He needed only one to stab her with. Momo had let go of her blade, Tobium levitating in the air, crackling with energy. She had risen above ground level, suspended in the air by whatever raw power, and suddenly, a mass of golden circles began to expand, seemingly formed from texts and inscriptions. Her hair, the parts of it not tied up in a bun, stood on their ends, lending her a wild appearance. Had Jin not been Jin, he might have found it frightening. "Die!" she snarled, pointing one open hand at Jin, while the other rapidly moved through the air, seeming to command whatever this sphere of circles was. An explosion erupted right in front of Jin, who only barely got out of its radius with a lightning-fast shunpo. Raining down like artillery, one explosion after another followed him, shaking the ground around them, red and glowing orbs surging from her hands, from the circles. No matter where he was, she had a firing line on him. But Jin was as genial as he was twisted, and moved swiftly. It had been a long time since he was challenged like this, but he was still a master of every major aspect of the Shinigami arts. Neatly keeping himself moving, he kept out of the radius of each explosion, coldly calculating how he would turn the situation to his advantage. The explosive orbs weren't slow, but they weren't fast either. The crux was that they forced him to keep moving, forced him to stay occupied, while she stood up there safely, able to prepare her next move. She was controlling the pace of the fight. He smiled again. There would be an opening. It was just that he had to put his back into it to find it. Momo's blood was boiling hot, anger running through her to a point where she had nearly forgotten that she was facing a captain. Her mind was running into overdrive, completely focused on operating her magical construct to hurt him. He deserved it. He had killed Captain Aizen. Some small part of her mind reminded her that perhaps she had to be careful, that perhaps she should try to run, but it was ruthlessly quashed by vindictive furor. She had never used the full power of this self-made magic before, not in combat, but now was as good a time as any. It took a couple of moments for her to register it. For a second she wondered just why her construct was failing, why she was losing her footing up in the air, and then she realized that her shoulder had been pierced, that she had lost control of her dominant arm, and the spells she had sent Jin's way were dissipating fast. She let out a pained cry, trying to force herself to remain steady, but she stumbled, wavering in the air like a bird who had lost the feathers of one wing mid-flight. Jin felt a sense of triumph as he watched her stumble and go into a controlled fall. He had half expected her to set up some sort of shield to deflect or block incoming attacks, but it seemed she had been too focused on attacking to prepare one. Shinsu had done its work, extending at just the right time, spearing the girl before retracting. Her time was coming, and it would be worth all the pain. Momo collapsed to the ground with a thud, bouncing once and rolling over. It was all she had been able to do to control her landing that much. The mechanism demanded intense concentration, and the pain and shock of being stabbed had thoroughly broken it. Feverishly, she forced herself to her feet, only to see Jin advancing on her lazily, some 6 yards away. She had lost to Byam, she realized, the Zanpakuto lying on the ground further away. Desperately, Momo lashed out with her functioning arm, lightning arcing from her fingers once more. Quickly, Jin brought his sword up, catching the lightning by the blade. Momo put more power into it, as much as he could, but it seemed to have no effect. Real impressive, I gotta say, Jin drawled gleefully, as he came closer. Kido lightnin', released with just a thought? Inventive. Thing is, it's just power. All I need to do is channel a bit of Kido into my Zanpakuto myself, and I stop it, for it can hurt me. He stood just 2 yards away now, and Momo's lightning ceased. Sweat dripped down her forehead in small beads, out of anxiety, out of anger, out of fear. She had lost to Byam. He was too close for her to manage an incantation before he closed in on her. She could use her glyphs to channel something, but for how long? Quickly, she let one of the symbols come aglow, and a long, golden rope extended toward Jin, snaking around him in a matter of seconds. Almost offhandedly, Jin moved his sword arm with tremendous speed, cutting at the bound spell. Before it could even wrap around him, it was severed, the rope pieces falling to the ground and dissipating. Shakkeho! She cried, a red ball of fire flying from her palm toward Jin. He dodged under it, surging forward, and with his sword aimed forward he went for her. Momo stared at him, at this visage of death, coming ever closer. This was it, then. She had really tried, and it wasn't enough. But then, something slammed into Jin from the side, with tremendous speed and force. Thrown like a rag doll, the captain was sent tumbling across the ground. Momo took in a sharp breath. In the dark, she couldn't be sure what had just happened, who it was. The moon was not clear enough yet, held back by the clouds. The figure let out a primal sound, a growl, and marched right up to Jin. He had gotten to his feet already, readying his sword, but the figure grabbed his sword arm by the wrist. Holding it firmly, the figure then grabbed him by the neck, lifting him off the ground. Then, as the captain was manhandled like some petty criminal, the clouds began to clear, and in the pale moonlight, Momo saw it. Long, red hair. Tall and buxom, and with a look on her face like she could kill. She let out a small whimper, a sound of exhausted relief and overwhelming joy. It was Erza. After all this time, Erza. You foul, vile, evil little monster. Erza snarled, the grip on Jin's throat tightening. Lil Erza dash, Jin started to say, his voice a croak more than anything else, but Erza brought his head down, slamming his forehead into her own. He made no sound, but he looked beaten, his head leaning over to one side. Erza threw him to the ground. He tumbled once, but didn't seem out of it yet. Slowly, he tried to get up, standing on all fours. For good measure, Erza walked up to him and slammed a kick into his midsection, knocking him over. He tried to stab at her, tried to put his blade into her leg, but she grabbed him by the wrist again, pulled him up into a sitting position, then slammed her fist into his face once, twice, thrice, 4 times. As if she was disposing of garbage, she flung him back to the ground. Quickly, she put her foot on his sword hand, and pushed down, hard. Steel in her eyes, she reached for her sword, pulling it out at last. That it, Lil Erza? Jin panted, a sneer on his face. "Ya gonna axe a beaten man?" Erza simply stared down at her, and the rage in her face was at once uplifting and frightening to Momo. She had come back to save her. She was furious, for Momo's sake, because Jin had dared to attack her. "Well, go on then, why don't ya?" said Jin, "ain't no better time. I just tried to murder your lil buddy over there. Go on, hero. Use that sword of yours. Kill the bad guy. Ride off into the sunset feelin' all righteous." Erza's face twisted, and she halfway raised her sword. Then she took a deep breath, and stepped back. "Get up," she said, her voice cold as ice, "get up and scurry back to your master. Tell him it's not over till it's over. And the next time I catch you, you're a dead man." Slowly, Jin got to his feet, just barely keeping hold of his blade. He shot Erza a hateful look. "Oh, and, try anything now, and I will kill you," Erza said firmly, "even monsters like you want to live. I may not kill beaten trash, but I'm not some paragon of mercy either." "Bye, Lil Momo," Jin said, waving lamely with his burnt arm, "be seein' ya both again, real soon." Erza watched him leave, limping away in the night like a wounded animal. After several minutes had passed, she sighed, and sheathed her blade at last. She balled her fists. Another beaten captain. Another case of mercy. Was she the fool after all, sparing monsters, letting them run loose? Her philosophical pondering was interrupted, abruptly so, as she heard a high-pitched squeal, and a small body slammed into hers, fiercely grabbing hold of her. Erza's first instinct was to defend herself, but it took all of one moment to realize this was no attack. Momo had all but tackled her, her slender arms wrapped around Erza's waist. Tears were flowing freely down her cheeks, and she let out several high-pitched sobs, clinging to Erza like she was deathly afraid she would disappear. "Momo," Erza said, more than a little taken aback. Compared to how Renji and Izuru had greeted her, this was different. "I knew you'd come back," Momo cried, her voice barely intelligible through her sobs. "I knew you'd come back. I knew you'd come back. I knew you were innocent, and dash." "Hey, relax," Erza said softly, gently returning the hug. Momo was bleeding, she could see, but her old friend didn't even seem to notice. And dash. "Take it easy, okay?" Erza said, almost feeling embarrassed. "Just take a moment to relax. Calm down." Still overwhelmed, Momo nodded, burying her head in Erza's chest. For a few minutes they stood like that, Momo soaking Erza's shiakusho with tears and blood. Eventually, though, Momo managed to compose herself enough to at least talk. "Listen, are you okay?" Erza said, concern in her voice. "Did he hurt you badly? Do you need medical attention?" "Who cares about that?" Momo said dismissively, waving her hand as if it were nothing. "I'll get myself patched up later. I can take it." "But you're..." "It's me," Erza said weakly, and smiled. "I never stopped believing," Momo said firmly, "even when everyone turned against you. I knew you were innocent. I knew somebody framed you." "I was framed, yes," Erza muttered, deciding that the subtleties of her circumstances could wait a little. Looking down on Momo's face, wet with tears of joy, an expression of awe, wonder and tremendous happiness on her face, Erza felt deeply moved, and if she hadn't been so on edge, her eyes might have watered a little too. She had met Kira Izuru, and he had bitterly accused her. She had met Abarai Renji, and although she had turned him around, he had snarled at her like she was scum. But Momo was just glad to see her. Momo had believed. It was a completely unexpected rush for Erza, to know that somebody had had faith, that at least one person aside from the two who already knew better had never hated her. She had often thought of her old friends in her time of exile, of how they must view her, and it had pained her each time. That Momo was different made her forget all the stress, anger, and oppressive doom and gloom lying over the mission, the immediate dangers and threat of death, if only for just a second. "Thank you, Momo," she said quietly, her voice trembling ever so slightly. "Thank you so very much." Momo looked up at her, pure reverence in her eyes. "You came back to confront him, didn't you?" she said, her voice trembling with excitement, to come after Captain Ichimaru, right? It was him all along. You came back to set things right, to avenge Captain Aizen dash. No. Erza said, and quickly regretted how harsh her voice had turned. Aizen's name still prompted a knee-jerk response with her. Momo winced a little. No, Erza said, with a long sigh, Momo, there's a lot more to it than that. I understand, Momo said, nodding eagerly. There's a lot to say and not a lot of time to say it. I need you to listen without interrupting, and I need you to open your mind to some harsh truths. Can you do that, Momo? Anything for you. Momo said animatedly. Erza took a deep breath, and cast a glance around her. Nobody was in sight yet, but the commotion was bound to have drawn some attention. It was blind luck that she had found Momo like this, and she shuddered to think what would have happened if she didn't. Well, the truth, then. Ichimaru-jin is indeed as villainous as he seems, she started slowly, and he is conspiring against the Godai. You were right in that. But, the truth is much bigger than that. First of all, I am not innocent. Momo drew in a sharp breath, and let out a sound as if to speak, before restraining herself. The first thing you need to know, and I hope you trust me, because this will sound hard to believe, is that Aizen Soushik is not dead. But I saw him. Momo exploded, unable to contain herself. I saw his body, I saw the blood and dash. Gently, Erza clamped a hand over Momo's mouth. He is not dead, she said firmly, it's an elaborate illusion. That is his true power. Aizen Soushik, the man you knew as a good and noble captain, never existed. The real Aizen Soushik is a conniving, evil manipulative mastermind, heading a conspiracy against the Godai itself, along with Ichimaru-jin and Tsukan-ame. MMMH. Momo said, and Erza put her hand down, freeing Momo. Quiet, please, Erza said patiently, how do I know this? Because I was part of that conspiracy. A long time ago, Aizen Soushik recruited me, promising a new and better tomorrow, a Godai reformed. For the people, for every lost and ailing soul out there. Power for the sake of greatness and mercy. But when I saw the truth of his nature, I wanted out. The next day, I was arrested. I was framed, but I am not innocent either. Because at the end of the day, the Godai needs to change. What is here, is not enough. She balled her fists, took a breath, and determinedly continued. Aizen lives. What he wants, I am not sure, but none of it can be good. The chaos you see now, that's all his doing. He just used my invasion to his advantage. We think it has something to do with Rukia, but, we just don't know. It can't be. Momo said quietly. He is very, very good at convincing you he is a good man, Erza said, furrowing her brows, especially if you want to believe the best about people. But he is a snake, a wolf in sheep's clothing. That is what I say, that is what I will swear on my life, that is a truth I will die for and a hill I'll go down fighting on. Do you believe me? Momo said slowly, but he. Erza sighed. It's all right. You don't have to. No, wait. Momo said hastily, if you say it is that way, then I'm sure you're being truthful. Erza nodded. Well enough, then. But, what do we do? Momo said, sounding frightened. Captain Ichimaru just tried to kill me, and if he's out there. Keep safe, and keep an eye out. Whatever is coming will end soon, Erza said, so keep calm, and carry on. Her head snapped in one direction, she could sense somebody coming. Hitsugaya, she said, this is his division, isn't it? Why yes, but... Momo said. I have to go, Erza said, turning around. No. Momo cried out, grabbing Erza by the sleeve, not now. Not after you just came back. I'll go with you. You can't. Erza said quickly, you have to wait. Stay here and dash. No. Momo insisted. I'm not going away. Erza said quickly, hissing out the words, right now, we're training one of our own in a cave hidden in the Godai itself. We're going to save Rukia. I may be going, but I'm not going to disappear. Quickly, she wrenched herself free. Goodbye, Momo. See you soon. With that, she took off into the night, leaving an equal parts frustrated, happy and despairing Momo behind. Check the description for the links to the author.